to Madonna. Well, Axel has longer hair than Madonna. We all know that, so that's probably why. Yeah.
Race. We had some amazing action yesterday, but today is the main day. We're able to catch up with Tristan Hart yesterday before the race. Let's see what he had to say.
My name's Tristan Hart. We're here at the Ultra 4 King of Motos 2023 edition. So I started in motocross, but then I got hurt pretty bad. I broke my leg, my femur actually. And then my dad was a trail rider. So then we thought that was a bit safer. So we just got into trail riding. And then next thing you know, we're in Canada and we're riding up mountains and it turned into hard enduro. I think this was one of the original hard enduros in USA. 2017 was my first time here and I was like 18 or 19 years old and definitely was an eye-opener for me. Cody Webb was amazing compared to how I was back then, and now we're racing each other, so it's pretty cool to see how that's come. He's pretty cool with me and I think I'm pretty cool with him, and we're good friends on and off the track. We kind of, I mean, it seems no matter where we are in the world, at what race, me and him always find each other and we're gonna battle at some point. So we just got this special relationship almost on the track that we always find each other. It's crazy how that happens. So I don't expect anything different here this year. I'm gonna count on seeing him out there at some point. To excel here at King of Motos, you have to be good on the dry dirt. Like Colton Hager's really good in the dry dirt because he grew up here, where I'm from Canada, and it's not a lot of dry dirt, it's mostly wet a lot of the time, so I don't think I'm the best in this, but you also just gotta be willing to send it, because at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to, just sending it across the desert bed or across the rocks, and it just, honestly, you gotta get a lucky bounce here and there, because all the rocks are moving underneath you, and you get one unlucky bounce and you kick off the trail, you're gonna have a big one. So you need some lucky bounces to get to the finish line in first. It's GPS format. We don't have a lot of that here in America. It's in these roly-poly hills on a flat lake bed, so it's just unique. So I mean, it's always cool to go to different places and ride different terrain, and this place is definitely unique. I think this is the first race of the year for all of us, so I think everyone is kind of coming in and they're all hoping to win. So really, you just got to do your best, and that's all you can do at the end of the day. So it's not about thinking about winning so much, it's just pulling the best out of yourself.
What a great show that was, but it is about to be the SRT 2023 King of the Motos. Today, 9 a.m. here in just a few minutes, race 2. The main race is about to kick off, and then tonight, 5 p.m. PST, the awards will be on the main stage. So I'll be throwing it to Ricky Johnson and Chris Johnson in just a minute, but first we're going to do a sneak peek up at Chocolate Thunder.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Alrighty, welcome back. We are here again, day 2. This is the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers powered by Optima Batteries, and this is the SRT Off-Road King of the Motos. I'm here with Chris Johnson. I'm Ricky Johnson. We're going to have Brian Pierce in the booth as well. We always have Miles on the field. We want to thank Reardon for a beautiful national anthem, and you can see everybody is lined up over on Chocolate Thunder. We're in Hammer Town. We're looking across. It's about 50 degrees. It's beautiful. A slight wind, I'm going to say about 2 miles an hour, which the racers wish it was a little bit more. You know, they're looking for to blow that dust out of the way, but right now it is perfect conditions, Chris.
But we wish that the wind would stay down.
Yes.
We do not like the wind. But in the interim of all this, 2 mile an hour to 4 mile an hour is probably pretty decent. But look at this lineup on the screen.
Yeah, this drone shot is unbelievable, and the coverage that we're having. We want to thank Hammer Productions for providing us all this. We have stationary cameras, we have helicopters, and we also have drones that are going to be giving you guys footage throughout the day. Now, this is live. This isn't delayed. This is not a half hour later. This is actually what's happening. And so you got the guys on the front row, and let's talk about the top 10 guys that went in the prologue yesterday and did great. I'm going to start with Tristan Hart. He was no surprise, but Will Reardon did give him a hard time.
Will led for part of the race to begin with, and he had some navigational issues, and he decided to back off just a little bit, maybe follow the lead of some of these other guys. Will is on the gas, and he feels really good. He's one of our young guns, right along with Ryder LeBlanc.
So going down the line, in third place, we had Cody Webb, who was really impressive in the rocks. We saw him get by Colt Haker and was working the rocks very, very well. And he also, when we interviewed him yesterday, he said, if you're in the top 15, you can win this race. It's that difficult. And also, as he also said, later on the day, harder navigation, harder physically, so harder on the bike, harder on the rider.
Well, didn't we have, the first 10 riders within 3 minutes of each other?
Yes, so as we go down the line, it was 3.4 minutes, so 3 minutes and 40 seconds separating the top 10. That tells you how close this King of the Motos is and the level of rider that we had before. Cody Webb said when he won this the first time, I think it was like 100 years ago. I'm joking. About 10 years ago or so, he said he could just kind of ride around, use his trial skills and stuff like that. But now we're watching these younger riders be so aggressive in the desert. They're utilizing that to get by the other riders and not just depend on the rock section as well. So as we go down the top 10, Tristan Hart in first, Will Reardon in second, Cody Webb in third, and Cooper Abbott also with very impressive in fourth. And then fifth place, Chris?
Ryder LeBlanc. Ryder, along with Will Reardon, are the youngest riders in this top 5 of the field. Then we're looking at, Cody Webb, and of course, all the way down in 10th place, Colton Haker.
Yeah.
Something happened to Colton yesterday.
I want to throw a shout out to these other guys as well. In sixth place, Choreograph Under, which 35 years old, celebrated a birthday last week, was still very impressive, very strong. We got to look for him because he's big, strong, that big Canuck guy out there. He's always impressive in the rocks.
And he's the longest running Enduro Cross competitor in the field.
All right, so
currently.
Seventh is James Flynn. 8th, Dustin McCarthy. 9th is Brandon Petrie. And then once again, 10th place, Colton Hager. We do not know what happened, but he was only. So as we're watching the race go off, the first wave is off, and you can see the guys fighting back and forth. And this is where the riders wish they had a little bit of wind, because you can see how it's hanging. And I love the different lines. The riders didn't get to practice this, but they were able to go pre-walk the start to take a look and pick their lines.
Some are going to the bottom part of the canyon, some are going to the farther part of the canyon.
Yeah, and myself, I would think looking more towards the edges. And the first couple riders are probably going to just pick their way through the front. And also we see a lot of riders down at a big bottleneck. But Chocolate Thunder is always spectacular for the truck. Some days it's really easy. Some days it's very difficult. Sometimes it goes back and forth. So we got to keep an eye on that section and get these guys going, because each wave, as they take off, have to deal with these other riders as well.
This is the best coverage for this particular event. Here's the next row that's going off. Look at the bottleneck going up through. You folks watching on the internet feed and the streaming, you have some of the best coverage ever for this type of an event. 12 drones flying all around. Look at all the spectators up on the hill on top of that.
Yeah, we got a lot of people coming out here, and this is what we call Chocolate Thunder. So the cars will use a lot of different lines, but the bikes, as you can see, have to work their way through. And the hard part is the sand that gets on the rocks. If you have just bare rock, you get good traction. A lot of people have gone to more of an enduro tire we talked about mousse, or manipulating the mousse with drilling the holes to make it softer. Also, some of the guys are going to a 140 rear tire to give them more traction, a little more surface on the rocks. But when it comes to these guys shooting the dirt up on there, that's where they lose their traction.
We had some great discussion in regards to tires yesterday. And talking about mousses and tires, and talking about a lot of the riders going to the 140s instead of the 120s. 140 millimeters what it is, and it's the width. But because of the mousse and drilling holes into the mousse, making it softer, it ends up with a wider footprint than the 140 on top of that.
Gets a little softer. So we want to recognize some of the people in the other classes. In 33rd yesterday in the prologue was number 104X, Nick McGowan, and that is pretty impressive, seeing as how he was at a 36.44. As we go down the line, we also see in 71st, 64L, our first pro woman was Kaylee Sweeten, and right behind her in 72nd was 888V, Jameson Moses, the first 45 plus amateur. So very, very impressive for him.
I'd like to mention also in 17th place, our top A rider was Gavin McCarthy from San Diego on the 514A. We'll hopefully look for him. He could be knocking on the door in the top 10 as an A rider against the pros.
Unbelievable. And also all the way down, not all the way down, but all the way up in 86th is our first youth rider, 55Y, Ethan Hutchison. And that is a very, very impressive. He is right in the mix, because we only had 150 riders finish. So putting Ethan in that mix, pretty impressive for a young guy.
Mind you, on top of that, he's not starting with the front rows. He's starting with the farther back rows. So to be able to finish in the 86th position is just, and this is the first year for our youth category here for King of the Motos.
And that's just so impressive for the dedication and the commitment to training and riding in the rocks and putting them out there, as well as the love and confidence that their parents have to let them go out there. And all the way back, our last finisher was in 150th place, 900C, Joseph Tarnow. And he was a C rider from San Carlos, California, and so everybody else DNF. So those guys get to start, but they didn't finish that prologue.
I like to mention our top B rider in this field as well, 44th overall, and that'll be Braxton Heinz from Nephi, Utah. Of course, Nephi, Utah is the hosting town for the Juab Extreme, one of our extreme enduro crosses that happens in the last weekend of the month of June. He's on bike number 585B, and he's our top B rider.
I think that's him in the yellow gear, right?
Good.
I'm pulling your leg. Come on, buddy.
Yeah, sure, Ricky.
Yeah, that's
right. That's
no,
who it
you're
is.
supposed to come out and go, no, that's him in the blue with the red helmet. And
that's him in the white helmet, not the blue and white helmet.
Right, and as we're doing the perfect thing, the thing that all announcers are not supposed to do, we're pointing at the television monitor in the booth so you can't see what we're saying and saying right there. So as you can see, a lot of the riders having a lot of trouble right now. The pros are already out and on the way. First two rows are making their way through, but you can see it gets it's a box canyon in there, so there's only so many places you can go, and you have to just kind of wait for everybody to clear out.
And you know, you and I had a good discussion about that. Which finger are you pointing at the screen with anyway?
Well, it depends. I usually use my index finger. That's my one, and I don't normally flip off the TV. I don't get that frustrated in the TV booth. But
Wow, look at the lineup of spectators on that back fence, man. This is huge. Look at this pile up on the interstate, man.
yeah.
This is going up Highway 15 up the Cajon Pass every day at about 4:30 in the afternoon.
Well, but the thing is that everybody's trying to work their way. So you think, oh, you see this guy over to the right, that he's just sitting there kind of waiting for it to clear and stuff like that. He's like, I'm not going to rush it. And he's like, hey, calm down. Don't fall on top of me. But you see these other guys, any chance they get, they're throwing an elbow in. It's a lot like the border crossing down in Tijuana, that if you give 1 inch, someone's going to get their nose in there. Because if you can get out ahead, that could put you literally 5 or 6 minutes ahead. Look, if you start the stopwatch now, how long these guys have been here.
The big difference here at the beginning of going up Chocolate Thunder right now, not many of these riders are helping each other. Farther into the event, farther down the course, it's getting more and more difficult. You're getting these little pods of riders packing together. They begin to start helping each other. Right now, nobody's helping each other.
Well, and if you're in the back, you're like, why do I want to help this guy get in front of me? Because he's just going to take off. So one of the things that we used to do, that I tried to do, is I got stuck in a big bottleneck down in Mexico when we were all stuck in the sand and cars all over the place. I said, hey, everybody, let's get together, help him out, and then we'll help him out, then so on, so on, so on, and then you help me out. They said, yeah, great idea. I said, okay, then throw your helmet in my truck, because there's no way I'm going to pull you out and then let you take off, and then nobody's there to help me. So nobody put their helmet in, so I was able to get by and then leave them there. So
Well, we have that issue also. You know, I'm been one of the announcers for Last Dog Standing, and we have a big old pyramid of truck tires, and they're all helping each other. You got to lift the bike up onto the truck tires to move to the next level.
Yeah.
Well, let's help each other. They get to the top, and he leaves the rider that's been helping him farther down. His bike's down below.
Exactly.
See you, bye.
Yeah, so give me your helmet or something. But they
Yep.
obviously these guys cannot take their helmets off in the middle of it, and we're going to see a problem. We see some of the two-stroke smoke. Here we're going out to the leaders. We'll find out exactly who we have up front at the moment. More than likely, it's one of the top 10. Those guys were all flying yesterday. As we said, just 3 minutes separating the top 10. And now they've worked their way out into the desert. So this is where you have to be more than just a trials rider or more than just a rock rider. You have to be like a Destry Abbott, who is a Hare and Hound champion.
Phenomenal drone coverage, man. We have never, ever seen the likes of such good coverage. Look at this. Rider splitting from the top of Chocolate Thunder. A couple of our pro riders right now coming across the valley.
And that looks like Cody Webb right there. We can always tell by those long legs and that Red Bull helmet, and also on that Sherco. Very distinctive. You see him in that white and blue from a distance, and basically it's the stance. His stance on the motorcycle gives it away. So we see that Cody Webb is not leading the race, but we also see that he's probably sitting about third or fourth at this time.
Sure like to find out what happened to Colton Haker yesterday. I like to mention yesterday in qualifying, coming in 116th position was our top C rider out of Clovis. That's Cliff Hess, number 450C. Then our top woman rider, not a pro woman, but just a regular woman, is Addie Albrecht, number 628W from Bozeman, Montana. She came in 131st position.
I mean, this is these riders are definitely going to be feeling this evening.
The hardest thing is having to pick up your bike when it falls down and trying to push it through the rocks and trying to continue on.
I disagree. The hardest stage for me at this stage of my life is getting dressed, is bending down and buckling on my boots when I have knee braces on and strapping my helmet on. From there, it's all downhill. It's all good.
Well, then when you go and open up, you get to breathe a little bit, you know, unless there's a bunch of dust around you. Actually, it doesn't look that bad.
That's what they have to do and manage. Where the difference between motocross and supercross, they know they've trained that length, they've done all the different stuff, but you can go out and ride for 3 hours or do as you know the laps or how long they are is one thing. Like today's laps, the first one is 12 miles, and then the second loop is 13.5. Now that 1.5 miles could be complete misery, and that's what we've heard, that last one. So it's going to be interesting to see how many, if you had to take a bet right now, Chris, how many guys you're going to say make it to the finish line?
I say probably 50% at this point in time.
All right.
What's out there today.
So
Now,
you're going to say 80 riders are going to make it to the finish line.
yes,
Okay.
on the last bit of it.
I will bet you $1. I don't know what, we can't do that because that'd be gambling. I'll bet you water that only 50 finish. You know these guys better than me, but I think that they got some surprises for them at the end and the shut-off times. And I think especially seeing this much of the bottleneck right now, I think we're only going to see 50 guys finish.
Having a good chat with Justin Lineweber yesterday and discussing the difficulty of each of these stages as they continue on. You know, our prologue was fairly simple. And talking to Cody Webb, he said, you know what? That first stage was actually could have been a pretty good prologue. That's the comparison of his quality and his experience into this mix. Beyond the prologue was really simple. But the prologue, there's a handful of riders that didn't finish the prologue.
Yeah, well, a handful meaning, about 30%.
25 riders.
Yeah, so that's a lot going on. And these guys, as I said, they're not 200 yards from the starting line. So a lot of guys are finally getting themselves going, and girls, and you see all of that. Every time that they're on the ground, that hurts. Then you got to pick the bike up, and it's like a max effort. Then I can't say enough. I keep going on and on about this, but these guys, girls, kids, everybody, I got to compliment them because they are studs from the get-go.
Well, and especially perseverance toward the finish and making it to the very end of it. Now, we are starting to see some riders helping other riders out here at the middle of the canyon of Chocolate Thunder. But it is, believe it or not, taking a look at this from this angle on the screen, what we see right now, it is very, very steep on both ends of this.
Well, you can see where the rider's trying to get that run, and he just saw the other rider, I think it was on the Yamaha, basically ghost ride his bike up there, and you look at the difference in height. That's about a 15-foot, climb. So he's got to, right now he's going to get the power up and get going, but he's like, messes up. He's got to just launch that bike. So he's got to basically, like he's starting the Supercross, get that thing fired up, and then let her rip. Like that. Just like that. And it was successful. So, and that's the reason why they have what they call the bark busters and the handlebar protectors and stuff to protect their levers, because you do not want to lose your clutch unless you're on a Recluse complete, automatic clutch. But great job. Got it lined up. Got it up the hill. Now, one more step towards the finish line.
Now, in regards to, we got another view coming back. One of our pro riders and across the top. See, I really can't catch a glimpse.
Now, this looks like our leaders, and that could be Tristan out front. Look, it looks like a KTM, potentially that could be. And folks, we're getting everything ironed out here with the guys at Hammer Productions, and they're doing a great job of showing you this information. But we apologize that we don't have the more information, exactly the rider and exactly the location on the track. But we are going to be working on that throughout the day to get you that information.
We'll catch some verbal updates coming across at the checkpoint, the first checkpoint coming in, and they're pretty good about that. But we're told there's about 12 drones that are flying around in different locales and trying to come up with a good viewpoint on our screen. We have a full-on production studio. How many video camera spots do you think? There's got to be 50 of them in there.
Yeah, they're all, because that's
It's
the thing
huge.
for this race. Dave Cole and I talked to him yesterday, and I had to compliment him on just his relentlessness. And I'm actually reading a book about being relentless in your pursuits.
Tristan.
And watching him as we're watching Tristan Hart as he works his way through this canyon. Does not look like he has anybody right on top of him. It's awesome to have this drone following him, but just for the average rider to ride down this canyon you would be so stoked, and you're watching how he is just making short work of it, and that's why he's holding on to the #1 plate. He did have Johnny Walker beat him for the championship this year, but this is the man right now. He won the prologue. He's gotten the whole shot, and he is now leading the SRT Off-Road King of the Motos.
And he won the first stage as well.
Exactly, he won the prologue, stage 1.
So a lot of people don't realize he's from Canada, and he's used to being a woods rider when he's growing up, and coming to the California desert and some of the locales we're seeing right now in front of us. Look at this canyon, man. Rock strewn. He's hardly putting his feet down. He's standing up on the foot pegs. And we were talking about that yesterday, Ricky, that, some riders ride much better sitting down. Some riders ride much better standing up. Hart's one of those that stands up very well. Keeps the flow.
In this kind of stuff, you have to do as much as you can on the pegs just to keep everything balanced between the front and rear wheel, and then, but also keep that front wheel light. You don't want to commit too much pressure on there, but then you don't want to be hanging off the back to where it pushes and you miss your mark. So right there, you can see that the best rider we have right now is dabbing. That's part of the equation. But utilizing the time to sit down to rest your body, and when you do take that time, really take in a couple deep breaths, as they say. Breathe in the flowers, blow out the candles. Get a couple good deep breaths and exhale.
Cody Webb. Cody Webb's running in second, it looks like, from what we can see. And, momentum going through the canyon, keeping a good steady flow is really important. And talking to Cody Webb yesterday, he come across, smashed into a really gnarly rock into a platform, and actually smashed his exhaust system on his pipe. And in doing so, that cuts down a lot of your power. That brought him back to try to grab more power to be able to continue through some of these. Now, a lot of people don't realize you need immediate power. Like for right now, looking at this canyon, these riders need to snap, get the power right to the ground right away. Otherwise, you're just spinning your wheels.
Well, I mean, literally and figuratively, you're just spinning your wheels. But as Cody said, he looks at the rocks for traction. So these guys, you can see they're in between the rocks and they're in the dirt. And they're throwing more dirt on the rocks. So it's just a vicious cycle that they're going through. But they have to learn, as you said, to be very quick and responsive with that clutch to get the bike to lurch forward, because sometimes that 6 inches can make a complete difference.
Wow, look at this great drone coverage, man. I am so impressed with the drone coverage here. We had a good chat yesterday with Justin Lineweber, our course designer, and him and his crew did a wonderful job this year, and totally stepped up to the plate and made it happen. And challenging for our pro riders, but still accessible and doable for our not so experienced riders.
Here we can see one of the riders that's on that same canyon that we were watching. This rider is probably back in about 10th place. You can just see the difference in his riding style versus the other. And now we're seeing another one of the Sherco guys in that blue with the white bike work their way through. But Cody Webb and those guys that have that trials experience really know how to work their way through that and use the rocks to their advantage.
I think that was Cooper Abbott.
On the Sherco?
Yep. Yeah, I think that's Cooper. So he's falling behind a KTM rider. That could be Reardon right in front of him. That could be Will right in front of him.
Well, we're folks, as I said, we are completely guessing at this point. Once again, as we're going back to Chocolate Thunder, this is originally off the start. If you are just joining us, this is the SRT Off-Road King of the Motos 2023. I'm Ricky Johnson, one of your hosts, along with Chris Johnson. Brian Pierce will be up here a little bit later, as we can see these riders as they work a little bit further forward. Got to keep his hand out of that back wheel. And then these guys, we've got the last 3 or 4 guys still struggling, trying to get their way through it. And you can see in the orange vest is one of the officials. So they're going to be doing sweep and help these riders out. So you watch them; they know their way around a little bit better. One of our cameramen, Max Gersten, is out there, and he kind of psyching these guys out. So Max comes up behind them, gets all rested, comes in, follows them, gets some great coverage. But then they're looking back, going, "Who's on my tail?" And they look back and go, "Whew, it's just Max filming me."
It's just Max. Max, of course, one of our well-established enduro cross racers too, and Western Hare Scramble's competitor. And Max is getting up there though in age. He's not a youngster anymore.
He's still a kid to me.
And to me too.
He's like a grandson to you.
Stop. I have been around a couple days though. Yeah, the scary thing, Ricky, and you know this as well, as we get older, time goes by so much faster. So we have to grab each and every day like it's a gift, because it is.
I heard something from I try to say this right. My brother-in-law's father-in-law.
Okay.
He said, John said life is like toilet paper. The closer you get to the end, the quicker it goes. So as you start to go down, that roll gets going quicker and quicker and quicker. So we have a couple squares left on us, I'm hoping.
Very, very true analogy, that's for sure. Look at the dust starting to stir up coming up this here in this view that we have right now. Now, we have a production studio with a lot of different viewpoints from all the drones that are flying out there right now, and a lot of the canyons from our regular stationary photographers. And they have to decide on, okay, is this shot going to be better, or is this shot going to be better? And the decisions that they make our show all fall into place and make a story for us to be able to talk about.
And that is the man on the board. But while we're watching these guys come through, we want to thank the people from SRT Off-Road, Progressive Insurance, Optima Batteries, Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, as well as Monster Energy and Nitto Tires. We want to thank them for making all of this possible. It's a very, very big production to get all this done, and it's pretty amazing to watch what these riders are able to do out there. Alrighty, we are going to be hearing from Miles in just a little bit. He is the man with the plan. He's a badass individual. There's no doubt about that. But he's one that's making sure he's finding out what's going on. He's one of the guys that makes sure that everything goes from the Ultra 4 races here and also out here at King of the Hammer. So he is going to be giving us some information, updates on where they are on the course, our top 5 running order, and all that. So we'll be hearing from Miles very shortly. But Chris, beautiful day for racing. This is why this is the kind of day that sells Southern California. This is why people came out here, you know?
Especially people from Canada and from back east that are freezing their tails off. You know, come out here and seeing this right now, they're just going, you know, all of our friends that can hear us right now back east and some of these other cold areas. We were talking to somebody this morning. Yeah, it's got down to 14 below zero last night.
Man, we heard that from Dan Vannon, who was talking about that. There's 3 below and then 3. So, but when you come out here in August, it changes your mind a little bit when it's 120 degrees. But, we're going to let you watch for just a little bit, and we're going to step off the mic for just a little bit and let you watch. Everyone's going to keep the action going. We're going to get some information from Miles.
I believe this is a it looks to me like the gas rider of James Flynn going through the canyon right now. His father is the promoter for Grinding Stone, which is coming up next month up there in Page, Arizona. And that might be Will Reardon right behind him on the KTM. Haven't seen any hide or hair of Ryder LeBlanc, one of our young Husqvarna riders, the teammate of Colton Haker. And Cody Webb is now in the lead.
You see Ryder LeBlanc is in second? Miles? From what we're hearing so far, and it's broken up because we're having a little bit of radio difficulties, but saying that Cody Webb is our current leader, with Ryder LeBlanc has worked his way up into second. Now, this is all unofficial, So let me just preface that with everything that I say on this broadcast is going to be unofficial. So until we see the guy cross the finish line, because we're going to make speculations, but we're getting as much information as we can. And so if you're watching this and you're one of the teams, something like that, and you have a way to contact us via text or whatever it might be, let us know what your rider's doing and how things are going.
It's like you're trying to dig through a bucket of leaves and rocks, and you try to dig to the bottom to get to the rocks, and you got to go through all the leaves to get to it. But in the meantime, wow, look at this. This canyon is just unbelievable. Now, where does Justin come up with all these wonderful trails to put our course at? I mean,
well, this goes back to Dave Cole and his buddies. How King of the Hammers got started. They were coming out here. This is a open area where you can come drive your off-road vehicles, and people would go, can we make it up that canyon? And someone named a sledgehammer. Then someone went and made it up the next one. They said, let's call that Chocolate Thunder. Then they did another one. They said, let's call that Back Door. So if you, and I've said this multiple times, and I apologize if you've heard it, but if you were the first one to clear a trail, you get to name that trail. And then what happened was Dave Cole and his buddies got together and said, hey, why don't we, okay, here we got a little bit of confusion going back and forth on the track. We'll try to figure what's going on there. The rider could have a difficulty and is heading back down the hill. But how this whole King of the Hammers got started was, hey, let's time and do all the trails and then go from there. And then once they got this, so now we got a little bit of a confusion here. We got one rider going up and a bunch of riders coming down. So this might be a section, Chris, where the GPS was playing tricks on them and the guys were going the wrong way.
now a lot of people don't realize that if you're just coming on board and listening and watching our live streaming right now, we have a thing on all of our riders. Every single rider is called a yellow brick. And it's a GPS satellite communications device that keeps track of our riders. And there is an emergency button on there. If our rider is injured and needs help, he can press this beacon button on this yellow brick device that will actually pinpoint him within a foot of where he is. So we're trying to keep safety involved with our racing program as well. And a big thanks to our group from Yellow Brick to add this to our safety program, along with Rescue 3 and Morongo Valley Ambulance EMS service as well.
Well, and one of the things that Brian was over at Chocolate Thunder at the start this morning, he said this rider hurt his right shoulder, but is going to evaluate and try to get there. Remember yesterday, Chris, we saw one of the riders coming down with his left hand off the handlebar. So I think that was our youth rider that finished up so high, and that is Ethan Hutchison. Definitely hurt his shoulder yesterday. And it's crazy how once the adrenaline comes down, you see the UFC fighters and stuff like that, as soon as they come out of the ring, man, everything starts to hurt. The adrenaline goes away, but just minutes or seconds before, they were going out at full tilt. And it's the same thing with these riders. They've worked so hard to get here. It doesn't matter how much they hurt. If it's not disabling them, they're going to keep running.
You know, you and I have both experienced this in an instance when we don't move forward like we're supposed to when we make contact with the ground. Initially, our adrenaline is flowing, and it covers up a lot of the injury. What's happening? You think, oh, I'm okay. You jump up. Is my bike okay? But then after a couple of minutes, you take a breath, and it's like, oh no, I'm not okay. And that's the adrenaline actually masks that particular point in time to be able to move forward.
That's that fight or flight, and these guys are all warriors and girls. I don't mean that just and the kids and everybody. They're all warriors to come out here and attack this Johnson Valley Desert. As we're watching this, looks like it could be. Sorry. I think this is Tristan Hart. No, it's not. This might be Reardon or.
It looks to be Will Reardon.
It is really difficult to see.
You know,
but it looks like the first place rider, and if we get that information, that could be LeBlanc. So it could be Ryder LeBlanc. We can't see the numbers. You might
the rider's on
you might be able to
Husqvarna.
see it better than us because your TV is bigger. We're looking at a small monitor in the booth. But now this is where you get to go, get to take a breath. and then now see how much distance he can really pull on that rider behind him. And the idea is that my mechanic used to tell me back in the day was you want to run and hide. Meaning, if he can get ahead, but there we see the second place rider right watching his dust, and he's kind of in the catbird seat because this first rider has to navigate as well. So you see the trails off to the left and to the right. Where do you need to be? And also you got to remember, you can only be 25 foot off your GPS line. So if you follow a trail off to one way or the other, it could end up in disqualification.
Now that was a checkpoint. You come in. So Reardon on a KGM, LeBlanc on a Husqvarna. Of course, Will Reardon teammates.
That could be Reardon then.
Yeah, teammates of Tristan Hart.
So I want to bring in Brian, who is out at Chocolate Thunder, and hear his comments of what he's got going on. We're trying to get the computer up and run it, so we're going to stay on this rider. If we can get a little closer, I can see the helmet. This could also be Tristan. Once again, folks, I completely apologize because I'm guessing at best.
Of course, sharing our announcing duties with Ricky Johnson and myself.
So here we go. We got Cody Webb right behind Tristan Hart. So it looks like these are our first two riders, and the old bull and the young bull. This is a great matchup. So to be a king, you got to beat a king, and that's exactly what Tristan Hart is trying to do. But watch how smooth Cody Webb works those long legs and works his way up as he just staying right in the catbird seat, making Tristan do all the work. But Cody Webb doing a great job keeping him right in check.
They're both tall riders. Of course, Cody Webb about 6'4", Tristan Hart about 6'1". And, looking at this, he is reeling him in, though. Look at this. And I bet Tristan's thinking, oh, my gosh, I'm seeing that Sherco coming up on me. And I don't think it's Cooper. It's got to be Cody. So he knows, and he is tightening the distance. Look at this.
And this is great, folks. So I'm not going to talk too much because you're probably getting sick of my voice already. But just pay attention. Watch Tristan for a while, then go back and watch Cody. Watch what they're doing with their momentum. Notice that there's not a big spray of roost on the back. That's all clutch control and throttle control. Obviously, the bikes now are fuel injected. These are both two strokes. As we see Cody take a different line and whoa, goes for the pass.
And Cody takes over the lead.
In the same process. Then Tristan gets back by. So we are watching the race live for the lead at the 2023 SRT Off-Road King of the Motos.
And the angle of this canyon is real deceiving. There's a steep angle these guys are going up right now.
Oh no! But if I was Tristan, I would be doing exactly
Cody
that.
Stalled.
I'd be roosting as hard as I could, trying to throw as much dirt as I could in Cody Webb's face. Not exactly sportsmanlike, but it is a race.
And this is the race for the win. This last leg of our King of the Motos right now. Of course, this is sponsored by SRT.
But this is lap one. If you're just joining us, this is lap one. We've had the prologue yesterday. This is Tristan Hart out in front, and right behind him, second place is Cody Webb. So we see them working back and forth. And also, Tristan Hart has to navigate as well. So Cody Webb, we might see him come back into the picture as these two riders work their way up this canyon. There we have it. There's Cody Webb right behind him as well. So we'll see, does he go to the left or to the right?
And Cooper.
Both following the same line.
We got a scan right now of our GPS riders, and we have looks to be Ryder LeBlanc.
Ryder LeBlanc in first?
No, in the second. But we have Cody Webb that's dicing it up with Tristan Hart.
So there's a slight delay.
Oh yeah, there's a delay on our screen.
I could have been wrong. That might be Ryder LeBlanc at first. Is what we're showing.
Now Ryder's on Husqvarna. That's Cody.
Okay. So So we just got confirmation that is Tristan Hart up front, and then Cody Webb in that light blue gear with the Red Bull, both with Red Bull helmets. So if you are on the website and you are hitting the trackers, here's we see Cody Webb as he works his way around. We have a new leader for the 2023 SRT Off-Road King of the Motos. So now, as we bring Brian Pierce, so I think is it a good move or a bad move for Tristan to let Cody by?
Well, here's the thing. We know that they're navigating, but as we can see on the satellite, they are already starting to work their way back towards the end of this first lap. So I have a feeling that they might know, one, there's two things here. He could kind of know where he's headed. He could tell he's on a goat trail right now. So he's like, it's okay to let him go because we're going to have a second lap. Or he's not feeling comfortable navigating. So he said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and let him by here. Or he just made a little bit of a mistake, and Cody Webb was able to capitalize and get just in front of Tristan here.
Well, you just gave me 3 or 4 scenarios really quick. Is it a good move or a bad move to let him by? I have my opinion, but do you think Tristan should have tried to stay out front, or did he decide to let him go and not worry so much about it?
This is the race that matters, right? Every other race this weekend was to get to this race, and right now he just let his competitor in front of him. So it is a bad move to let Cody Webb by. Even if you are to be out front and you do make a mistake GPS navigating, at least you're still in the lead.
Now look to the top of the screen, all the way across the valley. That little town down there, that is Hammertown. That's where we are at. And so imagine that. We're announcing the race all the way across the valley, and those guys are up and over this giant mountain range and coming down. So if we look and we had bionic eyes, we could see them all the way across the valley as we watch some of these other riders work their way down. I think it's a great move for Cody Webb to try to establish confidence over the young rider, because as we said, we got young bull, old guard, and the new kid on the block. So both of them, one wanting to hang on to his the strength that he has, the other one trying to show his dominance that he had in running that #1 plate. But at this point in the race, if you can get by, if Cody can get by as he did Tristan, put a little time on him, that is a huge confidence builder for the end.
Absolutely, because what it looked like when they were dropping in, where you were talking about being able to see Hammertown out there in the distance, that was dropping back into Chocolate Thunder. So the race director hoped that they would be at least over an hour on that first 12-mile loop. Well, I hate to disappoint them. They were already dropping back into Chocolate Thunder right there in that point. So that was about a 40-minute loop for those guys if they came off at 9 a.m., which it looked like they did. So again, if they're halfway through this race, then yes, it is a great move for Cody Webb to be out front in front of Tristan Hart. They do have navigating, and they do have 13 miles in front of them once they get started on that second lap, but they are going to add in that 1.5 miles of very, very technical terrain.
But now add in, do they get to carry their time with them for the second lap? So is the combined time between the first and second lap?
There is, yeah, it's just time for, there's 2 laps, but in the long run it's 1 race, right? So if they started at 9 o'clock, they just have a chance to gas up and go. And if they want to do that, they're wasting time on their overall time, right? So when they get done with that first lap.
Let's clarify to the people that it is not a 1 lap, stop, restart, go.
That is correct.
This is just a 1 lap and a 2 lap. So and the second lap is going to be much more difficult when it comes to navigation as well. But obviously, these 2 riders, they're the best. They're some of the best in the world at this. So they're not really worried about getting lost on the navigation, even though it did bite Cody one year when he was here. Came all the way down, missed 1 turn, and he lost the King of the Motos.
Yeah, it actually bit him yesterday. He was he lost the place yesterday because of a checkpoint that was missed. But he actually realized it before he came back in and was able to go back and meet the checkpoint on his GPS. And so he came back in, and that's what cost him another placement yesterday. Did you guys get a chance to talk about that amazing start, though, there in Chocolate Thunder?
Amazing, meaning the mayhem and chaos and everything that ensued.
Right. It was so awesome to watch because those guys, that wall of riders coming there at Chocolate Thunder, Colton Haker took the line directly up the middle, which was interesting to see. But you could tell that Tristan and Cody Webb took a very high line off to the rider left.
Yep.
And they all 3, though, came out of those lines at about the same time. Tristan Hart was the one that's crisscrossed behind Colton. Cody Webb stayed high left, and they all 3 came out 1, 2, 3 right after each other. So it was so cool to see those guys come in so hot, having their lines picked out for them, being able to get where they wanted to go, and then come out so close together at the top. But when was it that Colton got passed, right? He did get out of Chocolate Thunder first. Was it quickly on that first lap?
We never got to see it. So,
Okay.
so we were watching all the mayhem as we're watching in the split screen. We have I'm not sure the riders down on the lower right, but the main screen. Look, they have to stop, look at their navigation, and you can see Cody Webb is out in front in that blue Sherco, and then Tristan Hart on the KTM is second. Now Tristan recently got passed. Cody pulled some time, but now Tristan is back on him. So I think for the grand scheme of things, you're better off to sit second, because these 1 and 2 have gap third place by a lot. So it's these two guys race as we can watch them as they work their way through.
What's going to be interesting about that second lap, I don't know that I've just came to mind. Guess what? Lappers.
Yeah.
So all the bottlenecks from the A riders, the B riders, and the C riders that are starting to get stuck up on some of these technical obstacles, these technical uphills that we're seeing here, they are now going to be completely scattered all over the trail, because that second lap is majority of the same loop. So they probably will have to navigate just a little bit less until they get to that new piece of terrain, but they will have to look out for the bottlenecks and figure out how they're going to maybe have to ride a new train and terrain up the trail because of riders in the way.
Now, it's looking like we're watching Cooper Abbott right now, because that doesn't look like a Red Bull helmet. So once again, apologize a little bit, but this is a rider that has to work his way back. Had a little bit of trouble yesterday, didn't finish quite where he wanted to, but he's got to work his way back. I don't think that this is Cody Webb, because, as I said, he's got that big white helmet, even though. And I think
it's getting passed
weird.
by a KTM rider right there for sure.
And this is the point.
Oh, nice pivot turn there. Look at this heli shot that we've got of these guys coming down this awesome
These are
downhill.
the leaders again. So right there we got Tristan Hart up front, has worked his way past
Back in the
Cody
lead.
Webb.
This is going to be cool to see if these guys stay in touch like this all day and we get a chance to see them dice it up.
Well, that confirms our thought that was Cooper Abbott on the Sherco, as we're watching Cody Webb as he works. Tristan Hart as he works his way back down towards Hammertown. And every year these riders just completely smoke the time that the designer plans out.
Tristan's checking out from him.
What's that?
Cody and Tristan.
So here's the thing. So when you're watching the time in the split, you got to look over and see when it checked in, because it'll give you a timestamp, and that'll tell you when they come in. So a lot of times it looks like there's a big gap, or they go back and forth. But this is live, folks. We're watching Tristan Hart as he is leading. I'm going to say about 3/4 of the way through lap 1, so off to a great start. And right behind him, you can see Cody Webb, who was leading a little bit ago, but then got past. And now Tristan looks like he's trying to pick it up and try to sprint away from it.
Yeah, man. That's the thing. It's exactly what you were talking about. When you want to be out front, you want to be able to establish dominance over the others. Because what Tristan Hart was talking about yesterday, he wanted to have about a 30-second gap. Because he knew if he could get that 30-second gap, that he was now going to, the riders that would be behind him would then have to navigate on their own. They wouldn't be able to leverage the navigation that he was doing. And then Cody Webb having a little bit of a bobble there. So that's probably why he's putting the sprint speed on, trying to get out and in front of Cody Webb by about that 30-second mark.
Well, and Cody Webb is also and I went through this in my career, dealing with injury and stuff like that. But when you have a right hand injury, it's everything, especially for these guys, how they have to control the throttle and the clutch and everything. So it's very, very difficult for him. So he's working with that, dealing with some pain, but no excuses. I mean, Tristan Hart is on. I'm not taking anything away from Tristan Hart. He is right on the gas and doing exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah, I got to give a big shout out to one of our youth riders. We've got, I believe it was 55Y, picking up that name. Was it Ethan Hutchinson, I believe?
Yep.
On the beta. Looked like he'd kind of hurt his shoulder there at the start, took a break. Once all the riders were done, he said, you know what, I think I'm ready to go. And he got back on the bike, made it out of Chocolate Thunder, and started his first lap. So huge shout out to one of our youth riders. We're talking in that 12 to 15-year-old category. Insane for them to be out here. So just think about what that's going to be like in 10 years as these riders continue to evolve this sport forward.
Now, is that Corey Graffunder? I'm not sure.
One of the things I thought was interesting as I got a chance to talk to riders ending the day yesterday and the way that they would start today, there were some riders that had just enough miles on their tires that they would choose, or wear, that they would choose to change out a tire. Some of them, again, thought that we were talking about yesterday, those mousse inserts, those foam inserts, were just broken in enough. So they might have changed the tire, but they kept the foam insert that they were running from the day before because they now liked the way that it was holding up the pressure in the tire. But then again, some guys, just because they have it, they get a chance, they get a new mousse insert, whatever, whichever brand that they're running, and then of course whichever tire they're going to be choosing, that gummy sticky compound to put on there. But again, we've talked about the silty sand, the rocks. Once this silt gets on those rocks lose their grip, and it is just insane. They start again, if you go back to that and look at how they have to go through that deep, deep sand and this jump onto all of those rocks, that sand just gets carried up onto those rocks, and that's why you saw such a huge bottleneck, is there's no traction anymore. Now those grippy rocks are filled with sand and extremely slippery.
It's a game of inches for sure. You got to make sure that you're using the rocks to your advantage. As you watch some of these riders, they go through and notice they'll just dab. They'll keep that foot up, and so they're not reaching down. And this rider's a taller rider, but he's using the rocks to his advantage, so he doesn't have to work quite so hard. You see a lot of the guys, they'll carry a small safety pack in the back, obviously hydration to keep them going, and just in case something goes bad, a couple snacks, maybe a bag of Skittles and Almond Joy or something like that.
Anything to get the quick carb hit so that you can try to create a little bit more energy and start moving forward again.
So once again, if you are watching the live tracker, you got to remember that they update at different times. So if it looks like one rider is way ahead of another, but one of the things that we do know that Tristan Hart and Cody Webb have established themselves as pretty strong leaders at this point. So as we're watching this rider go through, we are going to take a quick step to a break. If you want to watch everything uninterrupted, just go onto the site and you can get the $25 subscription. And what that does is let you watch all racing for today, next week, and the following week for King and the Hammers, as well as all the Ultra 4 races for the rest of the year for just $25. So we will be right back to the SRT Off-Road King of the Motos. We'll see you in a bit.
How do you take your new rig from this to this and get it ready for this? Bring it to the experts at 4-Wheel Parts, where we'll transform your Bronco with the all-new line of 4WD factory accessories. Whether you want to order the best parts online, shop in store, do the work yourself, or have it built by a pro, all trails lead to the truck, Jeep, or Bronco of your dreams, because nobody knows off-road like 4-Wheel Parts. Do your Bronco right.
A tradition of performance. For over 60 years, a brand synonymous with VWs. Known around the world for quality, speed, and innovation. Impy, the first in VW speed equipment.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights. For the glory, for the glory. We're celebrating with the city tonight. Hear the whole town cheer, it's the ultimate high. For the glory, for the glory.
racing against your dad is something that 90% of the racers in the world will never get.
I've accomplished everything I wanted to do, and now he's just like taking the reins. I want to be remembered for being a huge part of short course, not just racing, keeping it alive, helping it grow. If it comes down to the last weekend and I'm in it, the boys better watch out.
I've been modified, 45, feeling like a Mordecai. I ain't regular, feel like Jordan wearing 45. Sounding like a real anthem. Shawty saw my wallet, now she think a nigga handsome. Whoa, telling me she wanted me to hammer. Trying to get saved, baby, I am not the answer. No, I can never trick. Let the bitch, my bitch with a kiss on my lips like, I am not a pimp with a limp. I'm a man with a gift, and I'm doing my shit like, what you all about? What your dollar amount?
Johnson Valley. I'm Ricky Johnson along with Chris Johnson. We're going to have Brian Pierce up here in a little while, but this is the 2023 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers powered by Optimum Batteries, and you are watching the SRT Moto. Alrighty, one more time. This is Ricky Johnson from Johnson Valley. We want to welcome you all to the SRT Off-Road King of the Motos. I'm Ricky Johnson along with Chris Johnson. And one thing that we do know for sure, we're watching the timing going back and forth, and you got to make sure when you look at a rider, when you click on there, you can see when the timestamp happened. And they both hit at 9:50. It was like 9:51, and they were right on top of each other. So we got Cody Webb and Tristan Hart, number 84 and number 2, right on top of each other.
Now, if you're looking at the screen, Tristan Hart will be number 1 because he is the reigning champion from 2021. But in the meantime, on our screen, on live feed for the satellite coverage, it's listing him as number 84.
Well, I just got some information from Destry Abbott. He said Coop has broken a foot peg. He's trying to get back to the main pin so they can get that fixed and get him going. So I think that was who we were just watching as we're watching these riders work their way back to Chocolate Thunder to finish that first lap. And these guys are crushing the time. I mean, they thought for sure it was going to take them over an hour, and here we can see as the riders are making their way into the pit, some of them are going to get fuel because they didn't want to go heavy that first lap. I don't think anybody's going to be changing a tire, but small things because so much has happened. As I said, Cooper Abbott definitely broke while we were watching fuel. Cooper is going to definitely get his foot peg fixed.
As you might notice, Ricky, the tarpaulin with all the fuel cans on top, they're only allowed to refuel the motorcycles on that tarpaulin per BLM rules.
Yeah, we're doing the best we can to tread lightly. What's awesome is that the BLM, the Rangers in the state of California, let us use this to go off-roading, to do all the different stuff. But we got to tread lightly. We got to pack out what we pack in, and when we're doing things like fueling or any kind of oil or anything like that, anytime we're out here in Hammertown or out in any of the remote pits, all fueling is done so they can contain that fuel so it does not pollute the ground.
I need to add a little correction to that. It's
always good when your co-host talks into his microphone. Go for it, Chris.
Thank you, Ricky. Hey, so he's mentioning about the BLM allowing us to be able to do this event. It's to be able to do this event on our land. This is our land, United States of America, and all the people that are residents in this country. But BLM manages it. That's why they're called the Bureau of Land Management. Now, a lot of people don't realize it takes upwards of 6 or 7 months after applying for a permit to be able to do an event, to be able to move forward with it.
Well, we've seen some trouble, typically right about this time, we have the race in Parker, Arizona, but there was a problem with the permit there, so that's being postponed and changed and things like that. So hats off to guys like Dave. I'm going to say hats off to Dave Cole, who's been pushing this event over and over. And I've said this before, his relentlessness of just keep pursuing. And while he's here, he's already making plans for next year and so on and so on. And he never dreamed that this would be as big as it is. But I don't even think it's as big as it's going to be.
Every single year just seems to be growing. And then the popularity of the sport. This particular sport has been growing leaps and bounds. And you take a look at some of the Enduro Cross attendance that has been growing again, and it's huge on the popular. A lot of the riders that are riding today also compete in the Enduro Cross.
Now this looks like this could be our third place rider, Will Reardon, as he works his way back into Chocolate Thunder. As you can see that down at the bottom, you can see that off to the left, that blue tarp, that's the refueling station. And I'm pretty sure, I'm going to let you're the expert here, that is Will Reardon as he works his way back into Hammertown.
It's definitely Will's style. He's a youngster from Australia and has made his semi-home here in the United States the last couple of years. Moved back east to South Carolina.
Number 39. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you there, Chris, but that is absolutely Will Reardon, number 39, as he works his way through on that KTM. Oh, he's actually, yes, he is on a KTM. So let's talk about what these riders are doing. They're going to come in, turn the bike off because they got electric start. They got the gas can, and notice none of them are the quick fill cans. They have to go by with the cap.
That's right.
So that you can't quick fill, so there's less spillage. But also they got to throw in a couple calories, maybe some goo blocks, maybe some gels or something like that,
and a little bit of moisture.
A
little bit of moisture on top of that.
Exactly, because to try to swallow it, you got to try to get that down as quick as you can. So you don't have time to eat a sandwich or anything like that. You've done most of your eating and hydration beforehand, but you got to keep the tank topped off as much as possible because you are using so much energy. And they also know the second lap is going to be longer, and they have to make sure with it doesn't sound like, wow, what's a mile and a half? But a mile and a half of some of the most treacherous rocks that you've ever seen. This is a cakewalk for what these riders are going to see that last mile and a half.
And we know, talking to Justin Landweber yesterday, he definitely said, yeah, that last mile and a half, it's pretty gnarly. Yeah, and it's definitely going to be tested. Now, Ricky and I were talking about our estimate of how many riders are going to be finishing the tail end of the second loop. Well, I say probably half of them. So that we're looking at 80 riders. Ricky says closer to 50 riders. And we'll see when it comes down to the wire how close we really get. Have to talk to Brian Pierce to see what he thinks as well and get Brian's opinion. Now, Brian will be stepping in for me here in a little bit and picking up the tabs with Ricky Johnson. And then I'll be substituting for Ricky a little bit, and we try to rotate around. Lots of great information on both from Brian and from Ricky. And, of course, Brian's in the trailer right now gathering information, and he was out at Chocolate Thunder watching the start. So, yeah, it's a combined effort of all three of us to try to give you the best information that's available and possible. And here we go. Number 77. We'll take a look at who that is.
Well, but when you're at home, so you have to understand that we're limited on what we can see and also the action that we have. We do have a laptop up here, and we're trying to move around when it comes to finding out the stuff. But you at home can click back and forth and look and see what you want. So we're just going to try to feed you as much information as possible. But that was the gap that you saw, how big of a gap it was between first and second and then all the way back to third place. So the two leaders are in and out of the pits. Now we're looking like we're going to see third, fourth, and fifth place. If we get a little closer, we'll let you know who is in the pit.
That drone coverage in the canyon for number 77 was Nathan Johnson, one of our 45-plus amateurs out of Drake, Colorado. And he finished the qualifying yesterday in 130th position. Man, what a gorgeous day today, man. It started getting really nice yesterday, but I think today's going to exceed what the weather conditions we had yesterday. And for those of you just stepping in and joining us here on the live feed, we are at the 2023 King of the Hammers, and this is presented by Progressive Insurance.
SRT Off-Road.
Yeah. And of course, Optima Batteries and King of the Motos is sponsored by SRT, Progressive Insurance, Optima Batteries, Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, and Nitto Tires.
So right now, I'm showing Cody Webb out front, and I'm not able to pull up the tracker on. So right now we're watching. We're trying to scoop in and find where Cody Webb and Tristan Hart are.
Now they were running neck and neck and bumper to bumper, and we're ready for some updating information. Going to Ricky.
So Tristan Hart is now, we just got a report, is out in front. He has a little bit of a gap on Cody Webb, but now he's coming up on the lap riders. As you talked about that before, Chris, is that is another obstacle. It's not a polite way of saying it, but what a lot of times they'll say is a lapper is a moving chicane. It is something that is always moving to the left or to the right, and you have to anticipate it. And the smart rider, which we'll see, is the young, aggressive guy going to work better with Tristan Hart, or is Cody Webb using all of that knowledge to work his way through those moving chicanes to help him out?
Now, Tristan Hart is much more aggressive than Cody Webb is, and just what you're talking about here makes a lot of sense. Cody is so experienced, and coming from a trials championship background on top of that before he got to Enduro Cross and the hard Enduro, he has a lot more experience in dealing with a lot of lapper riders than Tristan Hart does.
So Tristan, we just got a report that Tristan Hart has worked his way through the lappers. Obviously, exactly like you said, a very aggressive young rider worked his way through, and now Cody Webb is now getting into that mix. So I don't really see either of them having a problem. If Tristan made it through that quick, it's not that bad. Those guys are probably stationary, tired, sitting off to the side, got their goggles off, get a drink of water, they're like, holy cow. And now they have to do the math and realize that these guys are coming back on top of them that fast. As we're watching, and it looks like we're watching, that's the top of Chocolate Thunder.
So we're looking at our satellite coverage, and of course Tristan Hart and Cody Webb are coming into lap riders, and it's showing, if you're watching and pulling it up on the sat information, you'll see other riders. They are being lapped by both Tristan and Cody Webb on top of that.
Ryder LeBlanc is into Clawhammer, and then right behind him as well, we got
Will Reardon. It's our two young guns. Now Tristan is an intermediate young gun, along with Cooper Abbott. They're both about the same age, whereas Cody Webb and Colton Haker are the older guys, along with Corey Graffender. Then we have Will Reardon and Ryder LeBlanc. They're the young guns coming into this mix, and they're showing their true colors right now. Will is in 4th place, and Ryder LeBlanc is in 3rd.
Colton Haker and Cooper Abbott are starting their second lap. And as I told you before, Destry Abbott shot me a text, and he's going to be up here to give us some input and some insight in a little bit. But he also told us that Cooper had broken a foot peg, so they probably didn't take him much longer to fix that. But now, is he going to be on the move because he's basically been riding on that nub? So if you break a peg off, you have the little part where you got to try to get your toe in there, or you can stand on the side case. There's a lot of ways that these extreme riders can mask a problem like that, but you can definitely not go as fast.
It reminds me of
Yeah, as I'm getting a little input and rider instruction from Brian, Pierce is the problem when you have that one peg, you can't distribute the weight evenly. You're on one side. If you're standing on the peg, you can't put that same weight, and you can't apply that weight to the rear wheel. So unless you hang the weight off or you sit on the seat. So these guys are so good, they'll make it work, but it's going to take them down 5 to 10%.
It reminds me of a very famous picture of a good friend of ours who, God rest his soul, Danny Magoo Chandler, broken handlebar and a broken foot peg and still continuing on.
Yeah. Danny Chandler was definitely a madman. I've seen it to where a couple times where he bent the handlebar down next to the handlebar, and he was racing the 500 National in Southwest Massachusetts and just flying with just the death head shake on the bike. But yeah, you learn to compromise and get away with it, but definitely you want all the tools that you can getting through all this section. As we're watching the different areas, you see we got spooners, we said claw hammer, this is chocolate thunder, now this is the bottom. This is right where they have the start. So these riders are getting ready to start their second lap.
Take a little splash of fuel. And what Ricky was talking about, there's no quick fills here. You have to use the old tube, put it into the tank, and close up the lid afterwards. And that's why we're on top of a tarpaulin, just to make sure it's not spilling into the environment.
And it gives the rider 1 second to get something to eat. So when we get the 2 liters past these lapped riders, they'll be at the top of, was it Spooners?
The outer limits trailhead.
Outer limits. They'll be back at outer limits. So as you can see, there's not a lot of places to go around. So these lappers, if they hear the good guys coming, and the good guys will be yelling, giving them, hey, look out! I'm coming to your left or to your right. They'll try to get out of the way because they do not want to mess their race up. They're doing their thing. Go ahead, let the king of whoever's going to be the king. But I don't want to mess your race up.
More challenging obstacles in front of us. Look at the angle. Our drones come from the top and they're looking straight down. But the angle of this terrain right here, you can tell riders are definitely struggling trying to get up the angle. And as we keep talking about, Brian and Ricky were both talking about, as they're tearing up the dirt flying over the top of the rocks, making the rocks more and more slippery as it's continuing on.
If you're just joining us, this is the SRT Off-Road 2023 King of the Motos. I am Ricky Johnson along with Chris Johnson and Brian Pierce in the booth, giving us as much information as we can. We are now watching some of the riders that actually are getting ready to be lapped. The 2 leaders that we have are Tristan Hart out front with Cody Webb right behind him. These 2 riders have gone back and forth about 3 or 4 times. They are starting the second lap. The first lap was 12 miles. They did that in under an hour, and now they started the 13-mile. As Justin said, that last mile and a half that he added to this race course is unbelievably challenging. So it's going to be interesting to see who makes it. We have a little bet going on up here. I'm going to say about 50 riders finish, and Chris is saying about 80. So we'll see who the grand champion who's the best Johnson at the end of the day.
Well, we'll have to argue that one at the end of the day.
Yeah.
There's only one Brian Pierce.
There's the third best Pierce of the booth, and because he's the only one.
But, hey, you got to hand it. Brian's giving us such great information right now. He's making Ricky's and my job a lot easier right now. Brian, you are doing a fantastic job, brother.
And when you're ready, Brian, I'd like a scone and a caramel latte.
It's all good.
But no, all joking aside, I really appreciate guys like Chris and Brian because they follow this racing all the time. I'm a fan, and I watch from afar, and I watch it online, and I watch it on TV as much as I can. But these guys are in the trenches at the races, reporting and stuff like that. So I'm leaning on their expertise. And because I'm trying just to bring it back and forth. I've done a lot of off-road riding, but really not much when it comes to extreme enduro. When this sport started, I was a little too long in the tooth. I was with age comes a cage.
Huge amount of attributes in your column, that's for sure, Ricky. And definitely a pleasure. I worked with you 2 years ago. The last time we had the King of the Motos, and it was definitely a lot of fun and a great time. And of course, Brian worked with you back in 2018, and we're just trying to resort this back and keep it back on top as one of the most premier off-road events in the entire country.
Well, and we did have some competing events. We had a European hard cross, international hard cross, hard enduro event. So some of the European contingent isn't here. But I have to say, it's awesome to see. This is the biggest field. We had, I think, 170 plus riders sign up. 180. And so now we are bringing the guy with the gold climb gear on. I gotta admit, that is pretty damn snazzy. So welcome to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, the man, the myth, the legend, my hero, Destry Abbott. Destry, tell us what's going on. You said the coupe broke a peg. And then obviously you got that fixed, and he's back on his way.
Yeah, I'm actually feeling like I'm racing. My heart rate's a little high. I just pinned it back down here, and he came in. He snapped the bottom bolt, so the peg's twisted a little bit, but he's doing good, and I think he's sixth. And he left the pits and trying to catch up to Colton Haker and them and Will. So I was listening to you guys up there by the start, and Cody and Tristan are putting on a show, that's for sure.
I mean, I don't know if you can see on the monitor up there, but they've gone back and forth and back. At first, you think, who's playing Keppard? And honestly, it looks like, and you've been in this, you can explain this, they just want to establish dominance and go.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys talk about that, and we were talking about Cody's more the veteran versus Tristan, and Tristan's at his peak. Cody's, using the experience to pay off right now, and I thought he would follow him longer just to save some energy. That's and then I saw him pass, and I go, well, maybe he's going to try to check out. But in the pits, I saw Tristan taking off, and I know Tristan well, and when he's throwing down, I'm like, he's trying to get away from Cody. If he can get away from Cody, so Cody doesn't have to cheat off him, and then he has to go back to his GPS. But most of this second lap is on the same course. So I think that's going to be pretty beaten in, but at the same time, you're looking at this, there's going to be bottlenecks. So now these guys are going to have to find harder lines, and they're good enough to do it. But again, they're going to be using more energy, and the second lap is going to be the separator, and there's about 2 miles of a pro section that on the second lap that these guys are going to be doing. Excuse me.
And now I'm going from my opinion watching. It still looks like Cody has an advantage on the big rock section, like the Carl's Diner, you know what I mean, type of rocks where, he just seems to pick his way, and he uses those long legs to his advantage, and that's where I saw that he was catching him. But I also see when you get down in the smaller rocks, which I'm saying, not Volkswagen size, more like big bowling ball size, and these canyons, that's where Tristan looks like he really excels. So it's a good back and forth, and this course is playing, but right now, that pro section, is that going to be the equalizer for Cody?
Yeah, that's a great point, Ricky, and you nailed it perfectly, where Cody comes from a trials rider. Trials, great standing up on those pegs, and we always talk about lowering center of gravity, weight the pegs as much as possible, or at least get rear weight to the rear tire, especially with these gummy tires, and you'll see them sitting down and trying to conserve energy. But I think that if Cody's close enough to Tristan on that new section on the second loop, he's going to be tough. But again, Tristan's at the peak. He's one of the top riders in the world. When I say that, he's won world events now, and he dominated the U.S. hard enduro last year, won every round, and we kind of call him an American, even though he's Canadian, because he spends so much time here. And I think it's going to be exciting. It's going to come down to end, but Tristan is a machine. That guy doesn't get tired, and like I said, he's coming to Phoenix next week for a few weeks to spend time with Cooper, my son, and all of us, and train out there. And that kid puts in the work, and he's, as you know, Ricky, you put in the work and you'll get results. Exactly. It takes time.
But I also think there's some maturity. So Chris and I were going back and forth, and I really seen a lot of maturity happening with Cooper. I mean, his riding style, I'm looking at more aggressive. He almost looks supercrossy when I'm watching him in these enduro crosses. And Chris, but Chris was saying he's teaching with you and is teaching him more, stuff like that. I agree with that. But I think he's coming into his own. He's becoming Cooper Abbott, not Destry's son.
You 100%, and I really respect that too, because he wants to be his own person.
You cast a huge shadow, brother, so it's hard for him to get out from under that.
And that's a tough thing for him, but now he's way better than I ever did at this stuff. Like I've gotten a 3rd overall and a 4th overall here, and man, he's doing really well, and like you said, he's one of the youngest ones out here. Him and Ryder are the young two in the top 10 or whatever. Yep. But he's kind of coming to his own. You said it, and he comes from a moto background, works races, and then came into enduro cross. Really enjoyed that, and finished second 2 years ago in that series, and now he's just getting experience.
But now, in his development, as we're watching the riders go through, being a father is you want your kids to go on and exceed and be beyond whatever you've done. There's no jealousy. There's no trying to keep him under your thumb. But what are you doing? Oh, all right. So we just got a little information. Cameron Steele is not going to be finishing King of the Motos, but honestly, that makes me happy because he's got all these races coming ahead. He finished the prologue, and he was out there today. So Cameron, get some rest. You got a lot going on because can you imagine all the races?
Yeah, I talked to Cameron yesterday afternoon off the prologue. He was showing me his heel and stuff, and it was bruised, already turning black and blue, and I'm like, be smart, Cameron. Like, you're old enough to know. Like, we are old enough to know our bodies and go, you know what? The big picture, he's got more races going on, and so I think that's a smart choice.
So let me go back. I think that you're one of the best instructors out there because you don't just go, this is my way or the highway. You've taken from motocross, you've taken from supercross, you've taken from trials, you were a hare and hound guy who was kind of the all-around guy. But how do you evolve Cooper? Are you putting him on a trials bike, or are you just putting him in trial situations on a motorbike?
Yeah, that's one thing. He does have his own Sherco trials bike that he trains on, and all this is trials. All the top riders in the world, in Europe and stuff, they're all coming from trials backgrounds, and I think that's where he's still learning. He's trying to become a well-rounded rider, and I think he's finding himself being comfortable, being uncomfortable, putting himself in positions. So, yeah, we were talking about the trials part, and one thing about trials is there's no seat. So you practice standing up. Yes. You practice weighting that rear tire because they have gummy tires just like this is, and it's all about center of gravity. Yeah. We talk about a jockey on the horse. The motorcycle's our horse for this example. We're trying to be as loose as we can with our handlebars and use our legs, use our quads. That's your strongest muscle, and trying to keep weight on the pegs. And if there's spots where you can sit down, conserve energy, where trials you don't have that. But one thing with trials is it's all about clutch control, using your legs to bunny hop stuff, using the rebound of the suspension, and throttle control. And if you're riding the bike the right way, these top guys, they're fit, but they're using a lot less energy versus the B rider that's just holding on tight and you want to be loose. So
I think, and some people might say, you know what? Don't ride a trials bike because you need to just do trial situations on a motorbike. I disagree with that because a lot like Rob McCackern, who is one of the greatest of all times off-road racers, said he's more afraid of rock crawling than he is going 120 miles an hour through Zoo Road. And, those are 3 and 4 foot size whoops because he says, I don't have time to think about it. And I think like hare and hound and desert and doing the stuff on a motorbike, you are going at a faster pace. But when you get on a trials bike, it's like, okay, I got to do this one movement.
Yeah.
And as I watch the guys online, there's Cameron Steele as he's packed it in. Told nothing but respect for the Pav, as he calls himself.
Yeah.
But no, so much respect for him to come out there. But back to finishing that thought, I think Cooper on that trials bike can learn just that one little technique, and then you bring it because I know you are. But I watched Graham Jarvis, and I'm just like, my God, his sense of body and clutch and brake and throttle is just out of this world.
Yeah. Graham is 48 now, and 47, 48 right there, and phenomenal. The year I got third, he won it, and it was the first time I ever raced him, and I'm like, oh my gosh. He was doing stuff that was insane, and of course, coming from a world trials rider, and it's like we're looking at this right here. You can tell he's looking down his GPS, and that's what's different with this racing. Out of all the U.S. hard enduros we do, this is the only one that we use the GPS thing. So, that's why a lot of the riders will kind of team up and kind of use another rider. They try. That's what we were talking about with Tristan, trying to get away from Cody because he knows, he's going to key off him. If Cody can find, there's no lines. Like, it starts beating in, but you can go wherever you want within the 25, 50-foot range on the course. And it's pretty awesome to see these guys stepping it up. And this guy...
Well, and that's the thing. It's illegal for us to text and and drive. But imagine driving through traffic at 100 miles an hour, texting with a hot coffee with the lid off, and eating a donut at the same time. And that's what these guys have to do when it comes to navigation and trying to go through everything. It's pretty unbelievable. So now we're looking at We're looking at some of the times. We got Cody Webb. It's showing him that he is at 30 miles an hour. Tristan at 30, and then Ryder's at 52. Now, completely, you got to understand, that's not overall time. That is not the average that they're doing. Ryder was probably down in a flat section across the desert. Now, let's talk about as a rider. You use up so much energy you're with your breathing and everything like that. Are you using the desert time to hydrate, to take a little rest, or is it just pin it, I gotta go?
Ricky, yeah, you nailed that perfectly. You know, my first year that we did this, when Dave put it on, 2012, Jimmy Lewis and stuff, I think it was 2012, I rode a KX450, which was a stupid mistake.
Not the best bike.
No, definitely not the best bike for this. But I was racing Hare and Hounds, and I'm like, I'll make up the valley, in the valleys, the fast stuff. Then as, more experience and more time on bikes, and now I ride the KTM 2-strokes here through this stuff, you use that, you nailed it, Ricky, where you use that is the hydration. Get your heart rate zone back down. Hydrating, get gels, gummies, whatever, something to kind of like get more carbs in you, more protein, more calories basically. But yeah, really learning. Oh, here we got a little shot with Tristan.
Yep.
And I mean, Tristan, we talk about standing. Look at this guy stand up. So phenomenal. See how loose he is? If you watch his head, he doesn't move. The head's not moving a lot. You can see, that's what we talk about the jockey on the horse. Look at, we talk about standing. He's lowering that center of gravity. His heels are dropped for most of this stuff, where he's using his ankles, his knees, his hips, and he's just moving back and forth. You look at his body, especially like we talked about his head, he doesn't move a lot on the bike. And, he looked down at his GPS there for a second, and every now and then he might take a look over his shoulder just to make sure Cody's not there.
Exactly. And the reason these guys can be so comfortable is that he's not staring at that. He'll glance back at that rock right in front of him, but he's already 15 moves ahead. If he can see across the horizon, he looks. So now we're going to get a little information on that, but we're getting information on what the places are. But we're watching right now with Tristan Hart is out in front, and as Destry Abbott just said, he being one of the best instructors in the world, this is exactly how you want to ride.
This is.
So Tristan is now he's on that section, so there's no more lappers. He's on the new 1.5 mile section. Cody Webb has just made it past that intersection, but if you look at the pace that he's running, he is not pacing himself. He's trying to get away.
Yeah, shoot, there's probably maybe 30 minutes left for Tristan there, and this is a section I think Tristan's going to have to be careful not letting Cody catch him, because Tristan is, you can see him looking down. Look at exactly, he's trying to figure out his GPS, and this is where Cody can key off him. So he, right there's 5 seconds.
Well, he just went back.
So he knows he's screwed up, and he's like, and this is that panic mode. Ricky, you know all too well. You've been one of my legends. Like, you're someone I really looked up to. And you watch these guys, and you got to keep your cool. You watch Supercross and motocross or whatever. It's like, don't go too high, don't go too low. Yep, he's looking back down. He just wants to make sure he's on the right track, because if he would have kept going and he's trying to be impatient, it would have cost him more time. So
and that goes back. Are they running 1 or 2 GPSs, and how zoomed out and how zoomed on are they?
That was really good. Yeah, the top guys have 2 GPS on them. There's a couple different ones. There's the Garmin Trail Tech, and they'll have one zoomed in to like 30 yards, and then they'll have one zoomed out that they can look up, especially going through the faster stuff, because they can't keep up with you. You want to look and go, okay, we're straight. I'm going to focus on going ahead, drinking some water. But when we get in this slow speed stuff, this is where you look at that other one and making sure you're right on that track. And you'll see a lot of guys, normally we don't look down. We're always looking ahead. Exactly. But this is kind of like racing across rally cars, rally motorcycles. Yep, there he is looking down again.
And you might think, it's got to be so easy to follow a trail. No, it's not, because there's so many fingers out there. I've been down in Baja, and I'm in a trophy truck, and there will be so many trails because everyone's done all these different runs. If you miss one turn by 2 feet, next thing you know, it takes you off way out there. And that's what we just saw happen to Tristan Hart, that he has to navigate back and forth. He did have a small thing where he had to go back, turn around, come back up the hill, and then turn. But that shows us how fast he's going, because Cody Webb's not in sight.
Yeah, exactly. He must have put a big push in, and like I said, his fitness is phenomenal, and he wants to try to straighten it out. And what we don't see here on this, the video footage here, is how gnarly those sections are, where he's going around stuff. It's probably a 10-foot drop off, and sometimes those guys will power off it, but again, it's risk to reward. This is a long race. It's, it's a marathon. And you look back here, we talked about it yesterday. You watch these top guys, they make it look really easy. Yeah. And then you see the A riders, the B riders, and you're like, oh my gosh. It's the same thing with Supercross. It looks cool on TV. Then you get down there, you realize how big the whoops are, how big the triple is. I'm like, oh boy, I like watching it on TV a lot more.
Or I've gone to the local track and you see an amateur, a mid-pack intermediate, and he's flying. And then, or you see a pro out there, fine, you go, this guy, he should be winning Supercross. And then you see him go race against the best. And that's the thing that we're watching. We are watching the best in the world. There are other great riders, but I don't think that they would really be beating Tristan at this point.
No. Tristan, he, like I say, he won the world round last year back in the States here and in Tennessee at TKO. And, he won this event last year, and he's on another level right now. He's confident. I think the mental aspect is a huge part. As you know, when you get to the pro level, the mental side is huge. And, being confident and know you can do it. You don't have to be cocky, but being confident and, going there, hey, I'm going to win. And, but you keep that to yourself. So I know when I was at my peak, I was humble, but at the same time, you got to have that confidence.
When you sat on the line, you're like, I'm not getting tired, and I'm going to win unless something goes wrong.
Yeah, I'm big about positive. It's like going through sections. If you're struggling, don't talk about negative. Don't talk about, I'm going to fall over on this. I'm going to, that's that negativity going through your mindset where you need to tell yourself what to do coming up to sections and stuff like this.
So, go for it. Tristan Hart is a quarter of the way through there. And Cody Webb is also on this 1.5 extra loop. So it's not over yet.
No.
There's still a lot, and they also they're going to come back in, they're going to deal with some lappers. And here we see
I don't know what Tristan's looking at. That's kind of a weird one. That's not something we normally do, is look down lower at the lower part of the bike. I don't know what was going on there, honestly. I see him looking down, of course, his GPS again. But for him to stop and
Tristan?
I'm sorry?
Is that Tristan? I thought he was running a Red Bull helmet.
No, Tristan's actually he rides for factory KTM Red Bull, but he's not actually a Red Bull athlete
so
just
I've
yet.
Back and forth because I've had him as 38, and also that was number 1. So
39 is Will Reardon. He rides for a support RPM KTM team, and he's from Australia. Spent a lot of time with Will and his brother Gus, who races back east, and phenomenal riders.
So let's talk about Sherco for a little bit. They're kind of unknown here for a long time, but they're two-stroke technology with trials, and that's what they started as a trials bike.
Correct.
And so how they've gone into this and how they've developed their bikes. Obviously, Cooper's on it. We see Cody on it. They're big in Europe. What's your impression? I like the Shercos. Great company, great people. I'm a KTM guy personally. Yep. I've been with them for a while, but of course I spend a lot of time riding with Coop, or trying nowadays. I don't really get to ride with him as much as I'd like because he's gone. Yeah. And he's gone, but I try to find easy routes to make sure I can stay up. But they're phenomenal. I'd love to see more people more motorcycle companies in our sport. So the more there is, Beta, Sherco, Gas, Husqvarna, KTM, it's neat to see it getting bigger. I wish we could see more Japanese bikes. I was with Kawasaki for 20 years, and I would love to see them get back into it more and more. I know they're doing Baja, Hare and Hounds works and stuff, but hard enduro is definitely not the Japanese side. So it keeps growing, and I love just seeing more people. We had big numbers for this event, and it keeps growing, and I love seeing this footage is phenomenal, by the way. We don't get this kind of coverage. So being able to sit in the studio with you and listen and watch, and it's pretty darn cool. Now, and obviously it was great when you were doing the Hare and Hound. That was the series to be in. You had the Danny Hamels. You had so many studs out there at that time. But I think this is, in a way, cooler because of the training aspect. You get to do the trials. You get to go not play in the rocks, but train in the rocks. It's not just train in the desert and haul ass. I think this is also safer for the riders, even though there's a lot of scratched elbows and things like that, but they're not the big get-offs.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Ricky. One thing we talk about with this is the speed is a lot lower. Of course, I crash way more doing this, but I'm in first gear, second gear. And, nowadays I enjoy doing this way more than I do riding across the valley. I spent a lot of time here in Lucerne, and riding across chasing these guys, I was like, I don't miss this much anymore. But I'm 50 now, and I'm like, He's trying to get his rear end. Yep, definitely get that rear end. Now he wants to get weight to that rear end of the bike. So there's
let's
traction.
talk about that for a second. This is obviously an uphill. You can see the ditch, the terrain as they're going, and that happens a lot of times is that it'll hit, pop a rock and it'll bounce outside, and riders will think, I'll just power out. Not the right move.
Correct, exactly. Not unless you can ride it out, but for the most part, you said it. If I know my rear end kicks out and it's too far, I'm not getting on because it's just going to slide even more. You're better off taking 3-5 seconds, pulling that back up, get back on it, and go again. And like I said, we're just trying to keep our heart rate zones as low as possible and kind of learn your body. You know, with hard enduro, it's a lot more veteran racers. A lot of people have experience and know when to push their body, you know, and not over push early on. The young kids will be up front early, and then they bonk. And I'm like, it's a big deal.
Young bull.
Yeah.
Run down, the old bull walk down.
Yeah. I love seeing these guys. These are the guys that really matter. They're having a blast out there. They're hollering, hooting, and hollering, having fun, giving you a thumbs up. And this is what makes our sport so awesome is they're out there with some of the best riders in the world racing the same course. You know, you don't get to do that in motocross, supercross, but off-road racing.
Indianapolis,
exactly. Yeah, I know you've done it all, 2 and 4 wheels, and it's pretty cool.
Alrighty, we're going to get a little update on the checkpoint. At this point, I'm pretty sure it is still Tristan Hart out front, but I'm going to get that checkpoint, get that information. I'll be right back. So we still have Tristan Hart out front. He is through the checkpoint, which is halfway through that extra 1.5 miles. Cody Webb is not close enough to really lean, but he can see a little trails of dust, and that might help him out where we saw Tristan Hart actually have to turn around and then come back. So right now it's still anybody's race at this point because once again we got more lappers. So I'm going to pass it over to Chris because I know he's been kicking me in the shins. He wants to. Ryder LeBlanc is in third, is almost ready to get on that. So that lets us know how big of a gap is. So let me ask you before I go. Obviously, you would want to be Tristan Hart out front and put as much time on as possible, or would you rather be Cody Webb sitting back just a little bit?
At this point, with Tristan having a little bit of a gap, the lead, I'd put myself there. If Cody was on Tristan, I'd put myself in Cody's position because now I could take advantage of him having to use the GPS, especially on their new part that they're on this second lap, and kind of save some energy for that last sprint. Because the last few miles where it gets back on the main course, it's going to be, if they're on top of each other, it's full sprint mode. Now we talk about conserving energy. Now it's just like you're doing a special test. It's like trying to do a hot lap. You're trying to go as fast as you can. Risk to reward. Now you're going to be a little more putting it on the risk side because you know if I screw up, all right, I'll still get second. But these guys want to win. Both of those two are going to be legends. And Cody Webb, to me, is a legend. He's someone is an amazing. Tristan's becoming that right now. And it's going to be a cool finish for sure.
Well, and how much screaming are you doing at the lappers? I'm on your left.
You know what?
Right.
I actually wasn't a big screamer. I tried to keep, like we talked about heart rate, I tried to keep my body kind of low and even keel for the most part. I'd give them a rev. I'm more of a rever. You know, I'm going to use the engine, give them some noise and let them know. And, you know, I'll give them a few seconds and I'm like, all right, guy, you got to get out of the way now. Otherwise, you're going to get punted. And, you know, I'm sorry, but I got to go. This is how I make my living.
I'm a nice guy, but I got to roll. So I'm going to pass it over to Chris real quick. I know he's got some great questions for you. So, Chris, the other Johnson, take it away. And Cody Webb is through the checkpoint, and Ryder LeBlanc is on the 1.5. So, Chris, take it away.
Hey, thanks a lot, Ricky Johnson. Hey, this is great coverage on top of that. And Destry, great information. We were talking with you yesterday. And, you know, as far as coming from a National Hare and Hound aspect, your enduro cross and your veterans days, and now with the training and doing all this, you take a look at this, our sport has evolved to such a whole nother level, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. This is pretty insane. Even the live tracking, I had the app, and I'm watching to see, of course, I'm following my son, but I have a lot of riders out here I work with, and I love cheering them all on. You know, just to get out here, you got to be kind of a wire screwed a little wrong in that brain because I don't know why a lot of us love this, but I love to struggle, but I love getting up something I know not a lot of riders have done or conquering something. And the women and the men out here are amazing and very fortunate to get to watch them and go up some stuff that is pretty darn cool that most people don't realize how gnarly it is until you get there.
The biggest word to describe this is the challenge, and it really is. Which riders have you been helping out that are out here with us today?
Of course, Tristan Hart spent time, like he's coming down in next week for a few weeks. Going to spend with Cooper more. And, of course, Cooper, I got the veterans, got quite a few veterans. Will, who's running, I don't know whether he's running fourth, spent a lot of time with Will. Oh, there he goes. That's Tristan. You'll see Tristan here. It's a little blurry there, but see how he's getting weight to that back of that seat? He doesn't mind dog paddling, but he's lugging that bike. By him getting really aggressive on the throttle, the tire is going to spin where he wants to have traction. On this position here, he's trying to get weight to that smooth throttle. Look how far he's sitting back, almost on that rear fender. And now, once he gets up momentum, he's going to be back on those pegs and carrying that speed. That's a nice little climb. Nice pivot there, Tristan.
Nice the way he launched over those rocks, too. Now, here's something, and a lot of people don't realize the difference between four-stroke and two-stroke. Two-stroke hits every single revolution. Four-stroke every other revolution. And it's kind of an ABS type scenario to where it gives a brake before it grabs traction again. Well, nowadays, with these heavy flywheel two-strokes, it's adding to more torque to be able to not break the tire loose as much as it did previous with the smaller flywheel.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing, I think there's only 1 or 2 four-strokes out of there at 180 motorcycles. Right. So hard enduro is a two-stroke. Just like motocross, there's places for four-strokes. I have both bikes, of course, and for this stuff, I'm picking my two-stroke. I'm going to grab a 300 and I'm going to go ride, and it's fun. Like I said, I've raced this one a couple times, and I was on four-strokes because I was with Cowie. But once I got to this two-stroke, I realized, oh my gosh, I've been working way too hard, and having the right bike set up, softer suspension through this stuff, having a gummy tire, mooses, of course, inserts instead of tubes, and it makes a big difference on the bike setup. It's just like cars. We talk about NASCAR. If your car's pushing or whatever it is, doesn't matter how good you are. If your vehicle or your motorcycle isn't set up for what it is, you're going to be hindering yourself. So setup is really important. There's so many darn good bikes nowadays and good tires, and all that makes a huge, huge difference nowadays.
Now, talking about the bikes now, the 300 is probably the most popular size motorcycle for this type of racing, this type of competition. And nowadays, the 300 coming out with a little bit more, quite a bit more torque, but almost as much horsepower as the old 500s did.
Yeah, and sorry to interrupt. We were just talking about a four-stroke. This is, I believe, Justin Morgan on the Honda team, Samuel's team there, and I believe he's with Samuel's team still. But yeah, I think he's one of the only four-strokes, and he started on the front row. Amazing guy, especially down in Baja and stuff like that. But getting back to what you're talking about on the two-strokes, like I run a flywheel on my KTM, and just to help that lower end torque power, so it doesn't stall. It just tracks. I barely even have to use the clutch on sometimes because there's so much gyro in that motor. Where the four strokes, heavier but more planted, which is great for moto and stuff like that. But the two strokes, there's so much more nimble. I could flick it around. I could do pivot. You saw Tristan just a little bit ago. I can't do that anymore, but you watch those pivots, how good they are and how easy they make it, and they use the throttle. Like I said, they're not using a lot of energy on the motorcycle. They're using the clutch, they're using the throttle, and pivoting the motorcycle by, the motor itself.
Yes, we are.
Oh, sounds like we got a great battle going on with Will, who's running fourth, and then Colton Haker, and then my son Cooper Abbott. So fourth, fifth, and sixth are all together. I know Cooper had a little longer pit stop, but those guys are going to push hard and get themselves trying to pull off fourth, fifth, and sixth. I know all three of those guys don't want the other one to beat them, and they're all good buddies. That's one thing about off-road racing is a lot of us, we're all friends. We come on, we want to race, we want to win, but we all respect each other. If someone goes down, they'll stop, especially on hard enduro. Moto, you don't see that as much, but the top six guys have a pretty good gap, and I know before it was Corey Griffunder, I believe, in seventh, and a couple other guys, can't remember, Petrie, I believe they were back there. So it's neat to see, but it shows how good these top two, Colton and Cody, are riding right now with the lead they've already put on Ryder, who is one of the big up-and-coming riders, riding for Factory Husqvarna this year now too.
And right along with Will Reardon.
Will, there's a young one. I forgot about Will. You're right.
Both Will and Ryder are two of our youngest riders in this mix. But, hey, by any chance, do you know what happened to Colton yesterday?
Yeah, I did. Colton had a pretty good crash off early on, and now we're going back to Tristan here. Look at how fast Tristan is going now. This is
smooth.
Towards the end. I can tell you right now, he's probably has about 15 minutes left, if that. And now he's back into race mode. I don't know if he took a peek and he saw Cody, or he's just like, I need to push. But like I said, this kid is a machine. We talk about how much he's standing. Look at how well he's doing this. Like, that's phenomenal. We see a lot of guys sitting down, and I find myself sitting down way more these days just because I'm out of shape now and I'm old. But watching Tristan makes it look effortless. You watch any pro athlete, no matter what it is they do, they make it look way easier. I love golfing. I suck at it, but you watch a golfer and they're like, oh, so they're back on the main course, of course, now. So he's not going to have to be using that GPS. But he's going to have to start dealing with the lappers, and the lappers could be an issue, especially if you get to a bottleneck and the good line's taken. Tristan's going to have to find a harder line to get around them.
He does.
I say that all the time.
No matter what you're riding, no matter how you're riding, but smooth is fast. It's the fastest way. So you always try to pursue being proper location on the bike, your proper placement of your foot pegs, your proper placement with your handlebar, the angle of your elbows and control of the handlebars, and everything tight, being one with the motorcycle and remaining smooth is the best possible way to do it.
You said that perfectly, and we just talked about like different sports like golfing. Like I feel like I hit the ball as hard as I can and it barely goes anywhere, but the pros make it look effortless. It's all about form. Same concept. Look, he's having a good time. I love the thumbs up. Yeah, that's what it's about, buddy. But yeah, it's really about being efficient, and it's also safer being smoother, and you're going to use less energy, and it's just being efficient. Charles Schaefer, that was actually Charles, so that was cool. Charles is having a great time out there, and it's a cool atmosphere. Like I said, you're going to go by, other racers are supporting each other. If the bike falls on you, he's going to help you, or a lot of the guys, especially in the back, will start teaming up with each other, especially on the tougher sections. You'll see a lot of them team up, pulling on the front end. Once they get to the top, they get off their bike, walk back down, and you haven't seen that much with the pros here, but at the super hard enduros, they will do that. And not that this isn't hard, because this is actually really technical, but Charles is doing a great job at standing up, getting through this section.
Okay, we're getting ready to go to a commercial break right now, and thank you everybody for joining us for the 2023 King of the Motos, sponsored by SRT Off-Road, Progressive Insurance, Optima Batteries, Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, and Nitto. With that, we're onward to a commercial break.
Renowned worldwide for reliability, the ARB air locker is a must-have for off-road drivers, including rock crawlers, overlanders, and racers. With over 100 applications, ARB Air Lockers gives your vehicle the traction you need to tackle virtually any challenge with the flip of a switch.
MP, a tradition of performance. For over 60 years, a brand synonymous with VWs. Known around the world for quality, speed, and innovation. MP, the first in VW speed equipment.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
We're gonna stand on top with our hands in the sky. Gonna raise our cup to the stadium lights.
King of the Hammers, it's the toughest one-day race in the world as far as I'm concerned.
When you need your winch, that's the only thing that matters. It's about getting to the finish line first. It doesn't matter how you do it.
There is action all over this race course.
See, it's a tough trail. He's getting up at some loose rocks, big boulders.
How exciting is this? We have a new king, ladies and gentlemen. We have the big daddy of them all. History being made here today. Yeah. A new champion will be crowned. The greatest display of off-road motorsport anywhere in the world.
Back off our commercial break, our 2023 version of the King of the Motos, sponsored by SRT. Here's the update, our top 6 right now. Tristan Hart is in. He is a victor again 2 years in a row. Tristan Hart on that factory KTM, factory Red Bull KTM, has now taken the top honor and again the winner of our 2023. Now we have the replay coming on our big screen for those of you viewing. It's Tristan Hart coming through to the finish for the last portion of that added 1.3 mile portion of the course. Second place, Cody Webb is coming down through the valley also. He's running in second, followed by our youngster Ryder LeBlanc on the Husqvarna. Will Reardon in fourth on the KTM. Colton Haker on the Husqvarna, the Red Bull. No, on the. Oh, yep.
That was awesome. That was Tristan coming in, and you could tell how much that meant to him. You could see his right wrist just down, and he's holding that thing wide open, and a little fist pump, which is cool to see. Oh, there we go, going back to some guys are still getting through these sections, but I know Cody's coming into the finish here pretty soon, and you saw Ryder without a front fender. I know he lost that on the first lap when I saw him in the pits, and it's amazing when I've lost a front fender before by cartwheeling or whatever it may be. And
it's a weird feeling when you lose your front fender.
You don't realize how much. Yeah, you don't realize how much you actually refer to that front fender as far as placement and stuff. And a lot of these guys are just finished in their first lap, and I think 3 o'clock is our time limit, and it's hard to believe that the top guys have already finished 2 laps and even a 1.5 hard section. So it's a great race. Will, Colton, and Coop, I heard, were really close to each other.
So, of course, that's going to be a great battle to the end.
Now, as a father, because I think a lot of people want to know that, when you have Destry Abbott as your dad, I mean, going home, how much do you talk racing? Do you let it go? Do you analyze? I know you and Coop have an unbelievable father-son relationship, as well as your daughter, but do you give him some space? Do you kind of say, let's digest now? And he's like, Dad, can we talk about it tomorrow? How does it work with you guys?
Ricky, that's really well said. And I think now I've taken a step back for sure. He's 25. He just turned 25 and this year. And, he's got enough experience. He knows when he makes some mistakes. I don't need to tell him. And, it's kind of like what my dad did with me. But, he was pretty new to racing where, well, of course, I've been pretty successful for the most part in racing. And but unless he asks a question, I don't really try to tell him what he should be doing. And what he's doing right now is amazing. He's putting in the work. He knows what he needs to do. And I kind of take a step back and, let him make – sometimes they got to make mistakes. You can't hold their hand forever. And if it's something we can help him out with, I'm like, line choice, buddy, I think you should start over here. I think this. And I'll tell him why. And then he's like, okay. Or, we'll talk about things before races. But overall, he's out there. He's putting in the work. And I kind of took a step back, and it's working out just fine. And he's an amazing kid and an amazing man now. So
you've been in both shoes. Tristan Hart, the young gun, the guy on top and everything, and you've also been the guy that's getting a little bit older as Cody Webb is right now. But I think Cody Webb has got to hold his head up high and be really proud of this finish. He was in the mix all day and really not look at it as second place sucks. It always does. But dealing with what he's been dealing with, and for him to be right there, don't you think he's going to walk away with his head up?
He will. Cody's mature enough. He's a smart guy, and like I said, he's a legend in our sport.
Yep.
And as you know, Ricky, he's done a lot for our sport, and now he's at the point where he's enjoying it. He's still putting in the work. He's using his experience, but. We had Ethan Hutchinson on there, 55, one of our youth riders, and there you can tell he's having a good time right here. But getting up and looking down at that GPS, and
so he tore his shoulder up, and so we saw him, I think, crossing the finish line yesterday with his arm down and stuff.
No
and
way.
He was like, if I can make it to the top of Chocolate Thunder, I might keep going, but. Now he decided to do a little interview in the
That's really cool. Yep, we're all stubborn. Us racers are stubborn, especially doing hard enduro. You're going to fall, and you got to forget about those mistakes. And looks like this is a female rider here. She's plugging along there pretty well. But getting back to Cody there, he's dealt with a wrist injury. He's coming back from that. And I think he missed most of last year, a hard enduro, if not all.
Yep.
And for coming out of here with a second place, which is looking like it's going to happen, that's a solid start. You know how it is. First round, you just want to be up front. Put yourself in position. And, here we come. Looks like we got Max Gersten following him, too, with the video footage.
Cody Webb, as he works his way to the finish line. Did you see that? See the nose wheelie down the hill?
That's at trials-ish,
That is going to be awesome. You see Max Gersten right behind him, and Cody pushing all the way to the finish. But for Tristan, he did lose the championship to Johnny Walker. This has got to be the step going back, because he knows he's a worthy opponent, and that's I think it seems like in some cases the new generation is once they get beat, they're beat. But I love that he's fighting back, and he's going to find his way back to that. Well, he found his way to Victory Circle, but back to that championship.
Yeah,
form.
Johnny,
Tristan.
Rick. Well, I know, but Ricky, you know all too well that like with Tristan and those guys like that, they're getting experience right now. They're learning from mistakes, which is going to help them. A lot of people always look at negative. I'm like, even with my riders, I'm like, all right, I know you got 8th. What can we learn from that to make yourself better for that next round? So it's always learning, and I learned more from losing than I did winning. When I won, I was like, well, that was easy. That wasn't too bad. And then the next one, you try even harder, and you go backwards. I don't need to explain this to you. And I learned more from making mistakes and learn from that mistake to make yourself a better rider.
But So Tristan's going to be coming this way. We're going to get to interview him. I'm going to let you go, Destry. It was awesome to get to hang out with you. Let's keep in touch. Let's do some schools. I'll come out and hang out with you. You come wash my back, I'll wash your back. We'll go have some fun teaching people how to ride motorcycles and enjoy it.
Oh, absolutely. And both of us just love what we do now, and being able to give back and enjoy riding still is pretty awesome, and it's a blessing for me and my family. And I was honored coming in here with you guys, you and Chris, and thank you for that. And definitely will be watching myself too.
Always a blessing. It's great to see you healthy and happy, and love to the ladies and Coop.
Thank you. I appreciate it, buddy.
Go get them, buddy.
Love you guys.
Love you too, man. Thanks.
Alrighty, that was Destry Abbott. If you want to learn how to ride, he is your guy. I mean, there's a lot of great guys. Jimmy Lewis, if you want to learn to navigate, there's nobody better than Jimmy. I think one of the best instructors in the world. A lot of great instructors out there, but Destry is one of those guys because he's just such a caring and he thinks. I mean, he analyzes all of it, and he's going to make you the best you. He's not going to make you another Destry Abbott.
Well, even more important than that is Destry's passion for our sport. It doesn't matter if it's supercross or if it's road racing or if it's enduro cross or hard enduro, what we're seeing here. His passion for our sport is second to none, that's for sure.
Yep.
And it was really an honor to have him up here. Of course, I've known him since he was just a little kid. I remember announcing a Canyon Grand Prix back in the mid-'80s. He was on a mini bike, and he got third overall at a Grand Prix.
Yeah, well, I remember when I met him, I was kind of getting towards the end of my supercross career, and he was just starting and stuff like that. And he was always just such a humble guy. He's like, man, you're my hero, blah blah. And what he was doing in the Heron Hounds and stuff, I'm like, I think you're equally, if not more, my hero. So when you get to somebody like that, who's a humble champion, it's great to be around because if you're one of his students, you're gonna feel his confidence, and you're gonna osmosis. You're gonna take some of that in. So once again, if you're looking to ride hard enduro, desert, or just enjoy ride motorcycle more, look up Destry Abbott. They got a great program.
Yeah, I'd like to mention right now one of my up-and-coming Grand Prix youngsters out in the audience right now, Brody Ford. Right on, Brody. Good to see you and the family, man. And we have a lot of other friends that are out viewing our live streaming that's going on right now, and it's again definitely a privilege and an honor to be here with Ricky Johnson and Brian Pierce, and of course Destry Abbott, our fourth man on our on our announcing table today this weekend. And Destry added a lot of color to what's going on here to the tail end. We're waiting for Cody Webb to come into the last bit to take that second
he's
place.
Already got it. He got the second place. He came down. He had Max Gersten behind him, so we're going to see some great footage. Max was letting you know that he's got a YouTube channel, and he's going to have the different stuff with the U.S. Hard Enduro. So look that stuff up, and you'll get to see. Because when I first saw, whenever I see Max, I think of him as a racer, but he's got the yellow vest on, and so what some of the riders are talking about it is that all of a sudden they hear somebody up on their ass, pushing left and right, this and that, and they're like, who caught me? And they look back and oh, it's Max.
What's so cool about Max?
Man who's like national caliber.
Max, just like Corey Graffender, one of our long-standing enduro cross competitors as well.
Yep.
And Max, of course, Western Hare Scrambles and Heron Hound and Desert Scrambles as well. But here we are coming to the tail end.
That's looking like Ryder LeBlanc as he crosses the line, and then once again, Max. You can see Max Gersten in the orange vest. So that is Ryder. That is Ryder LeBlanc is now. So we have the top three have finished. Tristan Hart, Cody Webb, and Ryder LeBlanc have now crossed the finish line. Some of these guys are starting their second lap. They're like, oh my God. Are you kidding me?
Just starting.
And they're doing the math on how fast somebody went to do that whole thing and pass me again and finish before. So
actually, what it is, Ricky, it's not so much how fast, it's how efficient they completed that lap.
I say bull crap because speed is time and time is speed, and they're done in half the time. Not half the time. They've done twice the work in that one time. So,
well, perfect example of the clip was seeing Tristan railing down that canyon. He was flying down that thing.
And being smooth, but smooth is fast, as they say. And as we watch Tristan Hart work his way down there, just as Destry was saying, with the ankles sagged in, the knees in tight, using the body position, not killing his arms, not getting tight. You look at this, how smooth his head and his hips are. He was doing definitely the right thing. But here we're seeing some of the other riders, they're getting kind of bottled up. They're probably talking about, oh, you broke your case when you dropped it that time. Your shifter's bent, your peg, blah, blah. So some of these guys are going to have a long day getting out of the woods.
And your throttle tube smeared into your handlebar so it no longer twists. You always want to fold over on at least on your left side.
If you can pick, if you're going to pick a side.
That's right.
But then if you break your clutch lever, then you're even screwed more.
Hey,
So
how many hammers have you done now?
how many hammers have I done? I'm going to say this is probably my 6th. But it's my 3rd King of the Motos. As you're watching some of the riders come through, they're doing some interviewing and stuff like that.
I'd like to mention also one of our former commentators for King of the Motos.
Yes.
Dave Brocious.
Yeah,
Dave Brocious is
the Broseph man.
Yeah, Dave, we lost him about a year ago now. He was a former Enduro Cross, last dog standing, hard Enduro. He's done some motocross as well, but huge loss in our industry. And Dave Brocious, big time. What a wealth of knowledge, man.
Yes.
The guy was phenomenal.
The Encyclopedia Broseph.
Yep, he was. He was a good man. And
All of a sudden, he
sorely
would
missed.
start pulling out stuff. I'm like, damn, go, boy. He would just rattle off, well, back 10 years ago, this guy did this, and he won his first championship and that. So having Dave in the booth. But I have to say, having you and Brian definitely make, you don't replace him, but you guys are making my job easy because you know all of these riders so well.
Well, at least a handful. Thank guys. Hey, we're expecting Tristan Hart, our 2023 SRT King of the Motos champion, to come up on the podium stage with us for a celebration time. And man, what a performance he's put on for us all weekend, winning every single one of these sections.
But now
from yesterday.
So was him and Cody Webb were neck and neck starting that second lap. I think he did. He led the first lap, but with Cody right on his tail. But as Destry said, when he took off out of there, in the term "bat out of hell," he was hauling. I mean, he wanted to establish a lead, and that's when he broke away. So that Cody had to start doing his own navigation, because once they broke into that new trail, we saw him get lost one time. We saw our leader have to turn around, go backwards on the course, and in your mind, it just throws you into a panic. You start holding your breath doing that. But Tristan Hart, showing the champion that he is, gathers it back up. No harm, no foul. Still couldn't see Cody's dust. Still couldn't see Cody Webb coming. So he picked up the pace and took off. So, I mean, this was his event. I mean,
he did the same thing yesterday in stage 1.
Yeah.
He had to go and retrace his steps with his GPS and try and pick up the point. And he was spun around a little bit, but he was able to make it up.
Yeah. Well, so it's great. It's great to. I can't wait to hear his version of the race. Because there's so much that we can see, but there is so much that we cannot see as well. So I'm really looking forward to hearing his point of view, because, when obviously it's always easy when you win. It's the shortest story. How did you do? I won. But if you don't win, how'd you do? Well, I got the whole shot. So you went, no, I fell down and I got back up and I worked into third. So you got third. No, and I fell down again. So the worse you do, the longer the story is to let everybody know why you didn't win. But when you win, it's just, yeah, I won.
But think about that, the times where you had to work your butt off to get up to that winning position.
Yeah.
Say you fell back to. Okay.
So we just got information that Cody Webb is officially our second man on the podium, and Ryder LeBlanc is officially our third rider in. So we've got the top 3 in. We're still waiting for Will Reardon, Colton Haker, and also Cooper Abbott.
There's Colton
back
Haker.
in.
Colton Haker now coming in to Chocolate Thunder finish point.
I think that's Will, isn't it?
No, that was Colton, number 10.
You are absolutely right.
Ryder's already in. Ryder locked up the third place.
Ryder's already locked up.
We had a good chat yesterday with Ryder, and he's, again, one of our young guns coming up through the field, right along with Will Reardon, and both 20 years old. Man, what a career ahead of both of those lads. But it was really nice. He was so humble You know, he joined the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna team. He's teammates with Colton Haker. And if he's able to ride with Colton to pick up some of the experience of that, man, I'm many time Endurocross champion.
Yeah.
Colton is a phenomenal individual, both on and off the motorcycle.
Well, and I think he'll also benefit from Colton's entrepreneurship. Colton doesn't sit still. He's got shirts going. He's got merchandise going. He's got everything going. He's the consummate, as I said, entrepreneur and champion. And he's going to keep going. So hopefully Ryder can also learn from that and keep it going.
Yeah, I think he just moved back up to Hollister. He lived in Idaho for a while. But Colton's a good friend of mine as well, and along with all the others. Like to get a chat with Colton sometime and find out what happened to him yesterday. We heard he did take a tumble, and like to find out what happened exactly, because Colton's definitely this is not Colton's regular position. We would expect him a little bit farther up the ladder.
Well, and we were also talking about what I love about the different brands is friends we used to be teammates with way back in the day is Rodney Smith, who's heading up the beta side. Mm-hmm. Beautiful bikes, beautiful Italian-made equipment, obviously very fast, a lot of fast guys riding them. But it's great to see, as I said, the Shercos, the Betas, the other brands coming in besides the main brands. And obviously, I think Gas Husky and KTM are leading the way. But these other brands are coming in, and it's anybody can win because there's so many fast guys on so many good bikes.
It's funny too. A lot of people don't realize, but the corporate structure for KTM, Husqvarna, and Gas are the same corporation.
Yeah, just different color paint.
Just different color paint. Well, remember when Husqvarna got bought out by Godiva back in the day? That changed things around too.
It went from Sweden to Italy.
Yep.
Now to Austria. So it was great. I was over with Chris Cassidy doing not a world tour, but a tour of the Alps through Switzerland, Austria, Germany, France, and Italy. And it was just marvelous. I got to go over to see Pitt Beyer, who was, when I was at the end of my career, Pitt was at the beginning of his career.
Was badass,
and now Pitt
man.
is just, what he's doing as the world race director, and how many things he's managing, and I'm just so proud of him, and looking and getting a tour of the factory, getting a tour of the race shops, of the road racers, of everything that they've done, and all behind the helm of Mr. Peer, who came in with Heinz Kindergartner, said, hey, I think I found somebody that'll buy this from Mr. Truck and Pulse and turn the company around, and the changes that it's made, and just and now they're acquiring Gas and Husqvarna. It's just it's a great success story.
Well, talking about a success story, last night you went to a trophy awards presentation banquet, and we'd like to congratulate Ricky Johnson for locking down the championship for the SCORE Truck Series.
Not the truck. Luke McMillan was the champion last night. He had a 7-page speech. A quite confident young man, I'll just put it that way, with his speech and that, but he deserves it because he was the champion. He won the majority of the races, won the third time in a row winning the Bond 1000, but I just want to thank Gustavo Villadosla for bringing me into the team. Also, Tal Villadosla last year, we got second in the Bond 1000 overall, and this year his father, Gus, and myself, and Mike ended up winning the Trophy Truck Legends. So you can call it Legend, you can call it Vintage, but it's the older guys in the Trophy Truck. So I'm having a blast racing. Had a good time last night with my wife Stephanie and our son Luke. He got 10th in the Bond 1000 overall in Trophy Truck. So a lot going on. But hey, enough about me. Let's talk about these racers. I'm just, at this point, you just wonder what's going through their head. Like, how much further is it? When I raced this in what they call the spec class, you see something, you go, oh, I only have like 3 miles left to go. And then you get to the top of the hill, and then you see what those 3 miles are. A mile at King of the Hammers is like holding your breath for a minute. Like, 1's not bad. 2 hurts a lot if you can do it. Then 3, even if you're in great shape, hurts terribly. And that's the way mileage is out here at King of the Hammers. You have some stuff where you get in the desert, get to haul ass. Most of the time, you're just going 5 miles an hour.
Very few breaks.
Yep.
Very few breaks. There are some sections you open up to maybe get to 4th or 5th gear, but that's about it. Most of the time, you're in first gear.
Yep, and here you see the white flag going. This guy's got another lap. Could be a guy, could be a girl, could be youth. We're not sure, but seeing that white flag, he's like, "Are you sure? Are you sure that you don't want to wave that checkered flag?"
Well, you know, Ricky, usually multiple laps, if your leader comes in and gets the checkered flag, everybody gets the checkered flag afterwards.
Well, but that's the thing about this King of the Motos is there's section times and checkpoints, and once you get to that point, there's a close-off time, and that's 3 o'clock, because we do not want somebody spending the night out in the desert.
So coming through the gate right now, we got Mitch Carvolt just came through. Following him, Justin Morgan, the reigning Baja 1000 champion. And then David Camo coming through after Justin. So
and this is the last check before they get to the finish. So they are not at the finish line yet.
Correct.
So those guys still have some things to do, but they do have the other top 4 and 5 guys already out in front of them to kind of show the way.
they have that added mile and a half onto this as well.
Exactly.
Yes.
So they're going to work their way through. Then once they get back on there, they got to deal with some of the lappers. But as we saw, that did not slow down Tristan or Cody or Ryder at all. Those guys just kept a pace like nobody was there.
Now Kendall Norman, when he was campaigning the Baja races all the time, he took a hiatus after we lost Kirk Caselli.
Yep.
And that was a real tough time for Kendall because he was very, very close with
It's a tough time
Kirk.
for all of us.
Along with all of us, it was tough. But Justin Morgan helped him out and pulled him back out of the reins, and he's back on the JCR team. And good to see Kendall. Kendall goes down with Campbell and company, and he's actually the cook, and he trains with these guys as well. So.
Yep. Will Reardon is actually officially 4th, and Colton Haker came back from I think a 10th place finish yesterday to finish across the finish line to finish 5th place. I'm sorry, what? Okay. Alrighty, once again, Will Reardon finishing 4th overall, and Colton Haker making it to the finish. We are going to get these riders up here. We're going to interview them. We're going to hear their story because there's so much. I know for myself in racing, everything happens so fast. It's like you're in a tornado or in a bar fight. You don't exactly know, and then all of a sudden you start to recall afterward or you get some questions. But all these guys, they got a beautiful course, an unbelievable day, and those guys are finished, and now they're starting to they get to relax a little bit. And I cannot believe that the top 5 are done before just after 11 o'clock.
Unreal. You know, with my post-race interviews, I always enjoy doing it right at the finish line, whereas we don't have that liberty of being able to do that this weekend because the finish is out there at Chocolate Thunder. But you catch the exuberance and the excitement and anything else that might be happening at the very finish line when they complete their event. And you can come up with so many more different variety of stories at that point in time than you can, say, an hour or two afterwards.
Yeah. And as they're driving home, they'll be, oh, yeah, there was that one time.
Mm-hmm.
I went off this cliff, but I almost died. I almost did this and I almost did that. And so the adrenaline is still probably pretty hot in them. But once again, I use the UFC as a reference because you watch when the adrenaline stops and how these fighters go from dancing around and punching and kicking and beating the crap out of each other to where all of a sudden, after the interviews, the pain starts to set in, the adrenaline starts to come down, and that's what's going to happen. You're going to go, oh, yeah, I remember falling on that rock, or I remember hitting my knuckle on this or my elbow on that. A lot of things. As Destry said, I don't care how good you are, you're going to fall. You're going to fall doing this stuff. So I want you to ask that question to our winner, Tristan. How many times did he fall in this race? When
How many times can he keep track of the amount of times he fell?
Well, but I'm gonna. So let's take another gamble on this. I'm gonna say that he's gonna say he probably fell 5 times. How many times do you think he said? When I say fall, that means bike hit the ground.
Bike hit the ground with Tristan. I'm gonna say 4.
You chicken.
Yeah, I say Cody probably
He's gonna
6.
take 1 below me. That is the most chicken way of. All right, you say 4, I say 5. All right.
You know our top riders do not fall that often, though.
No, but in this kind of stuff with these rocks, these slow sections and stuff, I don't consider stopping in the stopping in the bike tipping over part way. I'm talking about when you're removed from the bike. So we're watching one of the heli shots, and once again, we want to thank everybody from Hammer Productions. As this rider, as you can see, there's so many different trails, and so now you have to go back to his GPS because it's like, do I turn left, do I turn right, and how far you have it zoomed in or out? Are you on a single GPS? Are you on a double? That's up to you.
Yeah, I'd like to get a chat with my buddy from Arizona, Nick McGowan. He's one of our Enduro Cross veteran racers. He raced quite a few times against Destry when Destry was doing the veterans class in Enduro Cross. And he's from Arizona. I'd like to get a chat with him. And he did win his particular class in stage 1. We'll see how he does now. But Nick is, we'll have to ask him how many times he fell this event. And Nick's always fun to talk with as well.
Well, we want to thank you all for tuning in. Once again, you are watching the 2023 SRT Off-Road King of the Motos. We want to thank all of our sponsors for coming out here. We have SRT Off-Road, Progressive Insurance, Optima Batteries, Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, as well as Monster Energy and Nitto Tires. We want to throw a courtesy shout-out to the guys from Dang Brothers Pizza, Jeepers Jamboree, King of the Hammers, Instacart and Showers by Finish Line IV, as well as Miles Mountain Firewood, PCI Radios, Potato Hut, Rocky Mountain ATV and MC, the Donut Cafe, as well as Triple Concessions, VP Racing Fuels, and Be Fresh Squeezed Lemonade. So thank you guys for coming out. Everything is just getting going here. Like we see PCI Radios, we got the Cowboy Taco over there, but everybody's just starting to roll in, Chris.
You know, this week's going to be like just setting up stage for King of the Hammers. You know, when Hammertown comes into play, it's going to be crazy, crazy, crazy starting next weekend. You know, of course, you get to be out here and cover the times with Miles. Who else is going to be joining Miles and you?
We're going to have Ian Johnson. We are going to have Jim Marsden. We're going to have Scott Rain. We got Bob Bauer. We're going to have a bunch of guest appearances. Kurt Leduc is going to come out and promote his off-road swap meet, which that is always the one time that I can always know that Kurt Leduc will call me because we're such great friends. To promote his off-road swap meet. So we'll see Kurt out here. All the best to the Duke family. Obviously got Todd and Kyle and Valerie. So all the best to them as well. But anyhow, it's going to be great. We got the off-road race, meaning this is all off-road racing, but the desert truck racing. It's called the Desert Challenge, which is going to have the trophy truck and trophy truck specs, plus some of the smaller cars, as well as the side-by-sides with the Can-Am, the turbos, and NA cars and all the stuff. So a lot of racing coming our way. And this is that checkpoint that we're talking about before they start that new section, that new 1.3 or 1.3 miles. But Chris, I'll be honest with you, it didn't present the challenge that Justin thought it was. I mean, he was saying how slow he had to go around there, and the top guy just blitzed right through it.
Well, they make it look so easy.
Yeah.
And you know what? Our top 10 pro riders, you know what? I'm sorry to say, they're not human.
Yeah.
No, they're not human. They come from another planet altogether. And what a phenomenal performance by every single one of them. We're coming up with a Spooner's replay right now on the screen. Big screen for our viewers right in front of us here and on the internet stream. Another rider tumbling down. That's the proper side of falling. You want to fall on your left side, not your right.
There's no proper
I don't know.
side
Have
to
you ever broken
falling.
a throttle tube?
If you have a choice.
Ricky, have you ever broken a throttle tube?
Yes, I've broken pretty much everything. I've broken a throttle tube. I've bent bars. I've broke bars. Broke tail sections. Punctured gas tanks. Flat tires. Broken wheels. When you ride from the time that you're 3 years old until you're 25, things happen.
Oh yeah. Just like today. Well, you know what? You know, talking about Cooper Abbott, a foot peg issue on lap number 1 today. Talking about Cody Webb yesterday, smashing the pipe.
Yep.
Even our top riders will have bike issues,
Well, as we're watching, look at the size of the rocks and the ones that are moving and trying to navigate your way through. And this is where the riders stop, take a look.
That was Quinn Winsel on the screen, one of our pro riders.
Is that Gage Logan key, number 8?
Yep. Oh, no, it was number 5, wasn't it?
I thought that was number 8.
That'll be Gage Logan Key.
Yes.
Out of Burkesville, Kentucky, on a gas. It's a good view of him navigating through some gnarly rocks, trying to pick his way through. And it becomes more and more difficult to find a cleaner lane that other riders haven't gone through to tear it up.
Well, and now he's looking for rubber marks on the rocks, and you see he's using the rocks where it's clean, so he's getting consistent traction. Now he's looking to I got to get a good run, shoot up this hill, or am I shooting to the left? And there he shoots his way straight up and following the small trail. So now he's going all the way around because the the trucks would use this main line, but they were coming down that, which in 2 weeks they're going up this trail. So imagine being in a Jeep trying to climb or a side-by-side.
That was nicely done, by the way.
Huh?
That was nicely done, by the way.
Yes.
Yep. Of course, it's a lot easier for Ricky and I to be up here in the booth to critique everybody.
Yeah, these guys don't know difficulty. Try to get up first thing in the morning and make it out here and sit next to Chris Johnson and announce. Riding King of the Motos is simple. I just got to say it. Oh.
Yep, we're going to be here till the tail end of it and hoping to get a good chat with Tristan Hart, Cody Webb, and
they should
Ryder
be down here any
LeBlanc.
moment.
And for those of you, especially you truck people, be sure to make your way on down to our friends over there at PCI Race Radios. Of course, the Camel's involved with the PCI Race Radio team, and lots of neat stuff. We're talking about the GPS upgrades that are provided over there by PCI, and Rick was looking into that as well for some of his training programs.
Well, and there's a lot that you can do with the GPS and what they call InReach. There's the new Garmin that they have that a lot of the race truck guys are going to be going to, where you can track your other guys and it'll give you information back and forth. So it is going to evolve the sport. And one of the guys that I've worked with for many years, Damien Clapper, who started Lead Nav. And if you have an iPhone, you can get that app. I've used it a lot. I use it on the iPad. You can get it to communicate back with you. And now finally Garmin has come up with a unit that will do the same thing, that you can tell it, I have a L2 coming to really give you the distance to that turn and keep you moving as we're watching these riders. They look like teammates, actually, because they both were in the same gear, or it's just a coincidence that they're on the track at the same time, but looking out for each other and following that. So to finish my thought on the navigation side, Lawrence has been the big push when it came to trophy trucks and things like that. But a lot of people are moving away because they're not giving them what they wanted, and that's where Garmin has stepped up. We talked to the Calmas about that, and at PCI about what's different with that unit, and it is a lot like the Lead Nav, where you can put the different things in, you can thicken your trail, you can do a lot of different things that an off-road racer needs. But if you're out there fishing, they call them fish finders, you're trying to find your way back to your favorite fishing hole or a reef or something like that, you don't need all that stuff because you're not running at speed. But when you're running at speed and you need to thicken a line or put a, one line to the left or to the right or a speed zone or whatever it might be, Lead Nav has definitely been doing that, but as well as now Garmin is stepping it up, making bigger units for these guys.
Seems like the new Garmin unit is trying to be, or pursuing to be, more user-friendly as well, and with a lot better viewing capabilities, whereas some of these other units will have a really thin line, whereas the Garmin actually has a thick line. You're able to follow it a lot.
Yeah, you can change the color.
Change the color,
you
too.
have that with the Lowrance, but just their line is much thinner. And when I'm at speed in the trophy truck, in the trophy truck legend class, I have a hard time seeing it, and I get lost, especially if somebody wants to put a pink line on a yellow screen. I lose it, so I end up having to go with typically red, blue, or black. Not that you guys are asking about this, we just thought we'd tell you.
Well, now we're coming in. Screen stop. Okay, another view.
So we're getting some information. We're showing that 7 riders have made it across the finish line. So I think it's going to be a little closer to what I was saying, Chris. You were saying 80 people are going to finish. I'm going to say I think we're going to be way under. I think we're going to be way, way, way under. Never said you had a problem with it, but of course you don't have a problem with it. But it was just a gentleman's bet. But there's something. What I was saying is, looking at the riders and looking at how hard they have to work, and some of those guys what their body posture when it came to them starting that second lap. This is going to be a difficult race to finish. Something about a motorcycle, such a freedom that you can move around and you're so physical and you use every aspect, your emotions, your physical, your mental. Your sight, your smells. Am I smelling antifreeze? Am I smelling brakes? Listening to the motors, it's starting to tighten up, whatever it is, and you just keep pushing. And it's amazing how tough bikes are nowadays.
It's really important too. Also at this time. It's really important too at this time that riders breathe. Try to breathe in through your nose, take deep breaths, fill up your lungs with oxygen, and breathe out through your mouth. And if you teach yourself to do that, you can fill your body more with oxygen to feed the cells that need them as you're continuing on. And a lot of people don't do that. I'm traditionally a shallow sleeper, a shallow breather, and I have to remind myself all the time, especially when I'm exerting extra energy, to try to breathe deeper.
Yeah, and a lot of times it's the timing. I've done some work with Laird Hamilton and different stuff when it comes to breathing, and you got to make sure that you're using, breathing at the right time. And I say with racing, try to focus on as much nose breathing as you can until you get your heart rate gets so high that you got to start doing some mouth breathing. But even if you go in the nose, out the mouth, it will definitely keep your heart rate down, keep your nerves down, your anxiety. It'll calm you down quite a bit.
Couple of riders on our screen taking a little break, talking about the weather. And what a lovely day of weather we have in front of us here.
That is 27, Joseph Nemeth, as he works his way up that technical section. And that's where Justin was saying that he had to work his way around the outside. So you see a lot of these tracks and you're wondering which ones are the best, but he's doing a great job knowing when to step off, when to move. I'm going to pass the mic over to Brian here just for a moment, and I will be right back in a little bit. You are watching the SRT Off-Road 2023 King of the Motos. I'm Ricky Johnson. I'm going to pass over to Brian Pierce. Take it away.
All right, back with me now, Brian Pierce. Welcome back. Hey, Brian, what have you been seeing out in the field?
Holy moly, I've seen a lot of carnage is what I have been seeing out there, Chris. It is absolutely insane. So as we have seen throughout the weekend, that dust, right? This silty sand that's here in the Johnson Valley OHV Park is just getting all over these rocks. So if these riders lose that little bit of momentum that they're trying to keep, they're trying to carry, they're trying to get grip on those rocks, you can tell that those gummy tires, they're not doing the job that they would hope that they would do, because that momentum is so key out there trying to keep track on these nice silty rocks.
You know, Brian, here's another aspect we haven't even discussed. Of course, we're talking about the gummy tires. We're talking about the 140 millimeter size of the tire. We're talking about the moose. But what about a rider coming across a certain rock section and he's burning the tire just like you do in drag racing? Next thing you know, the gummy tire's getting really soft and hard. I mean, not hard, but hot. Next thing you know, comes to a dirty section, it picks up some of the sand onto the gummy tire. It's adding a slick zone within that tire just because it heated it up.
Yeah. So what you'll see a lot of times, I admittedly being a very poor hard enduro rider, but still enjoyer of the attempt of it, what I'll wind up doing when I get stuck is you kind of get a little frustrated when you get stuck. And so you wind up spinning that rear tire that you were talking about. The problem with that, a lot of the times, that's not what's going to create momentum. That's what you're trying to do. How can I find traction? Once I have that traction, how can I start the bike moving forward and then keep that forward momentum? So a lot of times when we see these riders just burning out that tire, it's because they're frustrated, they're tired, they're not thinking straight, because the right thing to do there, take that breath, bring that bike back a little bit, right? Sometimes that's 1 foot, right? What you want to do, you want to look back, hey, okay, I'm stuck on this rock right here, I need to get myself behind that rock, in front of that rock, right, on the trail, and then lean. That's when a little bit of clutch, a little bit of throttle control, getting that weight onto the rear tire. You want to create that momentum, find that traction before that rock. That way, boom, you can kind of jump up onto that rock and you've got that forward momentum and you're up and over the obstacle. But I say it like it's easy, and I promise you it is way harder than it sounds, because when you're out there smoked like that, it is so hard to think through what you need to do on the trail. But that's where the better riders separate themselves from the riders like myself.
A little gentleman's bet Ricky and I have is how many riders do we expect to come through the finish at the end of this thing? And I said probably half, probably 80. And Ricky said 50. What's your guesstimation?
So here's the thing. I was walking back over here to relieve Mr. Ricky Johnson, right, and what you guys have been doing up here. And there were 3 gentlemen with their yellow bricks trying to figure out where to turn them in. And I said, well, how did it go for you guys? Did you guys finish both of your laps? All 3 of them literally laughed out loud. They and they were like, no. And I was like, well, man, did you see how fast Tristan Hart rode? They're like, oh, yeah, we saw, because he passed us. I was like, so it's that bad out there, right? They're like, yeah, it's that hard. So here's the thing. What we saw with Tristan Hart in an hour and 45 minutes completing both laps with 12 miles and 13 and a half miles, dude, the C riders, the B riders, even the A riders, it is extremely difficult to ride at that level. So we already know that's at least 3 riders that didn't finish, right? Like there's that's probably right. Many more. So I think having half the field finish is almost a high estimate. Now I know that people are going to want to finish, right? But they've got just over 3 hours. Do you really want to be out there 3 more hours fighting and trying to get to the finish line?
There's that challenge factor, and I don't know how many desert races I've participated in. So being included in the desert race as a spectator or even as a racer, in the tail end of it, you always have sweep coming in, picking up the last rider
Yeah, I'm sure that they're hoping that sweep comes
my
about an hour
gosh.
earlier.
The last
than
rider
we're planning.
coming off the course, and especially when it's coming right before it's starting to get dark. You can just imagine that poor rider has fallen down maybe 50 or 60 or 70 times, picking himself up, having to push up gnarly uphill and a gnarly downhill, bulldogging it down. You know, every time you get off the motorcycle, it takes so much more out of you to be able to continue on. Well, being the last rider with the sweep rider, making sure you get in, it's pretty frustrating for that last rider.
Yeah, it can be. But so remember how cold it was, right? When we were getting up here at 8 o'clock and everything, and we saw riders starting to stage. They started at 9 o'clock. Everybody's in their jackets trying to warm up their hands. So it was still relatively cold when they started. Obviously, Tristan Hart and some of the other races are done, but for our amateurs still out there, by 3 p.m., it's going to start to get cold again. So just think about the fact that it's like, do I want to keep doing this, or do I potentially want to stop freezing and maybe go back and get my jacket? Because it's crazy out here how warm it gets right when the sun is at that peak noon, but those 3 hours beforehand, it can still be relatively chilly out here.
Brian, even before the sun was going down yesterday, it probably dropped 10, 15 degrees just as it was even coming to the horizon. The sun was still out, man, and it got cold so fast, 20 degrees easily, really fast.
Yeah, so I'm not going to lie. That would be something that if I were to be one of the riders out there and I knew that I was closing in on one of those checkpoints closing, that would be something in the back of my mind. And that is what we were told. So that there's a checkpoint 4 that is in the 1.5 miles that was added onto the course. If you're following that on YB Races, you'll see that that is the blue line off of the main red line. And there's that checkpoint that's halfway through that, so about 3/4 of the mile. That will close at 2 p.m. And they will not let any more riders through that checkpoint. So again, that's another thing for some of these riders is, man, if they can even make that checkpoint, they just now have a point for next year, for 2024, with Dave Cole having us back out here of King of the Hammers to make it, right? Can I at least get that much further into the race if I did get cut off by sweep, but at that checkpoint?
What other cool information have you gathered when you're in the production studio over there?
Well, that's the professionals out here, the guys that were already in the top 5. So we had Tristan Hart, we had Cooper Webb, we had Ryder LeBlanc, we had Will Reardon, and then Colton Haker. That those guys are really fast. Like, it was insane watching how much charge Tristan Hart had in him. So especially once he hit that second lap, by the time that he did make it onto that 1.5 mile addition, he had quite the lead on Cody Webb, even though he did make a few GPS errors. But yeah, what we're learning is that the amateurs are having a field day. They're getting all of the challenge that they came for out here at the 2023 SRT King of the Motos. See, look at this. Who doesn't want to be out here picking their motorcycle up from the downside fall, you know, on this beautiful, beautiful terrain in the Johnson Valley OHV Park?
Right before this view, we had Jared Jasicki out of Waukesha, Wisconsin, come all the way out in the pro class on a TM number 359. And, you know, it's really hard for us to see the numbers, and when we do catch the numbers, we try to mention them, at least for those watching the internet feed. Look at this, trying to get up this little rocky uphill into the groove.
So you can see this is exactly kind of what we're talking about. We were talking about it just a little bit ago. Right now, this is him catching his breath, which is totally fine. We all need to be there. There we go, getting a little shocker from that rider. But as he's working his way up here, he's realizing that, okay, if I can't carry momentum, I have to create momentum. And how do I do that? I get that rear wheel a little bit off of the obstacle that has me stuck. I make sure I leverage my throttle and my clutch to deliver that power quickly to the ground. But again, controlling that traction the way that that wheel is spinning, and then leveraging that weight on the rear wheel, making sure that bike can now get traction and create some forward momentum. That is what these riders are looking for. There we go. That was almost too much momentum. About to get that front end coming back and looking straight at that front fender. Such a cool shot, though, to be able to see how much dirt is being dragged up these rocks.
Yeah, the rider we saw in that last few was Jacob Stone, number 119.
I believe, let's look up 403. I believe this is Justin Morgan, right? This is one of our 2 4-stroke riders out there on the course today, finishing up his second lap. If that's still him, oh, unfortunately we lost that shot. But yeah, so Justin Morgan being one of the only 4-stroke riders out here. But that's because he does do a lot of desert racing, and that's probably what he's used to riding. And being on a Honda team, you don't really have many other options.
Justin Morgan, of course, is the current reigning Baja 1000 champion.
That's pretty impressive.
Oh, yeah. He's on a pretty darn good team, though. He's with Mark Samuels and company on the SLR. People say, what's an SLR? Well, it's a Honda team called Slam Life Racing. Mark Samuels, many-time Baja champion, formerly teamed up with Colton Udall. And they've raced together in many championships together as well, but he is one of the reigning members of that team that currently holds that Baja 1000.
Look at this shot. It almost makes it look like he's about to go up a vertical face, right? But obviously that trail for the rider's right is kind of where he is heading. So look at the way he's keeping that body position. He's keeping his butt kind of back there. You know, Destry Abbott was talking about that a little bit. Sometimes we are going to pitter-patter our feet, right? We are going to drag and dab and things like that. But a lot of the reason we're doing that is we're trying to keep that weight in the far back and just keep that momentum going. So even though it looks like he's dabbing, there's actually a little bit of body placement there to kind of lightly push yourself as forward as you can get.
That's a good view right now of Dale Fenton from Descanso, California.
Nice.
He's one of our top B riders right now in 458. That's a great drone coverage view of Dale Fenton.
Look at that. Awesome body position, making sure that up until he gets a little bit slick and then he loses that rear tire traction. But that's what we're looking for right there.
You know, Brian, he kept his momentum pretty good, though.
Oh, yeah.
He did.
He got to the top. That's the goal.
Yep.
Up is up, as they say. Oh, and then sometimes down is down. So now we've got another rider taking a completely different technique than most of us would choose, is dragging his bike down the downhill. If I think this might be the downhill into Chocolate Thunder, and if that is the case, this is way steeper than it looks. And again, as we were talking about that silty sand being all over the rocks on the uphills, think about it on the downhills. Your brakes, right? You might be able to stop the wheel, but your wheel's not going to be able to grab those rocks with that silty sand all over it.
Yeah, there's a crazy thing called gravity.
There is gravity. Do you have any good learnings or tidbits about gravity that are good to share?
I know Isaac Newton had a good handle on it.
Do you think? We'll let him keep that one then.
Little apple in your court.
Right. I love, too, how they drop him off this neat little drop-off here at the finish, because what sucks, you're dropping off of that directly into deep sand. So you have this momentum to loft your front end, right? You know, and then you carry that momentum directly into 2 feet deep sand. That's going to stop all of your momentum. So it's been fun to watch these guys try to struggle bus and keep themselves from going over the handlebars.
It's usually traditionally what we see with the 100s MC National Hare and Hound. Their finish comes in usually with 5 different lines into one line on a gnarly downhill. So you have riders that are trying to pass another rider coming down on another trail that's running parallel with them, and all five lines will funnel back into one for that final finish.
And what we can see here, another rider making that, trying to keep that momentum going, working his way up. That 211A maybe. Go ahead and see if we can figure out who that FXR rider is wearing that nice, definitely a Sherco. That's what I'm talking about. I as well have a Sherco. Mine might be a little bit older. And this rider here on her problem. So this is again one of those, one of these goat trails. Well, goat trails for the 4x4s, but for us, obviously, this is much wider. But wider does not mean easier because of the fact that those rocks are pretty stinking scattered. And it's hard to carry that momentum through that. There we go. There's a great look at that downhill into Chocolate Thunder. Making me really jealous. I believe that's one of our women rider there.
It looks like it.
Dropping in. Let's see if we can get her hitting that little drop off that we were talking about. Okay, so she's going to come here, take her right, then she's going to take a left, and that left will drop her into that SRT finish line banner. I love it. It looks like she's pitter-pattering, right? But no, she is very diligently picking her line, picking her way down there, getting that balance going, get a little bit of clutch and throttle, and bloop, right off into the sand. Love it. That was picturesque. That's the way to do it. I probably would have been a much more finicky. I might have been over the handlebars, but I would have had fun doing it, and there would have been a big smile on my face afterwards.
I'm still blown, Brian, with all the wonderful drone coverage we've had. Oh, that 211A was Nathan K. out of Otis, Oregon. on a Sherco. He's an A rider, by the way.
And look, we got this rider here. He was kind of taking that far right line to this riverbed and said, you know what, that spot over there looks a little bit easier. I'm going to see if I can finagle my way over in that direction. That could have been a little bit more where the GPS track was supposed to be laid out of. And again, that 25-foot rule is one out there, so 25 feet to the left or the right. Now he's dropping back into that riverbed. Looks like he's going to continue on Spooner's relay.
Now that's a rider from Draper, Utah. That's number 13A. That's Bryson Perry on Husqvarna, and he is one of our A riders.
Nice. Where was he from?
Draper, Utah.
Draper, Utah. So I would assume, being from Utah, this terrain is probably pretty spectacular for him. It's that's the thing. When I first came out here in 2018, and even this time, still blown away by just how different it is out here in the California desert. So same thing for Utah. The couple times that I have been lucky enough to go there, it's an entirely different world.
There's one guy had a hole in his radiator. I had some of that radiator tape. Oh, really? Fix that. Hey!
Now in the background, we have a little bit of Pink Floyd playing for us.
I can handle that. That'll keep you motivated on the trail.
Dark Side of the Moon. And this might as well be the Dark Side of the Moon. Some of these gnarly canyons and corridors here in Johnson Valley.
As I think back to the many times that I've tried to pitter-patter my way through these rocky riverbeds. There we go. Words today are a little tough. It really is all about momentum, right? We were talking multiple times. How far down the trail can I comfortably look so that I know kind of which path I want to take? But then as I'm doing that, it's also this constant staring back and forth at the ground. You're like, okay, I kind of want to head toward that rock. Okay, look up again because I'm headed towards that rock. All right, then from that rock, I'm going to go this direction. Then you're looking back down again. Am I still headed towards said rock that I wanted to go towards? Maybe you forgot that there was this other rock that was going to kick your rear tire out to the back. So now you were headed off to the right and you're going to be headed off to the left. It's this interesting chess match that you're playing with yourself, the bike, and the terrain the whole time as you're bouncing through those rocky riverbeds. But I think that those are a lot of fun because, again, if you can kind of just find a pace and kind of just bounce and flow and let the bike move underneath you. We were talking about Tristan Hart's head. You can see how stable it was staying. That's what you want to look for when you're in those nice rocky riverbeds.
Not to blow any wind up my skirt, but I tell
Please
you
do.
what, the days when I was racing desert on a sidecar, going through some of these gnarly canyons and some of the uphills that we've gone up and down, whole different technique is utilized just to exist. Many times going on the uphill, I had to tip it over on the bike side just to let the weight of the motorcycle hold while I get off the motorcycle and push it up.
I can't imagine.
You can imagine that.
Cannot imagine sidecarring your way through things like Baja or desert like this and everything. That is just, one, awesome, but two, sounds dangerous, and that means I'm probably in to try it.
Yeah, a good friend of mine, the creator of the Sonora Rally.
Oh, yeah.
He's attempted the Paris to Dakar when it actually ran from Paris to Dakar on a sidecar. But in this issue, he had a TL1000 Suzuki motor in it, and it's kept spinning countershaft gears on the front of the sprocket. So he had a bunch of spare parts in one of the big monster trucks, went across on a crossing from Paris to go across, had all the parts. He spit a countershaft gear again, could not get the parts. So after 4 days, he was out of the contention. But
Man, I learned a ton the first time I went down to Baja. So in 2014, we're talking about Sonora Rally. I raced the Baja Rally in one of the amateur classes. And I was on one of Dad's old 450, KTM 450s. And what we didn't know is that you need to change your gearing because you're going so much faster, right? Something that you would need to do that in these open areas to change the gearing
even
of
though
the
that
bike.
particular motorcycle was a 6-speed, if I remember right.
I think it was, but what we just had what we rode right there in Texas and everything, and I actually blew up my KTM, unfortunately, about 2 miles into one of the tests, and so I had to quit on like the third day. But the thing is once we got to a spot, everybody realized Dad had a pit bike, and so I rode over 300 miles in the last day of the Baja Rally, navigation and all, on a 1986 DR200 Suzuki. So we had the giant loop bags on the side for gas just to make sure, had tons of different oils, had so many tools and everything and parts because we didn't, obviously, who knows if this thing's going to break or not. But that's like one of my things that I just look back on. It's like sometimes, again, you would be like, Brian blew up his KTM. He had no fun. He didn't finish the event. You know what? That last day, over 300 miles, just grueling my way on that DR200 is absolutely amazing, and I love having that memory and that history of that adventure that Dad and I had at the Baja Rally in 2014.
In my monitor, it looks like good.
So we got another rider here working his way down to those SRT banners and then going to be hitting that epic downhill. Yes, look at standing up, trying to keep that weight back, realizing, you know what? I'm going to take a second. I'm going to navigate my way through the safest line possible. Oh, nope, I'm going to walk the bike. That's what I'm going to do. I love it. You know what, man? Sometimes you're going to go for the safer option. Now, is he going to have enough foot traction to be able to continue to walk this bike? This will be fun to watch. Hopefully this drone shot can stay on this for us. We got another rider coming there, those SRT banners. This is his chance to make a pass if he's looking for it. Nice, nice, nice. Got the legs back over the bike, standing up on the pegs, ready to rock and roll. There we go. Finagling that way through. Yes. Oh, I love it. I love it. This makes me so jealous. Makes me want to be riding. But as you can see, dragging those brakes, moving that silt all over the place, making sure that it's extremely different for the next rider that comes through. Nice. So there he goes. Hit those IRC banners. Yes. I love it. Getting ready to drop on in. So Will, dude, we got to talk yesterday. We're getting a chance to talk today. I'll give it to you. Just throw it. Like, what did you think?
It was tough. It was only a couple of hours, so the fitness aspect wasn't that bad, but the first lap was tough. I crashed like 5 times, just being an idiot pretty much. Like the loose rocks, the sand, it's just so unpredictable. I kind of got caught up in the race.
Okay, so like part of that, like we've been talking a lot about that, so it's cool that you bring that up. Is it one of those things where you feel like maybe you were pushing too hard too early, or is it just you weren't in the mindset realizing what that sand and those rocks were going to do?
Yeah, I think pushing a bit hard and just not relaxing and letting it come to me, you know? Where the second lap, you're used to it and you just ride in your own race and it comes a lot smoother. Where the first lap, maybe rushing a bit. But then we're all together and the track is fresh, so it's hard, you know, you can't be perfect.
What did you think of the start? We're talking about the sand and the rocks, so the start of Chocolate Thunder, you guys are in 2-foot deep silty sand, and then you jump up into those super rocks, which if the sand wasn't on it would have been super grippy, but I doubt that was the case.
Nah, they're so slippery. Yeah, with all the sand on them, and then the sand before, so the run-up's hard. My start was so bad. I forget what happened, but kind of got crossed up in there. But then, everyone's start was not too good, I don't think.
When you guys are all walking and looking at say let's use Chocolate Thunder again for that start. When you guys are looking at that, how many lines are you mentally picking out to be ready for? If I'm first, I'm gonna head here. If there's already a bottleneck, I'm heading here. Like, what are you guys looking for with that?
On the start?
Yeah,
so a lot of us looked at it before the start. And I had a few lines picked out. A line, if I was leading, the line I would go, which is like the easiest, but probably the most busy. But then a line that, if I was in the pack a bit, which is where I was, so I took that line out to the right a bit, kind of worked my way around. But then a few other guys were there, so. But just look at it and prepare yourself a bit.
Yeah, so when you get to the Chocolate Thunder, you guys got up to the top, you kind of take that right, you kind of keep going a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, is that like, okay, I made it to that at least, now it's time to breathe? Like, you can see your navigation now again, because now there's not really much to look at. Like, where are you at there now that you get to the top and everything?
Yeah, you get past that and you kind of take a deep breath and think, all right, let's go now. But then I was back a bit, so I was like, shit, I kind of got to get moving here.
And that might have been why you think, do you think that that's kind of like where you created a little bit like pushing it too much because you're like, I got to catch up?
Yeah, I'd say so.
All right, well, that sounds like we get to work on your mindset here in a few.
Yeah, get the first race out of the way and onwards and upwards.
What about the bike, right? You guys set these things up very different. Were there anything between the prologue, race 1, and now race 2 from today, the final, that you might have changed, or how did the bike work out that for you, anything like that?
Yeah, no, it's all the same. Moose setup and tyre setup is probably the most important. For the prologue, I had quite a stiffer moose, so you can nail rocks and it wouldn't deflect. But
and is that because you think it would have been faster, so you chose a stiffer moose for that?
Yeah, and you can hit rocks hard and it doesn't hit the rim,
right?
So it stays straight. Where for this race, you want a soft moose, so in the rocks and the hills it grips and you can make up time there.
And then within that, though, what mooses are you running, right? And we've talked a lot about mooses, but just in case, obviously we're talking about the foam inserts, so you guys don't have to run tubes, and you guys do some manipulation to them. Like, but what brand do you use, and what type of manipulation do you typically do to a softer moose?
We use the moose balls, Mr. Wolf, pretty sure they're called. So us and Sherco use them. And yeah, they've been really good. We just started using them this year. So they're like a moose cut into old wedges, and I think we put, maybe there's like 27 total, but we only put 25 to create that softness. And they work well.
That's a great way for you guys to really fine-tune that pressure, you know, air quotes, that you're looking for.
Yeah, exactly.
In those tires. But then what about tires specifically? Like, what tires were you running out there over the weekend?
Dunlop AT81 EX.
Okay, and is that one of their gummy compounds?
Yeah. Everyone had gummies, and they all lasted pretty well in these harsh conditions, which is a bit surprising.
Yeah. So was there any between the prologue, race 2, and prologue, race 1, race 2? Was it new tires, new moose setups every single time?
Yeah, new tires, but the same. Like yesterday's race 2. The moose I used that in this race today.
Yeah.
So same moose, different tire, or new tires.
Now that we're talking about moose balls, you know, you talked about Mr. Wolf. When you said a stiffer rear moose for the prologue, is that then just more of the wedges, right?
Yeah,
you
exactly.
Had 25 for race 2 today. You would have had 27, I think, is what you said.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
So that's what works well about them.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy like that. Yeah. Yep.
I like it. Well, you're here. You're finished.
4th.
Got 4th. Right, on the day.
Yeah.
Behind Ryder LeBlanc, I believe, was your 3rd. What are your thoughts? Where do we go from here? What did we learn? What do we want to work on?
Yeah, I'm happy. I didn't race all last year because I got Epstein-Barr, so my goal for this first round was just top 5 and a strong finish and just get through it. So I got 4th and finished strong and learned more, you know, live and you learn. So I'd say it was good. I'm happy. And next race is Hawaii in a month or so. Well, actually, I'm going back to Australia to race Enduro Cross, so that'll be cool. And then Hawaii, so keen for the next rounds.
So you are going to be in Hawaii then?
Yep.
Oh, buddy, have you been to Hawaii before?
I haven't, no.
Okay.
Never been. We fly over it from here to Australia every time, but this time I'm going to stop
And you're like,
in.
every time you're like one day
Yeah,
going
one
to
day.
make it to Hawaii.
Yeah.
You're going to stop over.
Yeah, exactly.
I love it.
We're all going.
And then Page, Arizona after that for round 3, right?
Yeah.
But it's round 2 of the Premier Series.
Yep, exactly.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So the points here in the Premier Series that you got today for 4th, those points are going to carry through once you go to Page. But then for that West Series, you're going to add in Hawaii points. So there's going to have to be some math. We're going to have to talk to people that understand spreadsheets more than I do.
Yeah.
And we'll figure all that out, right, when we get there, when there's time. We'll figure it out when there's time.
Yeah.
But, dude, great job today. Is there
Thank you.
anything else you want to tell us that you want to share with us?
No, just thanks to my mechanic, Krusty, keeping the bike on 2 wheels and running.
Does Krusty keep it crusty?
Not too crusty, but she's pretty slick and works well.
Nice.
But
don't ever have him look at my YouTube videos, okay?
Yeah.
He will be vastly disappointed. Maybe he wants to realize how much better he is than the normal mechanic.
Nah, yeah, all good.
Sweet, man. We appreciate your time. Great job on the 4th place today. 2023 SRT King of the Motos.
Appreciate it.
We're going to get Chris Johnson back here, and we're going to hear what he had to say about what he just learned about Mr. Will Reardon. But, man, I have to come back to these views and these riverbeds. I want to be out there. But Chris, listening to Will, what were your thoughts?
Will's a good lad, along with Ryder LeBlanc. You know, they're both young guns that are clawing their way up to the field, and they're making their presence known. I mean, both of them did really well. Of course, Ryder come in 3rd place today, and I look forward to talking with him a little bit later on the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna team. And Will, of course, his brother is also extremely fast Grand Prix racer. He won the Pro 2 class last weekend at the Works in Prem. So, you know, they both went back east for a while, and actually have a little home base there in North Carolina, and they also have a home base out here in the West, but sponsored by an olive oil company for all things.
And I believe that's a family olive oil company.
Correct.
If I remember correctly. Yes, Angus is extremely fast. Angus, right? Is that his younger brother?
Yeah, we call him Gus.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I've met him a couple times at some of the enduro crosses that I was at in 21 and then 22, and didn't realize, you know, they look so much alike, but you can tell that obviously one's a little bit younger than the other. But yes, the speed. I can only imagine how competitive those two brothers are, right? For Will to be as good as he is at the discipline he's choosing on motorcycles, and then for his younger brother to be as good as he is on the discipline of dirt bike that he's choosing, that there's probably a little bit of family friction when they're in the garage working on bikes.
Well, good story about in 2021, you know, because of the pandemic, we had to run all the enduro crosses at Glen Helen.
Right.
So in doing so, you know, I announced all 6 of them, and Angus actually come in there for 3 of them and beat his brother in one of them.
That's what I'm talking about.
And the reason he didn't do the other 3, he had to do his schoolwork. So they're still schoolwork age, you know.
Of course, they're still schoolwork, right? At that age, man.
Both good lads. Well, Will's a little bit older. He's 20 now, and definitely making his presence known. And like I've been talking about all weekend long, between Will Reardon and Ryder LeBlanc, they are the future of our sport that are making their way up.
Dude, so I just looked at the clock. It's noon, right? So anybody who's hungry, that's why. If you haven't realized what time it is, it's time to get some lunch. So this rider that we're watching right now has been out there for 3 hours, and you can see we just had a great look at his Wolf Enduro vest that he has on. So not only does he have his hydration pack in there so he can kind of carry water with him while he's out there on course, but again, any other goodies, goos, snacks, food that he's going to want to have, he could have those in there in that Wolf Enduro vest. But then too, you get the parts, you get the tools, all the things.
And their yellow brick transponder.
Yep.
Which is really important. I mentioned it earlier this morning. For those of you just joining us, every single one of our riders is required to carry a yellow brick transponder with a direct link to the satellite, which through certain programs can follow the complete tracking of each and every one of our riders. And if there's an issue, the rider gets hurt, there's an emergency button on there to notify through the satellite where the rider is exactly within a foot. Now what a great addition to our safety program, besides Rescue 3 and Morongo Basin EMS, for providing the safety for all of our riders.
Yeah, and what's so cool is like the safety is the #1 reason, because if they were to get hurt, there's a nice button that they can hold on that yellow brick that will alert everybody that's getting those alerts. Hey, I'm right here. Here is my GPS location, and they can come and find that rider and get them the immediate help that they need extremely quickly.
Now these riders are also schooled. If you come across an injured rider, you do not grab your yellow brick to push the emergency button, but you grab that particular rider's emergency button because it's his emergency that they're trying to attain to. But a big thanks to Yellow Brick for adding this extra aspect of his safety for each and every one of our riders.
Yeah, we could look at YB Races app on our phone, or go to the website and look at King of the Motos. Earlier on when we were talking about it, we were right there at Chocolate Thunder, and you could see that rider working his way up. As we said, it's noon. We've been 3 hours in. That racer was just starting his 2nd lap.
Wow.
So Tristan Hart finished in 1 hour and 45 minutes, and that young racer was just going out for his 2nd lap at Chocolate Thunder after 3 hours of already being on the bike. So that means there's at least 3 more hours. So again, he has to get, in 2 hours, he has to be at checkpoint 4. And if that rider is not there, you are now pulled off the course, right? It's tough to get there, man. It's gonna be an arduous day for sure.
that means that particular rider is only attaining 4 miles per hour average.
Yeah.
On that particular lap.
Yeah,
Not to mention,
it's tough to realize.
It's going to add the other mile and a half to this. It's even more difficult that they have to complete to be able to get that checker flag.
Yeah, and I with the satellite part of this, I wonder how they're calculating that, right? It's probably an average of everything that they've been doing, because we've seen that there are a handful of sections where, sure, they are carrying 20, 30 miles per hour. They're very few and far between when they're able to do that. But the times that they're sitting there hanging out trying to pick their bike up is where we wind up averaging that 4 to 5 miles an hour that you're going to see on that YB Races app. Another rider coming in, number 75. We're going to check the sheets, get that name. It looks like, getting excited if nothing else. That's Justin right there, the promoter, making sure that he gives them a nice hug, nice high five. I don't know if they're going to crack a beer later or go to blows over how fun that event was.
Now, with my Works Racing program, they put my numbers in order, so it's easier to find a number. These are all spread out for the way they finished. Can't find 775 yet.
And this is 117. This is the rider yesterday that we saw in the prologue. In race 1 that was there with the bladder,
yeah, that's
right?
Sean Kepler. He's one of our Three Brothers KTM riders.
Oh, nice.
Sean, actually, he finished 125th yesterday in stage number 1. Should be right in the same category with number 75. Should be right there. So Sean was telling me, he goes, yeah, the bike finished, and I was able to ride all the way through, but I go to start up the bike after I finished, and it wouldn't start. I go, well, what's wrong? He goes, I think I maybe fouled a spark plug. I have 100 hours on a spark plug. 100 hours on a spark plug.
Man. You gotta love, dude, when technology keeps
Man,
up. Man,
100 hours on a spark plug. That's incredible.
Don't pitter patter now. We got all these racers there at the finish, man. Look at that. There we go. That guy on the KTM on the left is like, I'm not waiting. I'm gonna beat these guys. There's 214 coming in. That's Jared Lambre. Yep, Jordan Lambe is awesome racer. He's been in the States. I've seen him in Rev Limiter a couple times. He's done really well in the past. Back then he was in the A class, obviously now moving up to that pro class. Doing a great job. Yeah, he's pro on the gas. Says he's from Hawaii. If he's from Hawaii, that's awesome.
No, Brian Spencer's from Texas, and the terrain that we have here in Southern California compared to Texas, what's the big difference?
Very different. So in Texas, if you go to East Texas, you have a lot more pine trees. You have a lot more moisture in the dirt, so you got a lot more of that browny dirt that you're going to see. But you also have a lot more roots. So what happens when the moisture from the dirt gets on those roots, they get very slick. But then when you go out west in Texas, you do start to see a little bit more terrain like you're going to see out here. You will get more silt, more clay, and a lot more abrupt, quick elevation changes. But by no means do we have what you guys have here, where there's thousands of feet that happen in the elevation changes as you're riding across this course. Vastly different when it comes to what's happening here.
We've got an A-rider on view right now from Sparks, Nevada. That's Josh Pregan, number 88A, as he navigates down toward the finish here in Chocolate Thunder.
Look at the body language this rider's giving us right now. You can tell that they are ready to be done. I wonder, though, is this first lap or second lap, right?
Oh, yeah. He is so done. Gingerly going down the hill to the finish.
Yep, the flagger looks to not be holding the checkered flag out. Looks like, let's see which one she pull. Oh, okay. So this racer coming through is getting the white flag, and I think he's like, nope, no, thank you.
Stick a fork in me. I am done.
Yeah, wave the checkered flag for me, bro. Come on. I just want to be done, Mom. Nice. I just heard somebody scream at me. He's from Germany. I like it. So there's one of our European racers coming in. I wonder if that's a rental bike. It looks like it might be on a TM. So with that TM factory team that's out here, I know they're supporting Justin and a lot of other racers in the US Hard Enduro Series. So if you want to learn a little bit more about that, ushardenduro.com. As we were talking with Will, Will Reardon. They are going to be going to Hawaii next. That is going to be for the West Coast U.S. Hard Enduro Series. And then after that, Page, Arizona is going to be round 2 of the Premier Series, round 3 of the West Coast Series. That is the Grinding Stone Hard Enduro. And man, again, as we're talking about different types of terrain, that Page, Arizona Grinding Stone is so interesting with the slick rock that they have there.
Yeah, a good friend of mine's a promoter there. Is actually the father of James Flynn. It's Jim Flynn. He came up with the idea a couple of years ago, and it's a huge hit for being one of our stops.
So James Flynn is one of the organizers of the Grinding Stone?
Jim Flynn is,
Oh,
yes.
his father is? Okay.
Yep.
Very cool. Yeah, that is a neat property. I'm hoping to get out there one year during the wintertime to ride in Arizona. I know Ready to Ride Rentals has some great programs. They're going to be riding with Meg's Brap here coming up in February. That would be a trip I'd love to go on, but at the same time, I'm here right now, which means my wife is with the kids, which means I don't get to go anywhere for a little while after I get home from this adventure to California.
That rider we were talking about on the TM is from Honolulu, Hawaii. His name's Chris Hoffman, number 56A. And he finished yesterday in stage 1 at 91st.
Yes, another rider dropping off that drop-off right there with that checkered flag. That's a cool way to finish this off. I wonder what they would think if they had to do a third lap, though.
Another 12 miles.
Yeah, well, that's the thing in hard enduro, right? 12 miles is very relative. So it's 12 miles of what, right? 12 miles at 110 miles an hour across the desert's one thing. But when it's 12 miles of creeping and crawling your way through what Justin and team have put together here at this first round of the U.S. Hard Enduro Series is vastly different.
Well, like yesterday, our prologue, it's only 2 miles, and our top riders finished it a little bit over 4 minutes. So that means they're averaging more than 30 miles an hour.
That's faster than I want to go, but I'm sure too what's great is and we got a couple of those shots yesterday where they get into some more of those open areas and they can carry some real speed. But look, here we go. Got a couple riders choosing to help each other.
Yep, a little bit of a traffic jam, like Highway 15 going up through the Cajon Pass. I know many of my Southern California desert racers have experienced that.
Yep. I'm not gonna lie to you though. There are times, as long as you're not stuck in a spot where you know you are about to have to fight for every ounce of momentum and traction, it's not the worst thing when you're forced to stop on the trail during these events because it gives you a chance to take a break. But see, these guys here that we can see working their way through, crawling through this silty rocks right here, that's not where you want to get stopped. And all right, just trying to take out his friend. Nice little head nod. Thanks, buddy. Really appreciate you showing me your front tire.
Hey, even though we're at the tail end of this event for the weekend, please, those of you that are watching us on the internet stream and watching us on whatever social media you might participate in, please share the link and tell all your family and friends what you're watching here, King of the Motos 2023 version, sponsored by SRT.
Yeah, while I was giving you guys some information there from the production truck, we were also talking about how now YouTube has like a remix feature and a clip feature. So if anybody finds an awesome loop out like that where someone takes a rider out, they can use YouTube's feature to clip or remix it, share it on your own YouTube channel, but then again, it links back to everything that's happening here on King of the Hammer. So if anybody wants to use some of this, that's a great way to do it. That's not trying to steal somebody's copyrighted footage, which obviously this would be from King of the Hammer. So if you see that remix, see that clip, see something you like, make sure you utilize that, share it on your YouTube channel, get some content going, and drive people to King of the Motos here with King of the Hammers.
Great information, Brian. Thanks so much. You did a great job on the production trailer, providing Ricky and myself all sorts of added information to make our story more complete, as it already is.
Look at this. Okay, so he's got to be coming close to that downhill there, taking a nice little breather. And we were talking about earlier, like not a lot of Japanese manufacturers, creating two-strokes anymore. And we just had seen that Yamaha there, so probably either a 250 or 250X. It hasn't changed a ton over the years. They make some updates here and there, but man, it would be great to see some of the other Japanese manufacturers bringing two-strokes back because again, 180 riders, 2 of them on 4 strokes. That's a lot of 2 strokes being bought, and that's just here at this one hard enduro event.
I'm beginning to see a lot at my Grand Prix. Here's one of our finishing for the 2 laps. Who's this? What number is this? Number 80. Starting to see a lot of my Grand Prix constituents starting to switch over to 2 strokes now, especially that open class being real popular with the 300s. What a great size motorcycle it really is. 500 really is a bit too much for everybody, but 300 is a little bit more better. It's as light as a 250, but a little bit more power than the 250. It makes it.
I just did the top end on my Sherco 300, made a fun video, put it out on the Seat Time YouTube channel if you guys want to go watch that. Because I am by no means a professional mechanic, but I am someone that likes to tinker on my bike and learn, and so that's really what the content I like to make when I'm making Seat Time content for either Instagram, YouTube, or any of the other channels. But man, that was quite the endeavor to take on doing that top end on my 2-stroke.
Dylan Santoro was the number 80 that just went through on a KTM out of Calabasas, California.
Nice.
That's up there in Ventura County.
Much closer than those from Hawaii and Germany.
Oh yeah.
I got another TM. I was waiting for our, yeah, there it is. That's what we're looking for. Come on now. 987. Look at that. Checking out the GPS. Am I still going the right way?
That's Cody Miller from Peoria, Arizona. That's one of my Arizona boys.
Nice.
In the A class, number 987A on a gas. Next one's number 818. Should be in the same category, in the same
flag.
page.
Oh, the white flag. Let's see what happens. Does this rider go back for that second loop, or are they done?
That's Adam Mista. He's a
yeah,
B rider.
I see Amber over there. She's got her phone out. She's making sure she catches him. So again, that's Adam, right, Amber?
Adam Mista.
All right, so Adam does dirt bikes. Make sure you go check him out on YouTube. Lots of cool content, getting ready to go to Hawaii.
We had a good chat with Adam day before yesterday when he was signing up. He's from North Glen, Colorado. He's a tall lad. He's like, what, 6'1" or 2?
Yep, a little bit taller than me for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, so they've got a whole series going on right now on YouTube. Again, if you like following any of that kind of hard enduro or dirt bike content, Adam does dirt bikes, and Highland Cycles they're going to Hawaii together. So Morgan at Highland Cycles is building the bike and creating a lot of content around that. Adam is going to be creating content, obviously prepping the bike, riding the bike, and getting ready for everything. But all right, do you want to give Mr. Cody Webb his due and interview the man?
Yes, I would.
I'll take my helmet off and make sure that Cody Webb gets to slip on in.
Cody, welcome back to our booth. Always great seeing you. Hey, how was your experience today?
It was definitely pretty fun. I enjoyed myself. This was probably some of the tougher stuff we've ridden this year. I know for sure the last canyon, I don't know the names, there's so many canyons out here, but it was probably one of the toughest, definitely the toughest part of the course we've ever raced out here. Really enjoyable. I talked to a lot of the other top pros, and that was probably all of our favorite part of the race. We really had to pick it apart. So it was good. Just wish I was pretty close to Tristan. I kind of gained on him near the finish, and then I made a little mistake in that last canyon, and then I was an idiot and went all the way down Sledgehammer off course. I don't know if you guys caught that or could see that on the yellow brick.
We noticed there was a big gap because you were right with him there for a while, and you guys switched to lead a couple times. A couple really cool lines, and both of you were taking different lines and passing each other and doing so. We caught it on a drone coverage, and all of a sudden we noticed it was Tristan out front, and you were quite a ways back, so you did have quite a few issues. No more smashed pipe though, right?
Just a little dent this time. My bike was running great today, so it helped not destroying a pipe and making a pancake out of it. So it was a really good day, really fun. I don't know how many more laps of that my wrist could have handled, but it was enough today to do 2 laps and make it to the finish and still feel pretty good.
Enough is enough, that's right. But you doing okay though?
Yeah, no, we're doing all right. Just took it under Tylenol when I got back and loosen up. But it was a really fun race. I mean, the start was cool, going up through the sand and Chocolate Thunder, and got off to a good start there in second by the top of the hill, and went back and forth like you said with Tristan. It was pretty fun, but he really wanted to lead. Like it's first lap, a lot of GPS stuff, and it can make little errors or navigational stuff, and So it was kind of weird. I would go to pass him, and I usually could have passed him, but he was like pinned and wide open and like wouldn't let me take the line from him. I was like, all right, well, you can still have it. Like, I'm just hanging out right here following you, making you do all the work. So it was good. I enjoyed that first lap. Came in. I had a couple issues with the GPS. It happened before to a bunch of riders where if you're running the Garmin's, the start and finish, if they're really close to each other, the kind of GPS thinks you cross the finish and your track will disappear.
I noticed that on the tracking.
Yeah.
It did. It kind of caught me off guard,
so
too.
I had an issue with my zoomed in GPS. It was fine with the one a little bit zoomed out. So that's kind of more for like higher speed type situations and make sure in the right line. But everything in the tighter canyons, that GPS, like the track would just disappear right off the bat. And I don't want to take the time to fidget with my thing. I can't do it when I'm riding. You know, it's not like we have a co-pilot who can tender to the GPS for us. So I just kind of dealt with not ideal GPS situations, but at least I still had one of them working. But I think maybe that's probably why I had that mess up coming into the finish where I went down Sledgehammer. I could tell that I was kind of on the line, but I was a lot farther off than I anticipated because I was on that zoomed out map, and I was honestly just focused on trying to push as hard as I could to the finish to make up that lost ground on Tristan.
I was watching some of our speed tracking, and a couple points you were all the way down to 2 miles an hour, and so was Tristan down to about 3. It must have been a pretty gnarly, tight canyon at that particular point.
Yeah, that last canyon was, it wasn't the last canyon, but the last main big feature was really good part of the course. A couple of switchbacks. It really took a lot to find the right line. Not many people have ridden up that canyon. Definitely no trucks have been up there. Didn't seem like many trucks had gone up there. It was really technical. So I felt like I was riding it really good. I took a little bit of a sideline with a little off camber and slid off a rock and kind of dropped the rear end into a hole, and I wedged the rear tire, and I was like, no, you gotta be kidding me. Like,
It stuck pretty good.
Yeah, so it kind of stressed me out. So I got off the bike and I tried heaving this huge rock off my rear tire, and it wouldn't move. It was too heavy. So then I just got in deep squat and grabbed the rear and let out a huge grunt and pulled the rear wheel out of the hole. And one of the filmers was coming up to me. I think it was Evan Ask, part of the U.S. Hard Enduro crew. So he was there, and I just yelled out not too bad of a curse word, but I was kind of bummed that I lost a little bit of time and energy there trying to drag my bike out of a hole.
No, Ricky and I were talking about that. How many times did you go down?
I honestly, Max Gersten was behind me with the follow cam, and I literally crashed riding into the finish because I was trying to do cool stuff. So that was my only crash today, was trying to show off everyone. So that's what you get.
Only tip over to the ground? And
yeah, I had a couple close calls. Some where it definitely jarred my wrist, and I was like, I didn't want to move that way. There's so many rocks out there. The hardest part for me, honestly, was some of those downhills, down the canyons, mostly Spooner's Canyon. It's pretty far out there, and it was kind of early in the race, but it's just relentless. You're just going downhill forever. It's not that steep, but it just beats you down, and that canyon, it's sandy too. So a lot of those rocks, you really have to carry your speed there, but then, everything's more jarring, so you're going faster. So the faster you go, the better it is, but at the same time you make a little mistake and then you really jar your wrist. And I definitely saw some pretty good carnage out there as well. There was such a steep downhill. It's been a while since I've turned my bike off in a race. I think Romaniacs was the last time. Some of the downhills there where I turned my bike off, and that first lap, all the amateurs have to do it. So I broke trail for them. Tristan was following me at that point, and I think they're going to be pretty scared and puckering coming down that hill, because I actually got off my bike and walked one time, and I talked with Tristan after the race, and he's like, you wrote down some stuff I would have walked. So, we were just pushing, and I got to that one spot, and I was like, we're really not gaining that much time here if we're going to go fast. So I'm going to get off and take the safe route. So no shame in walking your bike down something.
They call it bulldogging, for a good reason. But now, with your wrist, just coming back now, the placement of your hands on the handlebars is really important for maintaining your composure in your wrist. It's because a lot of times I'll be riding with the palms of my hands and pushing it out to try to hold onto the fingers and the hands. And you're probably always thinking about that, aren't you? The placement of your hands on your grips.
Yeah, definitely. And to add on top of that, training last week back home, I just had like the weirdest fall. Like, it wasn't even a big fall, but I like slammed my hand on the ground and I must have sprained my thumb or something. It just like nags me. It's totally fine right now. I can ride across the lake bed, I can ride up all the hills, but something about downhill all day today, I was having to like shift my hand a little bit different. So on top of my wrist injury and then my like thumb bugging me, I just hated the downhills today. Everything else, fantastic, super fun, but the downhills just beat you down out here.
Did Ryder catch up to you at all?
A little bit, maybe gained a bunch of time at the finish there because I went down the wrong canyon like an idiot. But he was riding really well there in the beginning of the race, down Spooners. I actually thought it was Haker at first. I kind of looked back at one point and saw the Husky rider, and they definitely are matching pretty well right now with their gear and helmet. So couldn't distinguish who it was, but then I realized later that it was Ryder. So I think kind of down in that canyon, we got a little bit away from him, enough to that he maybe could see our dust in the distance, but couldn't quite follow us. So Tristan and I were pushing pretty hard, so that allowed us to get away from them, and it was pretty funny. Ryder came to the finish with no front fender on, and that last lap, I think we came down Jackhammer before the finish. I think it was Jackhammer, and the first lap there was a kind of gnarly little drop off there, and I wheelied off of it, full commitment, and Tristan kind of rolled around the side of it. And second lap I came in to do the same thing, and I saw like a perfect, really nice looking front fender snapped in half, and we get to the finish and Ryder rolls in with no front fender, and it was him first lap. So I asked him how it was. It must have been kind of scary, like taking off in some of those faster sessions, having no front fender. With how many rocks there are here, I'm sure there was some stuff flinging off the front tire, potentially hitting him in the face.
Well, not so much as muddy conditions, but it's weird when you don't have a front fender out there. Just the perception and looking out front, something's definitely missing. And it doesn't make any difference in how the bike rides or nothing, but just the perception in your mind and guiding through everything, it's just not right.
Yeah, the pros are so in tune with their bike. Like we always know what's going on, and I think I would hate it for a while having to ride without a front fender on my bike.
Anyway, well, shoot, you got second place that's still in the win. Our young guns are starting to show their oats lately, between Ryder and Will. They're knocking on the door of you guys,
Yeah, I mean, and even, Haker's won this 2 times. He wasn't too far back from Will, and Cooper Abbott was right there. I guess Will Reardon, that last really gnarly canyon, thought he had a nice gap on those guys, and he turned around and they were right there. So he said he spiked his heart rate to about 200 trying to get out of there. So these kids are riding really good. They got obviously some deep talent they're looking up to, and I've been around for a while. Tristan isn't a full vet yet, but I mean he's got it all. So they got the perfect idols to follow and train, and they're doing the right thing. I heard Will talking the other day about riding the trials bike a lot. I mean, most all the hard enduro guys, international in the States, all had a trials background, so they're just going to keep getting better and better, and I just got to keep pushing and pushing to hopefully keep them behind me.
I talked about this a couple times. It looks like 3 different parts. Of course, they got Colton and yourself, probably racing this type of event longer than anybody. Then you got Cooper and Tristan in the same age group in the same category. Then you got the young guns, Will and Ryder, and how all 6 of you mix it up in those top 3 positions is pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I think it's great, and it just kind of shows the future of the sport. We got this next generation of guys coming in, and I think it's going to even get better and better. I mean, there's a kid from Kentucky I just met. He raced the series last year, but I wasn't racing it. But his name's Gage, and I mean he's 16. And he definitely looks older than 16, older than I did at 16. But he's out here. He's been riding with Will Reardon and a bunch of those guys leading up to the race and riding with Lon. So I mean, he's 16. Those guys are early 20s now. So I feel like this next generation, there's some others as well, is just going to keep progressing the sport. I'm afraid what we're going to be doing out here in like 6 years. Hopefully I'm done and out of this spot before if we have King of Motos, then it's going to be scary speeds.
Well, always great talking with you. I'm going to pass the headset over to Ricky, so he has a couple questions for you, I'm sure. And congratulations on your second place, and we'll catch up with you here for trophy presentation a little bit later today.
Yep. Yeah.
Alrighty, Cody, once again, congratulations on second. I know second place sucks. I mean, let's be honest. We want to win, and that's what we come here to do. But you have to be proud of your performance today. You guys had a pace, and you guys were gone. But it was where and correct me if I'm wrong, because it's easy to be a armchair quarterback, but it looked like in the big rocks and some of the climbs, you had an advantage, and that's where you were making your time. But then when you, as you said, about your wrist hurting on the downhills, because you have to put that weight on the handlebars. I have dealt with a hand injury before. It puts you in a bad spot because that pressure goes right into your wrist joint and going. When you're climbing, it's more pulling and it feels better. But was I right in seeing that? The big rock crawls, climbs and stuff like that? Because we saw you make a great pass on Colton Haker yesterday. The same kind of situation, got a bottleneck and you went right around the outside. But was that the situation today?
Yeah, that was definitely the situation. I mean, right off the bat, Tristan was pushing super hard, and I was just following suit. And it was that Spooner's Canyon after the first checkpoint. Pretty sure it was the first checkpoint. Yeah, first checkpoint. We dropped into Spooner's, and Tristan was going really fast there, and I was like telling myself, I'm like, he needs to slow down. Like, this is early in the race. We don't need to be going this fast. And Ryder was behind me there, and I was definitely feeling it there. And even though you think we would be warmed up by then, it was pretty chilly this morning, and the fingers were still a little bit cold as well. So honestly, the first lap I felt pretty good, and then it was near the end of that first lap we came down one of the really gnarly downhill I was talking about. That was really steep, and I had to walk, and kind of after that is really where I started feeling that pressure on the wrist, and it was like all downhill into the start of the second lap. So we hopped in there, and I wasn't too far behind there. I was right behind him, and then he gapped me a little bit just because of the dust, a little bit higher speed stuff coming into there. So messed with the GPS stum, and then pretty much the whole second lap I was I was still pushing really hard, but I had that wrist pain in the back of my mind the whole second lap.
It's just it's a nagging on you, and it's like if something puts me in an extreme condition, my only option is to let go, and that's not a good place to be. That was me yesterday. At one point in the prologue, it was like I got the qualifier. I got a little offline in the sand, and I was like kind of wide open with my pipes. I wasn't really going that fast, but there was like a bush there, and I was like, oh, I'll just go right through it. And last minute there was a rock there, and I just hit like ejecto seat because the last thing I want to do is jam my wrist into something like that. And that second lap, I was trying to go really fast and push through it. I mean, it's still rideable. It's not the end of the world, but it definitely affects your grip strength. And you hit something, and the bars will just like. You hold on for a wild ride, but luckily my hands never blew off. Well, your balance is off. You're focusing on kind of riding 1.5 hands, Cause so now you're putting that energy over there because you're focusing more weight on that instead of evening up your body pressure. Now you're in a constant state of change and flux and adjustment. So it's difficult, but I don't want to take away anything from Tristan because he was pushing hard. Like when he got. When you guys went on that new section, he screwed up and actually had to go out and turn around and then come back. He missed his trail. And so I was like, I'm screaming or through my head at the drone guy, back up so I can see, where he was at. And but he put a little time on you there. And then that really lit a fire under him. I mean, he was charging down the hills really hard. And, you're going that fast, you're taking some chances. But he had the end inside. So let's not talk about the risk, but how did you feel your performance other than that?
I was really happy with that first lap and just kind of not wasting a ton of energy, making him do the work, and I felt pretty good. And then, like you said, I just felt like a little uncomfortable on a lot of those downhills today, and trying to push through it. I would just rode consistent, and honestly, if he was going faster, I kind of would let him have it. It's almost like my right hand's a little bit of a rudder right now, and kind of steering me in the right direction, which isn't ideal, and hopefully it keeps getting better. But I was really happy. I mean, I know he's really strong. He was pushing really hard in the fast sections. Like I said earlier, whenever I would make a pass on him, he was right there. I mean, I was right behind him too, but he really wanted to be in the lead. And if we were together and taking different lines, I would like pin it to try and lead, but it didn't really matter too much. It makes his first lap, and he would just be like on it and like almost throw an elbow at me.
Well, you did throw an elbow on him on one pass. He went to I don't know if you remember, but he went to the right, and it was coming up the hills, and he shot off to the right, coming back, and you just and you weren't going to take his wheel out because it was in that good situation, but there was a little bit of nylon exchange between the two of you.
We knew you guys were watching at home, and you guys try to make it exciting on the
exactly.
Well, there was a couple times where it was like, should I just pass him just for the hell of it? Like I didn't have to pass him, but I was like close enough. I was like, I can make this a little more entertaining for people at home.
And that goes back to the Mickey Thompson of why he wanted to start stadium racing. He goes, I have these great races out in the desert. Nobody gets to see them, but this time we got to see them. I mean, it was a blast. And at first, I wish, even though you guys are teammates, I wish you guys every now and then would change your gear just a little bit. You know what I mean? Because I can kind of see your Red Bull helmet. Then Cooper's is white, and but then at a distance, from a drone or helicopter.
Hopefully, it'll be different gear for. It's like the Ryder and Hager thing. I couldn't tell the difference.
Exactly.
But, we just did our team photo shoot first round of the year, so we all had the same gear.
So let's talk technical side. We talked quite a bit with you yesterday about the 140 rear tire and doing all that. When you download, is there anything you would change? Power, tire, suspension, anything?
We actually made a little bit of changes just from yesterday's qualifier. We're running those moose balls, and they kind of broke and seat in. We knew that today's race was going to have, obviously, the really tough stuff, but there's going to be a lot of fast road sections and transfers like that. So yesterday was a lot of single track and navigating kind of along the foothills of the mountain, I guess we'll call them. Whereas today I knew there'd be some faster roads. So we actually put a couple more little wedges, foam wedges inside the tire.
2 pounds of air pressure.
Yeah, basically adding pressure to the rear tire, so we knew that we can attack harder. And put a little dinger in my rim yesterday. So we kind of took the executive decision that we need to raise our non-existent PSI up.
Right.
So that was one change, and there's a couple other things. I mean, I was really happy with the performance of suspension. I feel like maybe a couple things could have been better with the front end, but that's something we need to work forward to. And each race is so different. It's hard to get a setting for everything. We can go back east and be in something ridiculously slower paced and slippery. So we kind of have a generic all-around setting, so maybe in the future it could be something where.
But if you wanted to improve it, where would it be? Would it be in the rocks? Would it be in the high speed, the downhill rocks, or what would it be?
I think it's those like G-out type situations. Just have our bikes are pretty springy, so there's a lot of feedback back to you. So same with the rocks as well. So there's a couple things where I almost felt like my front end was topping out today.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something where. We just got to deal with race tech now, so go back and do some homework. So this was kind of the first race of the year to kind of figure out where our bearings and go from there.
And we were talking tires yesterday, and you said that you had gone to the 140. Did you stick with the 140 today?
Yeah, we stuck with the 140 today just because all of the other tires are on a ship across the Pacific right now. So we're stuck with what we got. So you love that 140, regardless. Yeah, the 140 is the best tire they got.
It's the best tire in the world right now.
Honestly, today we were talking after the race about it. Insider information here you guys are getting, but Tristan didn't get a great jump off the start, but then he pretty much pulled us all up the sand. I know he's skinnier and leaner than me, but he was running some of those tires that are on the ship right now. They have leftover ones from last year that their team does. So, he ran the same tire we had yesterday. Today he swapped over to that tire that isn't here yet because they're out of them for now.
Right.
And it is a kind of more like deserty tire. It's not a 140.
Right.
I think it's a 120, but it has taller lugs on it. So I feel like in that sand off the start, it worked in his favor. It's a little bit more of a rigid tire, which makes sense like what I said earlier, adding more quote-unquote PSI to my tire. So his tire was a little bit more stability to it. And in a situation like today's race, that could have been a better option for us, but it just wasn't available.
Yeah. Well, as I said, you got to be proud of your performance. It was great to watch. I mean, you're racing. It was, and it did kind of look young bull, old bull. You were smart. And as I said, you went for passes, kind of like, I'm just going to go for it. And even though you knew
it was mostly for the helicopter, I knew the helicopter was there.
No, but you made it great for all of us. And obviously you're at you're at one with that with your Sherco bike. I mean, you got to be loving that thing.
Yeah, no, I'm really happy with it. You know, it's my now 4th year. I had a 3-year deal with them. I got another 2, so this year and next year, and we just keep learning so much. So it's really beneficial to have a team that supports me through my injuries, through my complaints. Not too many of them, but you know, you're allowed to complain every once in a while. Riders are prima donnas. I'm sure you're aware of that.
Oh yeah, no.
But sometimes we're right.
Exactly. No. Well, but you're smart too. You got an engineering degree, so they can't really argue with you. But how much are you involved with the next generation bike? I know when I was with Yamaha and also with Honda, I did a lot of pre-production testing and trying different things and stuff like that. How involved are you in that?
I'm not involved at all. I hear rumors. I mean, we're like a factory supported team. The headquarters where the bikes are made are based in France. So they have their main primary focus is the World Enduro Championship.
Right.
So these bikes aren't really, they're specifically built enduro bikes. So, you know, there's a couple things where like our header pipe hangs a little bit lower than some of the other bikes. And it would be nice to have it lifted up a little bit because when I'm just riding long stuff, I almost have to be like a little bit more overly aggressive to not catch the header on stuff.
Make sure you float it over.
Yeah,
and catch
float
it in
it
the
over.
case.
So that's my only complaint for them for whenever the next gen bike comes out. I'm like, can we just raise the header up a little, like rotate the motor back, or I'm tired of crushing pipes.
Yeah. Well, great. So what's the plan? What's next?
I'm actually gonna start heading home after the podium tonight, and on Wednesday I'm flying out to Hungary, Budapest. We have round 3 of the FIM Super Enduro World Championship. So right now, during the winter season, I've done it quite a bit. I missed a year here and there because of COVID, but racing the Super Enduro series in Europe. But right now, they pushed the U.S. hard enduro stuff earlier in the season, so now I'm like intertwined and riding a 4-stroke and then a 2-stroke, and I feel like Captain America trying to do it all.
Like Marty Smith back in the day. He was racing nationals, racing 125, 250, and 500, and going over and doing GPs. I mean, it takes a toll on you.
He'd probably burn himself out.
Well, you're feeling it.
Yeah.
You know, because the bikes are close. You know what I mean? As long as if the dirt is different and all that, like, but if you're trying to ride a 4-stroke here and then a 2-stroke here, that's a different deal. But if you go and it's like it's muddy or it's this or it's that or the course is different and stuff like that, it goes back and forth. Because I remember when I was a kid, I used to race 3 bikes, or 125, 250, and 500, and yeah, it was a little different, but you're a rider. I mean, you're one of the best riders in the world, so adapting to a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, not that big of a deal. Yeah. There's a lot worse things you might have to do.
So I was just curious, personal question.
Yeah.
What's your feeling towards like the 2-strokes for Supercross and motocross versus the 4-strokes?
I don't like the 4-strokes. A couple things. So I'm very opinionated, which you're about to hear. I think the best bike in Supercross, and it's not the fastest, is a 250 2-stroke. Because we still had to work to clear some of the jumps. I mean, it wasn't a matter of it. It was carbureted, and then and it wasn't electronic, exhaust valve and all that. So you had to work and you had to think about the power and do all the different stuff. Is everything more dynamic and bigger and all that stuff? Not that jumps really aren't that much bigger, but they're more spectacular. They shoot you higher. And they're more uniform. But I would have loved to have seen 250 Supercross stay there. In my opinion, they need to get rid of 450s in the Supercross. It's just, as we talked about, it's not that it's heavy, it's just hard to slow down. I mean, that train, once it gets going, and how fast they go, I mean, it's ridiculous.
I feel like it's made, like obviously you're going to get block passes, but it's made the racing more of like a freight train, because everyone's just taking insides and hitting the triple from the inside.
Exactly.
And there's no setup involved anymore. Like, you can make mistakes and just torque out of it, and that's why I like watching the old school stuff.
So when I raced 250 and 500s, I didn't like riding 500 just because they want to stall so bad. So then you end up having to pull in the clutch as you came into the corner, and then you had to be real patient in what I would call a long center of the corner, where 250 you could come in and race it harder. You could ride it much more aggressive. You weren't worried about stalling it. And it was still fast. I mean, you were still in outdoor stuff. We were still going probably 70 miles an hour. But on a 500, same course, we're going 90, which is ridiculous. ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The head shake and all the shit on that. It was real violent. So yes, I agree. I would love to see now if they're going to stay with 4 strokes, which obviously they are because Honda committed. They're never going back to 2 strokes. So if they're not going to go back to 2 strokes, I would love to see it all be all 250F. I think the 450s for outdoors. I think it's a great show outdoors.
Yeah.
I think the bikes are better built for that. So I would. So to make a short question a long answer, I'd love the 252 stroke. Was my thing. Now let me ask you a question about today. How do you feel physically after today? I mean, you look absolutely fine. You look relaxed and comfortable. You don't look like you're aching or hurting. Obviously, your hand hurts a little bit from the injury. But how do you feel other than that? How's your condition overall?
I'm pretty happy with my condition. I felt like, it's so dry out here, and luckily the race we did it really quick. I mean, the pace was super high, so I think 2 hours. So I feel like if it was 3 hours, we would have started getting pretty deteriorated out there. So I think I just did my prep ahead of time, and I felt pretty good out there. I mean, right off the start, I was, top 5 or so and got into second at the top of the hill, but someone chucked a rock like right at my knee. I mean, I got knee braces and the protection, but like it kind of hit like right
just
below where the patella cap was. So that's the knee I got rebuilt in 2019 from ACL. So like it already kind of semi sucks to begin with, but like right off the bat I got drilled there. So that was a little sore when I finished, and then obviously the wrist is sore. Hands maybe a little bit tender just from bouncing around on all the rocks, but other than that, right now I feel pretty good. You can ask me tomorrow.
Yeah, do you glove liners or anything like that, or just straight up?
Not this race. I can get by without glove liners, but in the past, I mean, I think one of the years I won out here, I was literally out there for like 7 hours. I was like the last guy, like the only guy to make like this extra lap.
Right, the extra deal.
Yeah, and man, it was ridiculous. But I think we did like 2 loops somewhere else but I wore glove liners out here, and even then, like my hands were still
coming apart.
Nah, it wasn't blistered, but like they were all red with like undergloves.
Well, and those, when I first saw those, I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna be able to ride with those. I'm gonna feel like I have
They
pillars
are
in my
hard to
hands.
ride. Like they're not good, but like in some scenarios, you need it's better to ride with us.
You need that little bit, because when you hang on, and now everything is so thin and so close, it rips. And that's where you get the blister. Then you rip the skin, and then it goes worse. And so I first started riding with them after I had the big surgery on my hand, and all the skin peeled off. And so I'm like, it was baby skin. And I'm like, there's no way. So I bought those from PCI Racing, those Kevlar glove liners. And I'm like, these aren't bad. And I started riding kind of longer distances. And then when I started racing in Baja on bikes in the old man for 30 and 40 class and stuff, I ran them, and I didn't feel all big and balloony. So I think there's something to that. And as somebody like at your level, I think the shorter races and stuff like that, you definitely want to feel the grip as much as possible, because that extra little bit when you're holding on that tight, you get arm pump. But it shocks me that you didn't wear something like that today.
Yeah, no, not today. I had an idea it'd probably be under 3 hours. I feel like after that point is when I really start falling apart. And obviously, the East Coast races or some of those, your hands get way more sweaty and all the humidity. So I feel like keeping your hands dry helps.
Yeah.
In those scenarios, your hands don't really get as soft. But I did have to make a request to my mechanic. I brought my own personal. We run ODI grips, and they always normally just send the team like the gray kind of medium compound grips, and like the white ones are really hard to come by, because like everyone in Supercross runs, like everyone prefers the white, like a pro racer. So I had a couple at home. So my bike was already all prepped, and I was like, gave my mechanics like, we need these gloves this weekend. I will not be racing with the mediums, because
I need my disco white shoes.
Yeah, I need my white shoes, because I'm not going out. Not going out to party without them. So, I mean, it's a picky thing, but it's needed. Couple back in early December, I did it was like some Travis Pastrana invitational race. I don't know if you saw it. It was called Terra Infernos in Dominican. It was kind of a whole mess, but it all came together.
Right.
Like any
As
sort
Travis
of Central
does.
American Travis Pastrana situation.
Right.
And I didn't have any white grips, so I made a special request after that race. But oh man, both my hands were like bleeding. I was like that after the first race. It was I think it was like over 2 hours, but we were racing on coral, so it was like the most aggressive terrain you could ever imagine. And then then the next day there was a night race, and it's hot and humid down there. So all the blisters just ripped open, so I had like bloody hands on both hands. So I put Band-Aids on that night with a bunch of Neosporin and just went to bed, never took the Band-Aids off, like huge, like massive, like rectangular Band-Aids.
Yeah.
And the next day I just put tape all around the Band-Aids and then slid my hand in gloves and raced again. And people were like amazed that I was riding, but like with like 3 layers of added comfort, it's actually possible.
Like you're racing with ski gloves.
Yeah.
So hey, we're gonna let you get going, but who do you want to thank? Obviously, your family, your sponsors, and stuff like that. Before you go, who do you want to throw a shout out to?
Yeah, obviously my wife and kid. They were watching the race today, and I'm sure my dad was as well, and my mom. So it's good to have their support. I'm sure my dad's wondering why I haven't called him yet to get the details. Probably asked me why I got second, didn't win, but that's how it is.
Sounds like my dad.
But you know, and obviously the Factory One Sherco team, my mechanic Cody Webb, he's definitely done a lot for me. Really smart guy. Probably should be doing something else, but for some reason he's stuck with me for now. Red Bull, Arai helmets, Scott goggles, CTI knee braces for keeping my knee safe. They got smacked by a rock today.
Saving your knee today.
Yeah, saving my knee today again. Garnet boots. I probably stubbed my toes a couple times. So, you know, plenty of other things. FMF for the extra pipe I got today since I crushed it. I don't think Donnie never. Whenever I post my power dents, he never reposts them on the FMS page, even though I tag him. So I think he doesn't like the brand being hindered by me.
Yeah. Well, no, it's a great day. We'll see you tonight. Go relax and have some fun and hang out with your team, and we'll see you in a little bit.
All right, catch you guys later.
Awesome, man.
For those of you looking at the clock, we are coming up on the 1 p.m. hour. That means the racers that you're seeing on this course have been out there for 4 hours. So we've talked a lot about hydration and nutrition and time on the bike, and all of that comes into play for these racers. So right now, these racers are trying to finish. Hopefully they're trying to finish their second lap. I would assume that most of them that are still out there are on their second lap. Just remember that first lap that they took on was 12 miles. The second lap, they added that 1.5, so they went to 13.5, and it was obviously a little bit more technical. We saw a lot from Tristan Hart, Cody Webb, Ryder LeBlanc, Will Reardon, and of course Colton Haker as they were coming through earlier. We got the chance to see them come through that section. So these racers, look at that. It's definitely steep and silty, and some riders choosing to ride, some riders choosing to walk. It's tough. It's tough out here at the 2023 SRT King of the Motos Hard Enduro. So this is a part of the U.S. Hard Enduro Series. This is the first time that it's been a part of the series, and it's great to be able to kick off their 2023 season here in the Johnson Valley OHV area. If you guys want to see where they're headed next, they are actually headed to Hawaii. So the next round of the U.S. Hard Enduro Series is going to be on the North Shore of Oahu. I wish that I had a chance to head over there and check that out. I've been to the North Shore before, and it's quite an amazing island there on the North Shore of Oahu. Much more fun than Honolulu, which is kind of like Florida for Hawaii. But that's okay. Everybody's got what they enjoy. Me, I want to go to the North Shore and I want to hang out, sleep in late, and enjoy some of the great stuff that those locals have to offer us there on the North Shore of Hawaii. So the U.S. Hard Enduro Series will enjoy that. There's a shipment container going out in a few weeks for some of the racers and riders that are going to have their bikes shipped out to the islands of Hawaii. And then after that, they're going to be in Page, Arizona for the Grinding Stone Hard Enduro. The terrain out there is, strange to say, very different from what we have here, but there is a lot. The similarities that they do have are what we've talked about, how the dusty, silty areas here in the Johnson Valley OHV area kind of into those rocky areas, and that is a lot what happens in Page, Arizona. So you go through these very deep sandy areas that then takes you onto these slick rocks that are just that. They're extremely grippy. So going from a spot where you need to try to stay very stable with the bike underneath you in those sandy areas to those rocky areas is just hard to do. And you know what? These riders are doing it. They're having fun. And then after we do a lot of the racing on the West Coast, they're going to start heading east later on. So there's a West Coast Hard Enduro Series, there's an East Coast Hard Enduro Series, and then a Premier Hard Enduro Series. So there's 3 series in one, and there's a lot of math, a lot of spreadsheets that people have to use to figure all that stuff out, but luckily, that's not my job.
Well, and you just heard Cody Webb talking about that he's heading over, everybody's going in different directions. I'm going to race this series, I'm going to do that race, I haven't done this, I haven't done that. But that's where there's getting so many, it gets a little confusing to the spectators.
Yeah, so Cody Webb is competing luckily with the Factory One Sherco team. He's got some factory support from France Sherco to go to the Super Enduro Series. So we talk a lot about Endurocross here, and that's kind of our indoor arena enduro specific event, where Super Enduro is that for the rest of the world. And it's a little bit more what they're trying to do with World Supercross versus what we're doing here in the United States, but we know what happens here with our Supercross is still the premier event for Supercross racers. But for him and Cooper Abbott to be able to go to the Super Enduro with their Shercos underneath them is awesome to see. We're on a little bit of a struggle right now trying to get up the section that we're in, and you can see when that rear wheel starts to spin out, that's because of all that silty dust built up on these rocks. It's tough, man. You got to make sure your body position is right spot so you can keep that traction going. Sometimes you just want to take a break.
You question yourself. You go down to your GPS and you're thinking, can this drone get off my ass for just a moment?
Yeah.
Let me get up this section and get to a nice flowing area before you start following me again. But you can just see how tough it is.
Yep. So a little bit of that's the problem with when you're trying to sit down too much in these areas. You can wind up quickly weighting the wrong side of the bike. So even though you do still have a little bit of forward momentum, by sitting down so much, you're not able to shift your hips or rotate your hips around quickly when those rocks start to spit you off. So you can see there, he's kind of sitting, he's kind of pitter-pattering. That rear wheel was able to get kicked out on him because of that way he was positioned, and he kind of fell over there. Now granted, He's tired, just like you were talking about.
Right.
It's been a long day for this guy. He's been out there for over 4 hours, so it's no fault of his own. It's just that this stuff wears you out.
Well, this is the section that when the first couple of guys, they have to really hit it hard to try to get a run, and that's the problem is that they're not quite getting the run going up there. But he did a great job. So if you're out riding this kind of stuff, you can't treat all surfaces the same. A lot of times there's more sand and stuff at the bottom, so you got to have your momentum and get your accelerating done before you get to that. Don't come up to it slow and then gas at the last second. Like these guys, you're seeing that every couple inches will definitely help you. So if you back up a little bit, get a good run, it's like the start of a supercross or motocross race.
Yeah, I can only imagine when you've got those 22 guys or those 40 guys going into that first turn, then your heart rate gets pretty pegged. And that is a lot of what happens when we're talking about going through these riverbeds and you're keeping your momentum. Sometimes you can have one quick mistake. You have to make one quick dab and try to keep that momentum going. And little moments like that start to spark your heart rate. You're starting to overthink things. And as those compound and build up, all of a sudden your heart rate is just spiked through the roof. You're trying to catch your breath. You're trying to keep air in your lungs. And all of a sudden you're like, I can't do this. And so that's when you just start to make quick mistakes. So hydration, the way that you're going to fuel your body with nutrition, then of course all the training and fitness that they're going to try to build before they even come to these events is where it all compounds.
Well, and it's when you get to this point and you're like, there's the finish line. Like it's got to be such a great feeling. There he is. That's right. He's just got to do a couple more turns to navigate. He's almost right there, but you can see it. You can almost smell it. And to get around that corner, it's like, all right, I almost got this. But you can see how tired he is. He's having a hard time standing up. And we just heard Cody talking about you're spending over 3 hours on the bike, which this rider is. It really, really takes its toll on you.
Yeah, and that's where you can go about an hour and a half with the food built up in your system before the race starts. But when you get into those longer events and you're going about over an hour and a half, that's when you have to really understand what your refueling plan is going to look like, because you need to make sure that you're taking calories in as you're putting calories out. So you can eat a lot and carb up the night before, sure, to some degree, that's going to be great, but if you're going to be on that bike for over an hour and a half, you need to know how, when, where, and why you're going to be putting refueling in your system. A lot of these guys will put some kind of refueling system, which really just has a lot of glucose, it has a lot of dextrose in their hydration packs, so that way they're drinking essentially their calories and some of that those carbohydrates to make sure that they can keep fueling their body. On the longer days, they also want to add some protein and some fat in there, but the problem with that is that takes more energy to digest than just straight carbohydrates. So these guys are going to be pretty high with the insulin after all this from processing these carbohydrates, but that's part of it when it comes to needing to stay fueled up for these long days on the bike.
And we talked about that yesterday, some length, about the element drink that's bringing in the salts and the magnesium and stuff like that. So getting the right salt, the right magnesium into your body so it doesn't shoot through your system, because a lot of times they'll give you magnesium to kind of relax everything and to keep you normal. But if you run the right magnesium, it actually helps you rehydrate your body and hang on to it. So a lot of new technology, because back in the day it was, there's Gatorade, or you take a salt tablet. I mean, there was really not much else to do. So the what's out there the bikes have evolved, nutrition has evolved, training has evolved, safety equipment has evolved, but gravity is still the same as you see this rider.
Yeah. What's great about like what you mentioned about Element is that a lot of the rehydration electrolyte drinks out there are very high in sugar, where Element doesn't add any sugar. They don't add any carbohydrates to their drink, because they know that someone that traditionally, when you're in need of electrolytes, that's probably not something that you're going to need, or if that is something that you need, you've already got that part of it figured out. Right. So that's a great purpose of Element. And electrolytes, to your point, like you would just have salt tablets. Nowadays, we understand that we have sodium, we have potassium, we have magnesium. Like those are the three main electrolytes, and they all do different things at a very molecular level, with literally the way that they even bring fluid into and out of the cells, which is just crazy to think about. But that's why you're starting to see this expansion of talking about not just salt anymore or sodium, but we're bringing in a lot of things like potassium and magnesium as well into that.
All right, as we're watching these riders, we pretty much know that everybody is on their second lap. You know, we saw a couple of the guys after the leaders went by grab and get a white flag, which you got to think about that. They've been working so hard that all of a sudden you get ready to get the white flag, and the winners go by you, and you start doing the math in your head of how fast they're going and how did you think, how the hell did they do that? Because every rider's doing their best. They're out there trying, they're working, they're doing everything. But as you can see, sometimes you just have to stop and take a little break, and that's what that rider was fighting for so hard.
What do you think made you the best? You know what I mean? Like, in that regard, like, that's the thing. It's like it seems to be such a big separation between riders that we're seeing now and like a Tristan Hart and Cody Webb who finished in under 2 hours, right? But what was it back in your day that you thought that it was that made you the best, that created that separation?
Well, for me, I was very blessed to be in the right place at the right time growing up. I was in El Cajon, California. I had Marty Smith, Marty Tripes, Mike Tripes, Tommy Croft, Brock Glover, Scott Burnworth. There was so many fast riders, and everybody would come down there. And I also lived in Southern California, so we got to ride all year long. You know, we had a couple of mud days, and we get to go play around. But other than that, it was summertime all the time, and so we got to ride. And then also local races. We had South Bay Speedway, Saddleback, Carlsbad, Corona, Escape Country, Indian Dunes, Ascot, Speedway 117. I mean, it goes on and on. So there was always a sense of competition and always somebody to race with, and so that climbing up got me to the point. Now, once I got into the point of carrying the #1 plate, it was just the determination of just trying to be better. You know, like Cody was looking. That's why I asked Cody about what would he do different about today or his bike or anything like that. Because at the end of the day, even if you win, you still had a weak point. And so you have to go, okay, I won, but my suspension was off a little bit. The power could have been a little bit better. I should have hydrated more. I shouldn't have ate so much. You know what I mean? All these different things that you need to ask yourself and say, what's going to make me better? And that's the thing, is that you're, in a way, you're tormented because you're never really satisfied.
Right. We got a chance to talk to Will Reardon after he came in. He was 4th today, officially on the King of the Motos, and it was interesting to hear that he had trouble at Chocolate Thunder. And when he got up to the top of Chocolate Thunder, he turned it on, and he went to about 110% because he immediately went to the I have to catch up mindset. But what he realized is that he was overriding himself. He was overriding the terrain, started making mistakes, started pumping up. And so when we got a chance to talk to him, that was one of the things that he kind of like said, I learned, is that I need to remember that I'm in these situations. I don't need to, riding over my head is not going to help me catch up. It's when I can, what did you say? Smooth is fast, right? A little bit slower to go faster kind of a situation. And it's cool to hear him be able to think through that and have those learnings here while we get a chance to interview him after the event.
Well, and when I raced in Mexico, especially when I was on a bike, I said I'm going to make time by not losing time. So if I can make 10 less mistakes than you per mile, I don't have to push as hard. And so, but what we saw today, the pace that they were going, our winner was just clipping along in such a smooth flow. And I mean, he was like so present, but he was also looking out so far ahead that he was aware. Like, we rarely ever saw him get caught. We saw him do that one turnaround, saw him tip over a little bit one time, but Tristan was on point. Today was his day.
Yeah.
You know, and because when him and Cody took off, I was amazed at how they just yarded everybody. But they were going back and forth, and as Cody was saying, it was bitchin' because they're like swapping paint and going back and forth, and they could hear the helicopter, they could hear the drones and stuff. And so it's pretty cool that these guys are out doing these crazy laps and, you know, over 1,000 feet of elevation change up and down the hills, and still put on a show.
And this is one of our women riders here. She is on the factory Sherco. Is that Haley? Yep. Yeah. What's Haley's last name? She's a good follow on Instagram. So if anybody's looking, she does a lot of practicing and she posts a lot. Haley Sweeten. Nice. She does a lot of practicing and posting that stuff on Instagram. So she's a great follow there, and I'm happy for her with all the. Colton, Oregon, so definitely in the Pacific Northwest. She's an awesome follow if you're that. Is that a junior rider? That looks like a very short individual.
Got the suspension lowered, got the seat down.
Well, right now they're much shorter because they're laying on the ground, but that's okay. It does look like it's a 2Y maybe on the bike, so if that's a Y, that's definitely a youth rider. Yeah, look. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's got to be one of our 12 to 15-year-olds out there. Can you believe that, Ricky? Like at 12 to 15, would you think that you'd be out here trying something like this?
And I'm not trying to sound like overconfident or anything like that, but I would have loved this when I was a kid because we did a lot of making new trails and jumps and making new things. It wasn't near this gnarly. I mean, let's not fool ourselves. But if the challenge was there, I would have definitely went after it. And just seeing this young rider attacking it, doing everything right. Just imagine the power to weight ratio for how much it takes for him to pick up a bike,
Right.
He looks like he weighs about $120, trying to pick up a 220-pound bike time and time again.
Yeah. And it's interesting too because riders like yourself who have such a history of being champions, right? You're just you just have the talent, you have the ability, and you were able to capitalize on all of that. But you guys might have been capped out by technology to some degree, right? Your capacity and your ability. Where now, like, again, 12 to 15-year-olds out here on the technology that we have with these two strokes on the Husqvarna specifically that they're riding, I mean, there are very little chances to be capped off by technology.
Yeah. I mean, yes, I agree with you, but in the grand scheme of things, from where I was at in the late 70s, early 80s, bikes are still bikes,
right?
I mean, the tire technology is better. They have moves. They have all these things that make the bike better. But all in all, you looked at Joel Robert, Roger DeCoster, Heike Mikla, Torsten Hallman, Malcolm Smith. I mean, if you had those riders in this generation, they would be doing the same thing. Same thing if you have Bob Hanna or Danny Hamill or whoever. Danny, I think, would be phenomenal at this. As big and strong as he was, I think he would have loved this.
He has such a good balance, too.
Yeah. So as Chris is saying, and you guys can't hear him, but we can, because we're having a conversation, is that Danny had an unbelievable balance. And what I think about Danny Hamill, to finish my thought on Danny, is that he was so light on the bike as big as he was. Because he was he had the big barrel chest. I mean, he was a big, massive guy. But I did not only play football in high school, but I don't doubt it. He was a big guy, but always that big, beautiful smile on his face. But when he rode, he was light. And then talking with Bones from Pro Circuit, who did his suspension, said he it wasn't big, stacking up shim stacks and stuff because the guy was just a gorilla. He was so smooth and agile on the bike, and I think somebody like that, he was like a David Knight. Big, strong guy. I think he would have done phenomenal in something like this.
Man, David Knight, that's a name. That's like one of the original kind of hard enduro world, guys that's been traveling around a lot. Have won one of the original. So we had Last Man Standing from like 2005 to 2007 in North Texas, which even though hard enduro like the Erzberg Enduro had been going on even previous to that, that was the kind of idea of Red Bull kind of trying to bring that concept to the United States, even before the Tennessee Knockout got as big as it has gotten. But David Knight was a winner there, and he literally, multiple times, they tried to make it to where there was that last man standing. So if you go to Red River motorcycle trails there in North Texas, there's the big Red Bull barn, as they call it, and that silhouette, it's supposed to be David Knight, but it's actually one of the actual producers of the event. But it kind of looks like David Knight also.
Yeah, David Knight definitely a stunt. You know where he's from? I got it. You know where David Knight is from?
Nope, tell me.
Isle of Man.
How
appropriate.
Yeah.
Isle of one big-ass man named David Knight.
Yeah, you got that.
All righty, you are watching the 2023 SRT Off-Road King of the Motos. We've got the last couple guys coming in. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
The ARB Airlocker is a must-have for off-road drivers, including rock crawlers, overlanders, and racers. With over 100 applications, ARB Airlockers gives your vehicle the traction you need to tackle virtually any challenge with the flip of a switch.
dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
tougher the tire, the easier the escape.
Alrighty, welcome back to the 2023 SRT Off-Road King of the Motos. I'm Ricky Johnson along with Brian Pierce. Brian, as we're watching these guys start to trickle down, we're going to be starting to see some of the checkpoints close. So if you can explain how that works for the people out watching.
Absolutely. So we've mentioned a couple times on that second loop, they need to have that added 1.5 miles, about 3/4 of a mile into that section. There is a checkpoint number 4, and that is the checkpoint these riders are trying to get to before 2 p.m. We were told at the riders meeting if they are there by 1:59 and get scanned, they will be allowed to continue forward. If they come through and the clock has tripped over by 2 p.m., they are not going to be allowed to move through, because it has taken them 5 hours to get to that point. They will not finish the course before the 3 p.m. end of the race. So again, this is GPS, but they've kind of on that second lap they're getting a chance to rewrite a lot of terrain. But that 1.5 miles is definitely different. I'm assuming that there are a lot of tracks now, but as we've seen with Tristan Hart, he even got turned around a couple times. So if you follow the wrong track, even if you think you're on somebody's navigation, you could get spit the wrong way.
Yeah, you can't get complacent and start watching the tracks in front of you, because you don't know. You get slightly off to the left or to the right, and sometimes in the rocks it's really hard to see any of the tracks anyways. But you can't also trust the rider in front of you. You're assuming that he is leading the way, and as you said, we saw Tristan Hart actually go the wrong way, and now if you look, there's two different routes. There was the wrong line to the right, but they didn't see that because now we're in a drone. It's easy to see all the different lines, because these are all different truck lines that we take. When I raced trucks, we did that backwards, and then you had to work your way up there, and there was a roadblock, so we moved to the left or to the right and make a new line.
This is a good shot at some of those silty tracks that we were talking about, how all of that dust gets carried down and through the trail. Those rocks just get nice and slick, and then the small rocks get carried around through as well. But you can see kind of how blown out the trail has gotten, because when we saw Cody Webb and Tristan Hart come through, it was much more narrow at the time. And we got another youth rider, 151Y. So we have quite a few youth riders out there. Again, that class is that 12 to 15 year old class.
Still at it. I mean, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Boy, are they going to have a story at school on Monday?
If they make it to Monday, I might sleep all day if I was out here doing this.
Call in sick?
Yeah, call in sick to school, see what could happen. I don't know. If my parents would tell me, listen, you wanted to give it, you're going to give it, but you're going to school on Monday. Unless you're in the hospital, of course. Yeah, there's one of our other youth riders. That's awesome. It's got to be so hard for these youth riders on these big bikes, right? We can't obviously see at this point what CC bike they're on. It could be a 125, maybe it's 250 or 300. But obviously their short stature, you can see how scooped out their seat is to try to get that center of gravity lower towards the rear wheel to the center of the bike. But it has just got to be so hard for these shorter stature riders to be able to leverage those full-size motorcycles.
Yeah, but Ricky Carmichael made it work.
Boy, did he. Boy, did he. Yeah, Jamie Lanza, one of the original Enduro Cross racers way back in the day. Number 99.
Very, very, very few times.
Yeah, he's a short dude, but awesome. I remember seeing him at the in Austin, Texas, at the X Games when Enduro Cross was Enduro X, and it was in the X Games. Man, that was back in the day. Destry Abbott was there. Mike Brown, Taddy Blazuziak, tons of riders back then there. X Games when Enduro X was part of that.
That's Nolan Albrecht.
Wow.
Nolan Albrecht.
Nice work, Nolan Albrecht.
From Bozeman, Montana.
Bozeman, Montana.
He's our youth leader right now.
Love it.
I'm going to pass it over to Chris Johnson. He's got some statistics. He's been looking this stuff up. I'm going to pass it over there for a little bit and then come up with what my plan for the rest of the day is. So I'm going to let you guys back at it.
I can dig it.
All righty.
Down there too. What's that? They're having a party down there too.
We've talked a few different times about some of the kids in our life. My specifically, Liam. He is 10 years old. He's got a nice little KTM 65. He chooses not to race, and that's okay. We're a riding family first. I'd much rather have a riding buddy the rest of my life opposed to somebody that feels like I tried to force them to race. But man, at 10 years old, right, to think that in 2 years he could be old enough anyway to try to compete in something like this, that kind of blows my mind. That he would be on an 85 at that point and potentially be competing at an event like this.
Our youth class is an age segregated class from 12 to 16, and then beyond that, then you have to ride the regular size categories. But 12 years old to be able to complete the King of the Motos is a phenomenal feat for a youngster.
Honestly, they rode the Prologue. They raced race 1 to then even come out here and attempt a 12-mile right loop 1 of race 2 and then be out there again for that second loop. That is a whole nother level.
Yeah,
of,
and he's halfway out on
these
second
younger
loop.
riders like being out there riding their dirt bikes.
Here's a view we have right now on our screen from Clawhammer as they claw their way up to the top of the hill.
We got a gas here. I think that's the Backdoor Designs gas I've seen floating around on the internet and the Instagrams. That's the best part about this is what's so cool about hard enduro. Again, kind of that skate spot mentality. You really can just go find some rocks. You can go find some creek beds and you can just session it. Ride up the creek, ride back down the creek, try to ride across the creek, right? You know, might be dropping in, loading up that engine, releasing that clutch, creating that traction, trying to ride up and out the other side. So it's great for posting on social media because the successes look amazing, but the failures look even more spectacular.
Well, we have quite a few individuals that are really good at giving riders clinics. Of course, a good friend of ours, and we were talking to him earlier, Destry Abbott. Phenomenal talent and a great insight for showing any level of a racer or a rider to be able to exceed in their accomplishments.
Yeah.
And, Max Gersten, he does another class as well.
Yeah, and Max Gersten is our media specialist over the U.S.
right.
Hard Enduro. If you follow them on YouTube, you're going to see a lot of Max Gersten because he's the one out there riding with the pros, either riding behind them, trying to capture them on the trail, and then being able to do feedback there directly during the race. So that's a great way to get on-camera information and trail side stuff, but of course that gets posted post-race.
Yeah, actually Taylor Robert does several classes too.
Oh, and that would be a great class to take, riding with Taylor Robert. That was another phenomenal rider. I wish we did see him at more hard enduros. I know he's very, he's just because of his age, and I think for how long he's been doing this and some of the incidents he's had, I'm making an assumption, but maybe he's coming closer to the end of his career and this is just not something he wants to push on anymore. Maybe he just doesn't have the support that he would prefer to have if he's going to be coming out to these events, but absolutely, he would be another phenomenal clinic to take.
I interviewed Taylor in his very, very first pro race at the age of 16.
Yes.
Yeah.
Was that a Works?
Yeah. So he's a great guy on top of that, just phenomenal talent.
Absolutely.
Another one that does rider schools, but he's more on the higher speed aspect of things, and it's Bobby Bonds. He's up in the Taft area, there in Bakersfield. And he had his fingers on the pie there that Kern motocross track, KCRP.
I love that line just snaking its way down this little riverbed as you're kind of coming down here. And it looks like we've got quite a few people lined up. Lots of flags there. Yeah, backyard designs, that's what it was. Nice. Look, contemplating life right now.
Yeah, talking about Taft, I'll be up at Taft next weekend for the NGPC. Dirt Diggers are hosting a Grand Prix up there for those of you looking for something to do next weekend.
And it's not too far from this area, is it?
Yeah, from here it's about 2.5 hours.
Well, if somebody's here right now, they're going to be hanging out for King of Hammers, but maybe if you're from the area and you like dirt bike specific stuff, that would be the spot to head next weekend, right?
And then the weekend after that will be Delano with Works Racing. It's one of those cool courses on a hillside. You just mark out a course on a grassy hillside.
Well, if anybody wants to come play in Texas, as we were talking about West Texas, again, it's not the same as what you're seeing out here in Johnson Valley OHV area, but it is close to this. We are going to have, there will be a U.S. Hard Enduro Series there close to Lubbock, Texas, around Post, Texas. So if this is up your cup of tea, I believe that's closer to April or May, but it is a little bit later, so it's probably after the Grinding Stone. So again, we've got Hawaii, then we've got Grinding Stone in Page, Arizona, and then we're heading to Post, Texas for the U.S. Hard Enduro Series.
Now Lubbock is kind of southwest corner, isn't it?
Northwest.
Northwest.
Yeah,
okay.
it's just south of Amarillo, which Amarillo then sits right below the panhandle of Oklahoma. And again, it's like riding on Mars, a lot like this is. You know, if you're somebody that rides on the East Coast a lot, where you've got that brownie dirt, you got tons of trees, lots of tight single track, obviously this is not that. And it is a eye-opening experience to come out here. That was one of the toughest things when I first moved to Texas in '02, growing up in Louisiana. I was really good at tight single track, really good in the pine trees, but I did not know how to go fast. We never rode in open areas like that. And by no means do I have it figured out now, but at least I'm having fun riding with the faster guys there when we do head west to that open terrain of West Texas.
No numbers on that rider coming through.
I love that they put that epic little rock drop in there. From this vantage point, it looks like, yeah, man, it's a foot or two, but you can tell it is definitely taller than their wheel. The way that they're dropping off and carrying all that weight down and squishing into that sand. And the way that this young rider is trying to catch his breath, you can tell that he's having some fun on his Sherco. This is probably the exact challenge that he was looking for here at the King of the Motos.
Oh yeah, I dream about places like this.
Look at this balance. Come on, he's trying to make sure that rear wheel doesn't get sucked down. There we go. Guy's been practicing his yoga. Did you see that stance?
Yeah. You know, cracks me up canyons like this, and people don't realize you could be riding along and all of a sudden it'll get narrower and narrower, and all of a sudden there'll be a 10-foot drop off on a waterfall.
Right?
No water there. So what do? You go berm shot around the outside of the wall and carry it down.
I love it,
You don't
man.
go and ride straight down.
Or if you're like a Nick Farringer, you just jump it.
Yeah, not all of us are like Nick Barringer.
Oh, see? Got a little bit of traction there. Unfortunately, that bike ripped him straight to the ground. There we go. We got a little bit of a high five. I'm okay. It's just my pride that's hurt. I'm telling you, man, those Shercos, they got some torque built into them.
Yeah, he says it just like Michael Myers says, too, right? When it falls down. I'm okay. It's okay. I'm okay.
I can only imagine how worn out this young rider is right now.
And you know the weird thing about this right now, this gentleman, this young rider, going through this canyon, there's nobody in front of him and nobody behind him. He's all by himself. So he's going.
And sometimes that gets to you. Like,
it does.
Because it's like...
It's weird when you're by yourself.
Yeah. Because you start to wind up telling stories in your head. What about the drone?
See, and he should not be going in that particular section where the drone's showing. He should be riding to the right where the trail is groomed into the side.
Yeah, it looks like before that drone had made past it, there were a couple lines off to the right, to the left, and so I wonder if there were a couple that went that direction and realized, hey, that's a lot more difficult than if we went far to the right, so we're going to ride more riders right to make it a little bit easier. But oh my gosh, look at this. Dragging body and bike up and over those rocky obstacles. And there you can see how that tire is just spinning right now. That is not creating any traction.
No, and look how burned off the knobs are.
Oh, look how burned out the rider is.
Oh, yeah.
Head on the handlebars, baby. That's all right. Sometimes we just have to sit back, recoup a little bit, find our breath, find our will to keep going.
There's our youth rider again.
Yeah, buddy. Nolan doing a great job on that 2Y Husqvarna. Look at that, standing up. Oh my gosh, this guy's got way more talent than I do. That's awesome. Can't reach that rear brake though as he's falling backwards.
Hey, little guy on top of that. Probably have a bit of about maybe 4'11". Maybe dripping wet, about 93 pounds.
Right?
Yep.
See if we can get him to give the drone a high five. I'm ready to rock. Looks a little pooped though. Looks a little pooped.
We'll definitely want to get a chat with that lad when he finishes his
Oh, that
lap.
would be awesome. Yeah, that would be a great idea. That's the thing, though. You realize if you sit there for too long, you're kind of losing that will to go forward. So if you're going to stop like that, oh, unfortunately, see how he had his hips so far forward toward the gas tank when he tried to get that bike to create traction, that rear wheel just slid out on him because of the fact that he didn't have his weight, which obviously he does not have much of it over that rear wheel. But there he goes, man, just pitter-pattering his way up. A little bit of dog paddle. Great job, dude. Great job, Nolan.
Nolan Albrecht from Bozeman, Montana.
Bozeman, Montana. Yeah, this is probably vastly different from what he gets to ride on in Montana.
Hey, there's some great trails in Bozeman though.
Oh man, that place
Montana
is mountain bike, dirt bike,
really
mecca.
cool stuff. Both
There's
Montana, Wyoming,
awesome
Utah,
downhill. Yeah.
Colorado, all have great places.
Yeah, we went to, again, we were talking about Morgan from Highland Cycles. He does something he calls the Death March, which is about 180 miles in one day there in Taylor Park in Colorado outside of Crested Butte. And that drone just took out a chair. And I made it about 120 miles before my Sherco pooped out. But I drove 15 hours, rode 120 miles in Taylor Park, turned around, drove 15 hours back home. Probably going to do it again this year and try to complete all 180 miles in one day. We on the trail just before the sun. And they rode well into the night with night lights on. Unfortunately, my day was ended about 4 p.m. with about 120 miles under my belt.
He said that was what, Colorado?
Yeah, they're in Taylor Park. It's great riding in Taylor Park.
Yeah. You know, there's per capita, there's more motocross parks in Colorado than anywhere else in the country.
Really?
Per capita.
Per capita.
Yep.
That sounds like something I'd have to take a spreadsheet out to understand. Look at this. So this is the top of Chocolate Thunder. Right? What time is it right now? We are at 2 p.m., right? We are at 1:40 right now. So at 1:40 right now, this rider is just now starting their second loop.
Wow.
Look at that. That's okay, man. Dog paddle, whatever you got to do, get to the top.
Oh, by the way, here in Hammertown, you hear some music playing up in the sky. It's provided by Blue Water Sound out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona.
Oh, yeah. at this. Bouncing his way to the bottom. Here we go. Off the drop rock. Nice job, Ryder. Nice job. Getting that checkered flag. Living his best life.
Yep. SRT, based out of Fresno, California. And a great supplier for motorcycle and trail riding accessories. And of course, Corey Graffender, one of the employees there. And
Yeah, how cool is that? He was an
pretty cool.
SRT rider for a long time, and then he was able to get that job working there with Craig Thompson of SRT
That's right.
and helping design some of the parts.
Well, Craig also an established enduro cross racer. Yep.
Craig Thompson
Very
is
good,
an
by the way.
awesome enduro cross racer.
Yeah.
I wish that I hope I have that talent in a handful more years. I'm not that far away from Craig's age, but in the long run, he's more of a seasoned racer than I am, if you will.
Yeah, I've known Craig and Corey a long time. Good dudes.
All right,
Morgan Crawford rides out of SRT. You know, he's the last rider in District 37 to overall a desert race on a C-bike, a 200 or smaller.
Wow.
That was probably back in 2003 was the last time. No. More overalls on 125 was done by Tommy Brooks on a DKW Hornet back in the 70s.
Man.
And then the next, well, that was 13 times overall on a 125. Then we have Eric Hallgath. He has 6 overalls on 125. Hey, Rick.
We've got more riders on the track. Again, we have just over an hour and 15 minutes before this event is going to be over. So these riders have about 20 minutes before they need to make it to that 4th checkpoint. But Ricky Johnson, you've had quite the experience here. We've had quite the experience with you. How has the weekend been for you?
I got to say that I was so impressed with the level of competitor and machinery. I mean, really, we're not seeing that many broken down horses on the side of the track. So
that's a solid
great
point.
You know, we talked to Cody Webb. He said if he could do anything to his bike, it would be to raise that lower exhaust pipe a little bit on that 2-stroke because he smashed one yesterday. But really, not seeing a lot of bikes overheat. We saw some of that happen yesterday, but right now we're seeing more.
We're seeing rider.
And I had a blast working with you guys. I got to work with Chris before. First time I got to work with you, so I think it was a 10 of an event. How about you?
Yeah, man. No, it was a great time. And then, of course, like, what you got to go get your trophy last night, right, for everything going on at the score banquet.
Yeah, it was one of those things. I'm like, man, it always happens when it rains and pours. You know, typically you have a couple weekends off, nothing's happening, everything's fine. Then all of a sudden, I got to announce 2 days. Oop, hang in there, buddy. And now he's like, oh, get away from me.
Like, please stop following.
He's
it's
such
like, sorry,
a sweet
sir.
guy. He's like, just please leave me alone right now. I'm just having a moment.
Ricky, what would you have said to that drone?
It would have been a little more explicit. I'm not quite as sweet as Cody Webb. But that's the thing, though. They're very polite individuals, but guys like Cody Webb and all the top riders are killers. I mean, they are badass dudes to do what they do and put up with the pain that they do. But right now, this guy's like thinking, get that friggin' drone away from me. You see the shadow just taunting him as it comes down the hill. But yeah, I would have been, please leave me alone. But look at this. He is coming down to the finish, so it's almost over. So congratulations to another guy. We're going to see if 80 finish or 50 finish.
I know. I think it's going to be less than half because we were talking about when I came on and you grabbed some lunch really quick. He was asking about that. I had just got done talking to 3 racers, and I asked them, I was like, well, did you guys get your 2 laps done? All 3 of them just broke out hysterically laughing at me like I was the crazy one. And I'm like, so what you're saying is it's hard out there? And they were like, oh, yes. Yeah. So if we were already there with 2 hours and 3 guys, I was like, probably less than half are going to finish their 2 laps at this point.
Well, and you think just how much energy they're expending, and they can only take so much in their packs. Maybe a couple goo packs, and they have some hydration stuff in their backpack. But it's definitely wearing them out. So I'm going to check out. I'm going to sign off. I want to thank everybody. Thank you guys for having me. And then Miles is going to hand out the awards tonight. But please give not my condolences, but my congratulations to all the top 3 guys.
Absolutely, dude. Well, thank you for helping us out and having fun with us here in the booth, showing us how it's done, being the Rick Johnson for us. That's what we all need in our life, is a little bit more little Dick.
Yeah,
just
little
to see
Dick
how
Johnson.
that goes.
Had to slide that one in there, didn't you? Pun intended. Literally and figuratively. Alrighty, guys. Thank you for watching. I had a great time. I'm going to be heading home now, and I will be back next week for the off-road challenge for the trucks and all that stuff going on. I'm not going to have my 2 cohorts here. We're going to have Ian Johnson, Scott Rain. We're going to have Bob Bauer, and also Jim Marsden. So we're going to have a star-studded cast. I'm just going to be the pivot man in this so-called thing.
Love it. We'll get home, enjoy it, and good luck next week, man. Thank you again.
Send me that address.
Man, so we got just over an hour and 15 minutes left. We are at that 1:45 time frame right now. So we've got 15 minutes before these racers are going to have to check in to that last checkpoint. We will try to find out from you guys who is or who is not making it. Try to give the satellite a quick look. But then again, once those racers are past that checkpoint, at that 3/4 of the way through that 1.5 mile addition they made, they've got till 3 p.m. to finish the race. So they will get a DNF if they do not make it by the 3 p.m. time frame. If there are riders out there that come in right before 3, Chris Johnson, that means they were out there for just almost 6 hours.
I love this drone coverage, man. We're watching the screen, and we see shadows of the drones this time of day more often now. But this tail end of it, that additional 1.5 miles added to the 12 is really starting to bite our riders.
Yeah, it may not have slowed Tristan, Cody, and some of the other pro guys down that much, but you can tell that some of the amateurs are definitely getting a little slowed down, and that's okay. That's why they're here. The challenge of hard enduro, it is not to see how fast they can go. It is to see how much technical terrain they can get themselves and their bike over and through. What's even crazier about this drone footage is how stable these guys are now. So we're literally getting this footage as if we're walking behind this rider going through this creek bed. Like, it's awesome to be able to see this. We're hoping that we can get Tristan Hart up here at some point. We definitely want to talk with him, see if we can get some of the other riders, Cooper Abbott that we wanted to talk to, Colton Haker, of course, Ryder LeBlanc to come up. That would be great to be able to chat with them. But right now, this rider is taking a quick break to hang out and catch his breath a little bit. You can tell that drone following him is starting to wear him out. It also might have something to do with the terrain, but...
Yeah, we had a nice chat earlier on with Will Reardon, You know, that's the future of our sport. The youngsters coming up, both him and Ryder LeBlanc, who got third place today, made the podium, and just signed on with Rockstar Energy Husqvarna, and teammates of Colton Haker, and just trying to sort out this game of being a fully sponsored factory racer for this hard enduro series.
Yeah, that's so cool for him. He's been on a kind of a factory Husky supported team for a handful of years, done phenomenally well for being such a young rider, and then new as well to the hard enduro scene. And for him to be able to have that 2-year deal signed, that just, sometimes it takes a lot of pressure off, and sometimes it adds a whole nother level of pressure because you're kind of thinking, oh, well, now I have to perform because they want me to, do X, Y, and Z. And a lot of times, man, it's just settling in. Just accepting the fact and being so thankful for them, realizing that you're someone they want to support, that they want you on their bike because of what they've seen from you, and just doing what you do best that got you to the place where you're at, that someone wanted to give you a factory ride.
Will Reardon's on the RPM KTM team, and other riders involved with that are just starting to explode right now. Previous year, Mateo Oliveira was on it. He's a Pro 2 champion in both NGPC and Work Series. And he moved on and he got picked up by the Red Bull KTM team now, filling the spot where his brother is now moving on and doing Western Hare Scrambles in NGPC. But the RPM group, they support Will Reardon and his brother as well, Angus Reardon, who's a GNCC competitor. And of course, he won the Pro 2 last weekend there in Prim for the Works race.
Yeah, that was the group that Cody Webb was on for a long time. That was the group that...
That's right.
Oh, he was on Beta for a long time, excuse me, then went to that RPM Max's team, and then from there went to the factory KTM team before he was on the Sherco team like he was talking about. This is his 4th year. So he was on there for 3 years, signed a 2-year deal. So he's got this year and next year on the Shercos. We saw Tristan Hart also on that team. So they've definitely supported a lot of KTM riders and helped them get to where they're at today.
Out of 5 championships with the King of the Motos, Cody Webb's been on 3 different brands.
That says a lot about adaptability as well, because even though you would say, yeah, sure, they're all European 2-strokes that you'd be riding, like in the long run, they also are vastly different motorcycles, and manufacturers are going to make what they believe is going to be the best way to make a motorcycle, and so they're going to handle different. They're going to create power different. Obviously, the suspension is going to be different, so it does take some time to get on a new bike and make changes. I guess unless you're Eli Tomac, because that just seemed to be easy for him to just come out of the gate swinging.
I don't know. He didn't have that easy of a night last night. I'm not going to spoil it for anybody, but Eli did not win.
There's that one section, Chris, where they get to open her up a little bit.
Yeah, for what, maybe about 1,000 yards?
They get to turn her on and go over 20 miles an hour.
You funnel into those Volkswagen-style boulders. You can't ride into them, over them. You got to ride around them.
That's that AEO gas you were talking about, right? At 282, I think that's one of the AEO guys. Like, obviously it says AEO on the bike. I mean, I think it's one of the riders that actually works at the shop.
AEO's out of Phoenix, Arizona, by the way.
Oh, carried a little bit too much momentum, got his weight back on the bike, and that thing just took out from underneath him. Luckily, he's good to go, back on the bike, getting some high fives and some applauses from those right there next to him by where we're getting our feed from, and he will be up and moving shortly. Oh, nope, he's going to come by and say hi. I'm going to take a quick break here, guys. Anybody got any water? Possibly an adult beverage? This is that contemplating life moment we were talking about. This rider wants to watch somebody else do it, and the run in front of him wants to watch him do it. So they're going to sit there and try to figure out who gets to go first.
I'd like to see if Nick McGowan made it back in. He was our leader overall for both the Prologue and our first section yesterday. And he's one of my buds out of New River, Arizona. He's also a veteran enduro cross competitor.
You gotta love this. He just found the perfect rock. That's his couch there in that creek bed. Josh Schaefer's gonna come up on these guys and try to get them moving, I'm sure, just like he was in the Prologue yesterday. And during race 1, he was coming up on different riders, and we caught him trying to motivate some of these riders to continue moving themselves forward. All right, now we're getting going again.
Yeah, the
They've
AEO
collected themselves and caught their breath.
AEO Power Sports rider you were talking about there is Chris Jasness from Phoenix, Arizona on the gas. He's an A rider, number 282A.
Good for him, man.
Out of AEO Power Sports.
2 laps, 5 hours in. That's a lot of riding. That's a lot of riding.
Yes.
Hallie Marks, second in pro women right now. Out there on course, getting a chance to talk with her mom right now, just checking in, seeing how her daughter's doing. Like it's tough, right? We've got this great drone footage. We've got some of the satellite with YB races and the app that you can check out. And sometimes it's just tough to get information, so we're trying to get information out and about as we can. And thankful for some of the spectators coming and bringing us some information. Oh, unfortunately making that little mistake there with where they're going to plant the foot, falling over there. Looking at the tracks, though, they're just going all over the place. So he might have to take a hard pivot to the left. He's looking up at that drone saying, "Drone, do you mind giving me a minute? I need to go crush my soul."
Yeah, our current second place woman, she got second place yesterday. Hallie Marks from Clancy, Montana, number 676. And she is running currently right now second in place in our pro women's class.
So heading up her problem right now. Once these 2 riders get to the top of her problem, they are then going to be turned around and headed back down. Well, if they get to the top, unfortunately that rider there on that red gas lost a little bit of momentum. That's that 282 that we were talking about on that AEO Power Sports bike from Arizona. But yeah, once they get to the top of her problem, they are dropping into Chocolate Thunder. These guys can taste the finish line. They are so close right now. I wonder what they're talking about. What do you think, Chris? Like, which adult beverage?
He's going. You go first. No, you go first.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. You can go first.
Yeah. He's like, "Do you like my blue boots, guys? What do you think?"
Hey, you got a beer?
Yeah. I love it. The little bit of camaraderie here on the trail of like, listen, I think this is the line. I'm going to try it. Let's see what happens. At this point, though, he might be turning around, trying to get over there to create some momentum. There we go. He got up and over that. Easy. We'll see if we can get Chris on that 282A to follow suit. Yeah, there you go. You can see Hammertown out there in the distance. There we go. Some more riders dropping in. Look at that, going nice and high on that off-camber side of the riverbed. There is still this little snake trail as they come off of that winds its way down this little crevasse.
Yeah, the 282A is Chris Jasnas from Phoenix, Arizona, also on a gas. We're starting to see, quite a few gases starting to come into the realm lately.
Yeah, I remember when the local shop first was able to get gas when they started coming out about 2 years ago. They were surprised how many they sold, but not that they sold well, but that they were sold to Honda riders. Because for so long, Honda riders didn't want to not ride red. But then they had a chance to ride something else that was still red. So they would go buy themselves a gas. And that was interesting for them to tell me, the KTM the Adventure Motorsports there in McKinney, Texas, to tell me that about how well the gas sold to old Honda riders. Thought that was very interesting.
We just keep on waiting, you know, for the European, for the Japanese brands to catch up with European brands as far as hard enduro style equipment. You know, they're way behind the 8 ball, and they're missing a big show. You know, just like I was talking to Ricky yesterday about KTM's. You know, their tooling was from the sale of mopeds in India and China.
Right.
Multi-millions of units sold in those countries, and that funded the retooling of KTM when it switched from white to orange.
Yeah, it's such an interesting sharing platform that they've decided to build up, right? So they have KTM, their main kind of meat and potato, that's ready to race, if you will, and then they've got Husqvarna, which when they bought that really kind of became their boutique brand. So kind of that Mercedes-Benz, if you will, or if you wanted to go the Toyota and Lexus route, like they're kind of Lexus to their Toyota brand. And then they get gas, and that's so much more of their fun. Like you can tell that's where they introduce, you know, more entry-level price points. It's much more about the fun, where the KTMs are the ready to race, and then you kind of have that boutique brand feel of the Husqvarnas. So it's interesting the way that they're trying to do that platform sharing between KTM, gas, and Husqvarna.
Well, I remember that attempt to merge between Suzuki and Kawasaki, and that was a huge flop. Whereas this is a huge success as far as I'm concerned between KTM, Husqvarna, and gas that you know lasted a couple of years with the Suzuki and the Kawasaki actually sharing parts.
Right.
But now, from what I understand, not too many parts are shared with the KTM, the Husqvarna, and the gas.
Well, so there are different. You're going to see some different brands like Trail Tech, I believe. No, Trail Tech is there's one of the brakes that's on the gas. So that's actually owned by KTM too. So they're starting to buy up componentry as well. So they're starting to own the entire motorcycle now. So it's an interesting way that they're doing this, and you're going to see more cast, like the triple clamps on a gas are going to be cast, where the triple clamps on a KTM are going to be forged aluminum, right? Like, so they're doing little things that are going to make the bikes feel just a little bit different, but also keep the cost to what they want for the specific model, and then the performance they want for them as well. And the parts are fairly interchangeable, but at the same time, if you ride a gas, you're going to want orange. I'm sorry, if you ride a gas, you're going to want red. If you ride a KTM, you want orange. Not all of us want to be like enduro builds out there and make next gen and have it be as brown or whatever color he's going to go for with Iron Horse.
You know, it's pretty wild. Brian and I are sitting up here in the booth, and we have headsets on, and you know, it picks up a lot of the surrounding music. Well, we're playing some music over Hammertown here. We got some big speakers way off in the distance, and our PA system is picking it up. It's kind of cool.
Okay, so there we go. We got a rider right here, number 888B, totally resetting. So again, like, we're here watching this drone footage. It doesn't look all that bad. But in the long run, this rider has been out there for over 5 hours and is extremely tired, does not want to pick his bike back up, but realizes I have to create as much momentum as I can to get this bike up and over this nice little rock face up here. So let's see how this goes for him.
That's one of our 45-plus amateur riders, KTM, from Hemet, California. That's Jameson Moses on 888V.
That would be me. I'd be in that 45-plus B class. Nice job. Nice work. I do race in the A class still, in the 40 plus A class when I go to any of the enduros or any of the cross country stuff that I race. But in the long run, let's be completely honest, if I went to a hard enduro event, I would not be in the A class. I would definitely put myself in the B class. And I do not think I would be sandbagging.
Well, you have to know your capabilities and your limits and ride accordingly. I sure couldn't do this. Probably not even in the B class, to be honest with you. But I've always had that faith.
You would not get a sidecar out here.
Yeah, I do okay. I rode vintage bikes for about 10 years, and actually I got second in the CZ World Championship one year.
You were talking about this rider earlier, weren't you? He's one of the Arizona riders, 458?
That's that AUO rider on the gas gas.
That's another one of them, yeah. Look at that, great work getting to the top there. Realized I need to totally reset, keeping that weight down to the ground. He may have dog paddled a little bit, totally fine. Kept moving forward and got to the top.
Now, mind you, that trail's at not only up and down, but it's at a real off camber.
Very much so.
Very much off camber. I think it'd be better to be riding in the lowers, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you'd think so, but there are big rocks down there. Nice work. Gonna cut down to the left a little bit here and then work his way back up to the right.
All in speculation, right, Brian?
Yep. Oh, I'm definitely in the booth right now. I'm not a rider on the bike. All right, it is 2:05. So if any riders have not made it to that checkpoint 4, when they get to that checkpoint, they will be turned around. They will be headed to the finish line to get checked out. But these riders now have just under an hour to get to the finish line.
One of our gal racers coming through the bluffs. I believe that's her problem area. The number 628, Addie Albrecht. Addie Albrecht is I believe running in that third spot. Oh, she split off on my map, totally off to the side, off the course. She's off the course a good couple thousand feet. And this is per satellite from our yellow brick, by the way. Just from what we can see.
And we were talking about what the start looked like. That is the start earlier from when the racers took off straight into the rocks of Chocolate Thunder. So they were ripping and roaring up that foot to 2 feet deep silty sand straight into the nasty rocks up Chocolate Thunder. So that is where Cody Webb was talking about the tire that Tristan Hart was running. He thinks gave him such a great jump. But the thing is when they got to the rocks on Chocolate Thunder, Colton Haker still was the one that came out on top. So Tristan Hart may have got in front of Cody Webb because of that tire, but Colton Haker still rode just a little bit more efficiently to get in front and come out of Chocolate Thunder in that lead position. I wonder what that racer is talking about right now with Justin. So that the course worker you see there on the left with the black hat, that is Justin, and he is the master behind this year's King of the Motos. So if you have any comments, questions, or concerns, he's the one to go to. I'm sure he's extremely enthusiastic about hearing all of your feedback.
Now, Justin's done a great job, Justin Lineweber. Now we're looking at also at her problem, the number 77B. He DNF'd yesterday. He's out of Prescott, Arizona. Zach Griswold is one of my Prescott Trail riders. And I am currently in 2 off-road motorcycle clubs. One of them's out here in California called Rovers MC. And we got guys like Zach and Luke Dodson, and we got this kind of a fast guy by the name of Paul Krause. He's in my club. We're
All right,
viewing
so we
right
definitely
now at the Sunbonnet Canyon coming down. It looks like one of our young lady riders right there in front of us right now.
Yeah, that might be Hallie Marks. That
could very well
the young
be
lady
Hallie
mother
Marks
was talking to us about earlier.
From Montana. She got second yesterday, and she's running second right now currently.
It looked like they were just talking to some course workers. That could be that checkpoint 4, where they were made aware that their race is over. Obviously, we're unfortunately speculating a little bit. We're trying to get some communication with the course workers out there to verify that, but then they did send them on, so there is either no way easy to get out of the terrain, or they get a chance to continue on here at King of the Motos. Making easy work of this riverbed here.
I want to say thank you, Tracy, taking very good care of us up in the booth. Thank you, darling. She's our director this weekend. Hoping to land a big Hollywood movie. So if you're ever looking for a good, well-concerned, definitely taking care of business director, take a look at Tracy for sure. Our production crew, how many people would you figure is in our production crew? It's got, I estimate, probably about 30.
Well, if you think, yeah, I think that's a great estimate, because if you think about every camera person that is out there, there's probably someone else that has to make sure that that camera was plugged in, that the signals are coming back. So there's a tech person that's going to be with that camera person. So every camera you see, there's probably 1 or 2 other people involved in that camera, even getting set up and sending us back a feed. You think about a drone flyer, right? You got the drone, you got the person flying that drone. You've probably got 1 or 2 more tech people with them to make sure that the signal can get back here to the production trailer. So just think about that. For every shot that we can get, there's probably 1 or 2 or more people involved.
Now, I used to be the West Coast AMA Supercross starter, and I did that for a handful of seasons. And our TV production crew was probably at that time maybe about 15 or 18. So we definitely have them outnumbered here, but technology's come to a whole nother level. That's for sure.
Yeah, especially with this drone all up in this rider's business. I love it. As close as we can get to see these racers on this course. Helps us all just get a little bit better and appreciate what they're riding on. We've got a rider there trying to get set up to get up that little bit of a lip we saw earlier. Oh, and there's that fun downhill towards those climb, Inside Enduro, IRC, Ford banners. There at the finish of the SRT 2023 King of the Motos.
Yeah, we have a lot of our family and friends out there watching our live streaming and listening to our commentating between Brian Pierce and myself and Ricky Johnson earlier. And I want to mention also joining in our booth and giving us a lot of color for this event, Destry Abbott. And we really want to thank Destry for coming and spending all the time. And Cody Webb as well. And of course, all of our other riders beyond there. But the insight from both of those fine gentlemen was extreme, that's for sure.
A lot of knowledge in the 50 years that Destry Abbott's been on this planet, especially as a racer. 40 plus years of dirt bike greatness.
I'd like to give a shout out to one of my friends and many year as the president of District 37 here, Jerry Grabo. Jerry tagging in with me and following our King of the Motos action this weekend. Of course, we have another event happening just over the hill from here over at Cougar Buttes, and it's hosted by 100's MC, and it's a sprint enduro. Now people think, well, what the heck's a sprint enduro? It's kind of a race, a timed race, and you start off on a certain time, and you get marked at the end of each section, and the rider with the least amount of time accrued will be the winner. And 100's MC, long-standing, they do a National Hare and Hound at the end of the year, but they're hosting this sprint enduro the same weekend as our King of the Motos.
Yeah, those sprint enduros, I think it goes back and forth. I do love a traditional enduro where you've got a lot more mileage in the test, you've got a lot more transfers between the tests, but the thing is as we continue to lose land, events like sprint enduros are going to make a lot more sense because you need a lot less land to hold a great sprint enduro. So you could do that on maybe 150, 200 well-organized acres, right? Where for you to have a traditional enduro where you're going to be doing anywhere between 60 and 80 miles in a day, that's a lot more land that you're going to need, especially if you're not trying to touch that single track more than once.
Theoretically, you could do a sprint enduro with 3 10-mile loops. And what you could do is run each of the loops multiple times each day. And you could go from one loop to the next. And at the end of the weekend, after 6 loops that are completed, or 9, depending on which level of racer you are, the one with the least amount of time would be the winner.
Yeah.
So, now my Grand Prix style of racing, it's usually between 3.5 to 10-mile loops. And we always shoot for, about 10 minutes or so for each loop. So if we're able to fit into that category, and of course the amateurs run for about 45 minutes, and the pros for the NGPC would run 90 minutes, and for a works style Grand Prix would be 2 hours for our pros.
Yeah, so there's as you were talking about that sprint enduro going on here on the West Coast, there's one going on the East Coast as well. I got a chance to have a podcast interview with Zach Osborne that's coming out on the Seat Time podcast. So if you haven't checked out what I do on a regular basis for dirt biking content, go check out Seat Time. But that'll be coming out February 1st. But Zach Osborne, is at the first sprint enduro for that series on the East Coast. So he signed with Yamaha this year to be in the XC2 class. He's also racing that same 250 in the big boy class at the sprint enduros this year. But that's going to be cool to see with Zach Osborne out there. I had a great conversation with him, and I'm excited for the world to enjoy that here come February 1st when that hits the interwebs, if you will.
He's a good, hard-working racer, but a great family man on top of that. But I find it so unusual. I mean, after all these years of him competing on a Husqvarna and now switching to a Yamaha, just because he didn't want to ride the Nationals this year.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously we very much got into it on the podcast, but the gist of it is that Husqvarna wanted him on the bike sooner than he was ready to be back on the bike because he didn't want to have surgery, and that said, okay, well then you're done racing, and so you're done, and so he got the kind of the Husky ambassador role, but then in the midst of all of that, the Yamaha team on the off-road side of things that Randy Hawkins runs with Factory Connection, they came to him and said, hey, we have an idea, and he said, let's think about it. And from let's think about it to let's do it. And so, yeah, he's going GNCC racing with Randy Hawkins and Pro Yamaha team. It's going to be pretty awesome. That'll be the GNCCs. Will kick off February 18th at Big Buck. But, again, he is racing 2 sprint enduros before that, one this weekend. I think one the weekend before the GNCC kicks off at Big Buck. So, again, subscribe to the Seat Time podcast. Check that out. It'll be out February 1st. Like this guy, number 117, man. I have to go meet this guy and just say thank you because he has given us so much good content and entertainment over the weekend. We seem to keep finding him on the trail. I love it.
Yeah, he's one of our Three Brothers KTM riders. Do you know that Three Brothers KTM is the #1 KTM dealer in the entire United States? It's right down here in Orange County.
That's impressive. That's a lot of KTMs being sold. Isn't Zach Bell a Three Brothers rider, or was he at some point?
Zach Bell is a Precision Concepts Chaparral Motorsports Factory Kawasaki rider.
Yeah, he was a kind of phenom, right, on the Supercross, motocross side of things, coming out of Berlin.
On the Geico Honda team there.
Pretty bad head injury or something like that, and then once he came back, then it was kind of like a little bit more off-road for him.
Zach's a good friend of mine. He's quite the Frankenstein. You know, his surgeries that he's had for his injuries are impressive that he even is able to walk. But man, I'm on Grand Prix. I don't know anybody in the pro class that can carve a turn more beautiful than Zach Bell does.
Nice.
Zach is just phenomenal individual. Great guy too, and all the kids, come up to get Zach's signature. He's so open to talk to everybody, and he's just a super great guy.
Love it.
Yeah, our last race last weekend was really cool. That very first time winning the pro class was Tyler Lynn. He's a former National Hare and Hound mini champion and won Pro 2 and a couple other classes, both NGP and Works. But he took his very first 450 win, beating Cole Martinez. Cole Martinez, also a former factory supercross and outdoor motocross racer. And a new phenom just signing on with the Red Bull KTM team was Mateo Oliveira coming in that 3rd spot.
Yeah, so we're watching number 282A. We're talking about Chris on that AEO gas. Unfortunately, you can start to see in the body language how pooped this rider is right now. So making that small mistake, losing that momentum, falling off to the right side. Now he's just taking a moment to breathe, collect himself before he realizes he's got to move 220 pounds from the laid over position to the upright position. Keep the wheels down, rubber side down, and keep trying to get himself up. Her problem.
You know, it's pretty cool. Ricky Johnson, when he came in and turned him pro, it was right at the tail end of the work spikes in the motocross scene. And some of those 250s actually, believe it or not, only weighed 182 pounds. 182 pounds for 250.
That's a lot less than it is these days.
Oh yeah, yeah. Now with the 4-strokes, they're closer to about 215, even with the light stuff on them. Yeah, that's 35 pounds.
So we got
35 pounds difference.
3 riders here trying to figure out who's going to make it up first, who's going to get in front of who. Oh, we got a bike launched into the air.
Now, not only is this her problem, it's these 3 riders' problems.
You got that right. That guy got it up, though. Up is up, as they say. So he's going to be able to pick that thing up and keep moving that bike up the hill.
Now, one of our longest standing works racers, and I'll put a shout out to him, and he's riding the vet class now, trying to go up against Robbie Bell. Brandon Duvall, he's Thad Duvall's cousin. And Thad comes out and plays with us every once in a while.
Yeah, every now and again. Yeah, he'll make it out
He's quite
west.
a talent, too.
All right, there we go. We got 282A moving again, trying to create some traction to get that momentum going. But obviously digging that rear wheel in a little bit to that silty sand that he's playing around in. Saw that front end picking up a couple times. Sometimes you hope for a good loop out, but then at the same time, you don't want that for the rider. Just fun to watch.
That's Chris Jasness. He got 122 yesterday that we're seeing stuck on the hill. And he's out of Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, right now he's hanging out with his handlebars. I get it, though. He's been out there for over 5 hours riding his dirt bike, trying to complete King of the Motos. I mean, what would that mean, though, right? To get in there and finish and not get that DNF to complete this? I mean, that's really what it's all about, is the accomplishment at the end of the day.
Quite a few riders come off their first loop today and go, you know what? I think look how deep it is. He's all the way down to the axle. And that soft silt going up that hill makes it even worse. Yeah, a lot of riders went halfway through, not even halfway through if you include the other 1.5 miles at the tail end of the second loop. That car buzzing by here, part of the Hammer. There's going to be some pretty cool equipment out here this week, that's for sure.
Oh my gosh, I would love one day to make it back for the full-on King of the Hammers experience, to be able to see all the great things that go down with the Ultra 4 racing, the side-by-side racing, and all the other crazy off-road greatness that happens.
Now, when you came out here in 2018 working with Dave Brocious, and I came out 2 years ago working with Ricky Johnson, we're in the middle of the week. It wasn't on the weekend. And it was at the same time when we're doing a lot of the qualifying for both side-by-sides and some of the trophy trucks. And we did have a chance of seeing some of the beautiful equipment. The technology has advanced even farther from what we've seen just 2 years ago.
Yeah, the Ultra 4 trucks that we're seeing now, like this, that's happened and grown up in King of the Hammers racing, right? This Ultra 4 that is rock crawler / race car, amalgamation that's happening. These things are insane, and you just heard one driving by right now. The gutturalness that engine makes as it comes through. There's only one thing I want to do, and that's get in the passenger seat and be scared to death by one of those awesome drivers.
I don't know about that.
Oh,
hey.
I'm in. I'm in.
Hey,
put me in a helicopter, put me in a race car. I just want to have a good time.
Helicopter's a gas, but I don't know about some of these race cars.
Oh, we got a strap coming out right now.
Oh, there we go.
These riders are definitely getting ready to help each other to get up this little spot.
Hey, when you come out here in 18, did you get a chance to go at nighttime for the rock crawling?
So I got a chance to go to the Backdoor Challenge out there and be able to watch that. That is full send at the backdoor challenge. So that is that moment in time. If you've ever wanted to, what is the definition of hold my beer and watch this? It's the backdoor challenge here at King of the Hammers. There were so many upside down cars all over the place in rock crawlers. It was pretty impressive.
And it amazes me too how fast they flip them back over.
Right.
They really do. They get onto it.
They know what they're doing. That's saying a lot about flipped cars, but
yeah, the crew of the King of the Hammers is definitely on top of things like that.
So here we go. We got a tow strap hooked up to the front of the bike, trying to get that thing up this little rock climb. I'm wondering though where the rider that's helping the rider on the bike, if their bike is up the trail or down the trail, but it looks like
must
they're
be up. I don't see
up.
it anywhere down below.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be teaming up to help each other out. Here we go. Let's see. Yeah, everybody giving a little bit of direction. This is the spot where you want to try to get your tire. Okay, yep, understood.
Okay, at the count of 3, let's go.
Yep.
It's not the count of 2, it's the count of 3.
All right, fingers crossed for everybody on screen right now. You could just see how loose that is, even with that pressure from the other rider helping this one rider pull the bike up. Now, got to make sure that you don't lose any of the ground that you just moved up. That's why that rider helping out is trying to hold on to that bike so it doesn't scoot back any. There we go. Nice. Getting that front tire slipped over, change the position a little bit harder for that bike to roll backwards on them. And it looks like it's a W on that bike, so that might be one of our women's riders there getting help.
You catching up on that, Brian?
No, unfortunately not. It's kind of tough to see, so it might be in the 200s, but...
Now, talking about women's racers, now, the most badass woman racer in the United States, without a doubt, in my mind, is Brandy Richards.
Oh, right now, for sure. Yeah, Brandy Richards is doing a great job. Unfortunately, this young lady is laying down underneath her bike right now. That's a thumbs up, at least. And that looked like that was the Trailbound Ladies logo there on the side of that bike. So the Snow Sun Valley there. Her and, I believe, boyfriend Chris do Trailbound. So if you haven't checked them out, they cover a lot of cool stuff on Instagram and YouTube. But then, of course, too, they do have a lot of products that they sell out of their Trailbound store.
That's cool.
Yeah, so that's like one of and again, I don't totally know their full story, but it's something where it just looks like it kind of grew up for them organically and kind of put out there. But when you have over 100,000 followers on Instagram, you know you're doing something that the community enjoys.
I love this drop off, and it's getting so deep at the egress.
That's the thing. It's like straight on, like when we're looking 180 degrees back at this thing, it doesn't look that steep, but you can tell that is over a full wheel height. So you really need to make sure you get that front end up.
Now, I'd like to remind everybody too here at Hammertown, when you're hanging around and you're watching, and you see something rolling along the ground that's possibly garbage. We have enough garbage containers here. Also, we have big roll-off containers for garbage that are set up here in Hammertown. You do not have to take your garbage home. You can go ahead and pack up a couple trash bags and throw them in there, and that way you don't even have to take them out of your RV or all. King of the Hammers will take care of your garbage for you, but please don't just throw it on the ground.
Yeah, man. So we're at that 2:30 mark, so we've got about 30 more minutes. Looks like we've got 2 more riders here on Sunbonnet helping themselves get their bikes up and through this King of the Motos terrain. Again, insane, right? Tristan Hart and Cody Webb under 2 hours, right? Tristan Hart there at about 1 hour and 45 minutes. We're almost 6 hours later, and we're still seeing riders on the trail. I mean, that is just the difference, right, in the capabilities of some of these riders is insane, but then, too, just how difficult this terrain truthfully is.
Tristan, Cody, Ryder, and Will, they just blasted right on through this area without even an issue. And talking to Cody, he said, yeah, he fell over once. I said, yeah, maybe Cody and Tristan, maybe they fell over like 4 times. Cody only fell down once. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's impressive. Like, to be completely honest, that's impressive that in this terrain, and we're seeing so many other riders have this struggle city right now, which, again, that's not making fun of these guys. This is, look how steep that terrain is. You can see the rider in the back standing up straight, and the angle that this bike is on, that 52C is at, this is not a level trail that these riders are trying to get their two-strokes up. There we go. Good job getting a little bit of momentum, finding some traction. Now it's nap time. We're going to take a break here. Sit down on the side of the trail. Oh, try not to get covered in dust also. Well, that's unfortunate. Hey, I'm going to help you get up. How about you cover me in dirt? I really appreciate that. Thank you. Dude, Tristan Hart, buddy, we're ready to chit-chat. Go ahead and grab that headset from Chris and let's see what we got going on.
Where do you want me to sit? Yeah, right there would be cool. Okay.
Tristan, welcome.
Oh, you?
No. Dude, Tristan, okay, well, these riders that we see on screen right now.
What's going on with that guy?
Taking a nap right now, right, on screen. They've almost been out there for 6 hours. You were done an hour and 45 minutes. Tell us what you think about the terrain out there and what these riders are going through.
Well, I knew it was going to be tough for some of these guys because I think there was a hard spot about 2 miles in, and when I came around on my second lap, there was about 40 or 50 guys, so they had only made it 2 miles. So I knew they were in for a long day, and yeah, the track, it wasn't super difficult for the top guys, but definitely for the average guy, it was a really challenging track. They did a good job this year and made it significantly tougher than last year, so I was pretty stoked. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty sick to see these guys still going at it hard for 6 hours, you know, riding so far, and they still got to get back home.
Yeah, so you mentioned that it wasn't that hard for you guys. I'm doing air quotes, right? Because I'm watching these guys out here after 6 hours, right? What would you have preferred to see? How can they make it more difficult for y'all, but then still keep the same challenge for the amateurs like we're seeing right now? Because you know they still love this. That's why they're here.
I don't know if this guy loves it on the screen right here, or that guy. I don't know what's going on. He's digging rocks out underneath his tires, it looks like. Yeah, it's tough because the good guys, the top pros right now are just so good because, you know, we're doing it so much, like basically a job. And these guys, they're just weekend warriors, lots of them. So the spread between them is just so, it's so great that it's hard to make a course that's gonna make the pros happy and make the amateurs happy, because what we want, these guys don't want to look at, and so that's really tough. So I mean, as a promoter, I can see the challenge there. So it's tough to make everyone happy. You're never gonna, but I mean, you can always improve.
Is it potentially as simple as you guys do 3 laps and everybody else does 2? You know what I mean? Like, is it not that that's the simple answer, but maybe would that have been the challenge, a little bit more of a challenge you were looking for?
Nah, that wouldn't have been, because then it's just like we already know what we're doing, and it's kind of just a beat down from there. It's not gonna require any thinking because we know exactly what we have to do, just one more lap. So that's just, I think what we want to see is maybe just a couple more. The last lap, that section they added, the 1.5 miles, that one had a really tough canyon, and I think all the pros liked that. That was a challenge for us, which we all liked. I don't know how many amateurs are going to get there anyways, but you know, on maybe our second lap that lots of the amateurs aren't going to get to, they have just a couple more of those canyons that really challenge us. And definitely the possibilities here are endless for canyons like that. So I think going forward, I think Justin will add a couple more in for us.
And two, since this is GPS, right? Like the pros in A class could get one GPS route and everybody else could get a different one. So you guys get this, like every now and again, there's this little half-mile offshoot that you guys are going to go whichever way to get to those little bit nastier canyons, right? That's how this could potentially evolve.
Yeah, you could do that. You can get creative. That can be a little more confusing, I think, for track workers and just the whole GPSing. But there's honestly a bunch of different options. You could just, this race could have been just another qualifier yesterday, and there could have been another race today that only maybe the best 40 or 30 riders get into. So really, that's just up to the promoter what he wants to do there.
I like it.
Lots of different races that have different formats.
What was the biggest challenge for you today?
The navigating was certainly up there. I told you yesterday that me and Cody were going to find each other, and that definitely came true. We passed each other a couple times. There was a gnarly downhill that the amateurs had to do on their first lap, so that might have been a bit much for them on lap 1, because I know I watched Cody.
Cody Webb was talking about walking or something?
Yeah, he walked his bike down that one, and that one was sketchy. So the amateurs are probably swearing at Justin on that one. And then the gnarliest uphill was right close to the finish on the 1.5 mile added section in, and that was a tough uphill. Cody actually caught me there, and I got a little stressed out because I didn't have much back brake at that point. I bent my disc, but I just soldiered on to the finish and got it done.
Nice work, man. Nice work. What you were talking about the canyons in that 1.5 mile section that they had added on, right? And the GPS was tough, but it wasn't that bad. Like, what is it about those canyons that were making them so much more difficult?
This one was just, I don't think many guys had ridden up it, and it was just a really gnarly canyon. Like, there were big rocks, which take up a lot of room in the canyon, so that leaves you going on. They were too big to ride over, so you were having to go on either side of them, and the sides were steep. And this one actually had like some Erzberg rocks in it too that you had to ride over, which was pretty cool. I haven't seen many canyons like that out here. So yeah, that was a cool one Justin found, and he was man enough to put it in the race for us. So I'm pretty stoked on that.
I'm sure you guys were too. Now, y'all didn't know how long it was going to take you guys, right? That first lap being 12 miles, the second lap being 13.5. How did you prepare? Like, did you have a feeling that you had hydration, fuel for the bike, fuel for the body, like planned for potentially all 6 hours, not knowing what it would be?
Well, I knew it wasn't going to be 6 hours because they were saying, I think Max suggested 2.5 hours for us, so that's kind of what I was shooting for. But I was good. Probably up for 4 hours, I'd say, with the water supply I had. Yeah, maybe 3 hours. If it was 4, I would have had to maybe take a little bit of food and extra water. Maybe.
Yeah, so tell us about that. That's kind of your break for when you would take in like food, or do you keep any kind of like calories in your hydration bladder or anything for nutrition?
Yeah, so most of us run something in our Camelback. Mine's like 100 calories a scoop, so it's like 6 scoops, so that's 600 calories, which isn't a lot, but
is it
it's
mainly
something.
Just carbohydrates then?
Yeah, it's just basically sugars.
Yeah. Dextrose and glucose and sucralose and all the things, all the oses.
Yeah.
And do you find that works? Like, what is it then? You were talking about that if it was going to be 4 hours, what then would you add to that? So if you're 3 hours of just taking in carbohydrates, right? What is it that you then add to it so that you get that longer nutrition plan?
Well, it's not so much a problem here because I wasn't sweating a lot because it was cold today. So that takes, you're not going to sweat as much, so you don't need as much fluids and salt back in you. But say on the East Coast when it's like 100 or 90 degrees and 80% humidity, and then you're just sweating, you need, for sure I'd have 2 Camelbacks ready to go because I'd have to switch because you're sweating standing still. So then when you start riding, it's just pouring out of you.
And so that's not just the water that you're taking in there, that's all the electrolytes and some of the other macro or micronutrients that go along with that, right?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, bike. How did the bike perform? We saw you perform extremely well. You had to pivot turn a couple times to turn around.
Yeah.
So there's that, but how'd the bike perform?
Yeah, bike was good. Other than right before the last check, I must have hit a rock really weird because I bent my back disc, which I don't think I've ever done that really. And so I kept, you guys might have seen it on the video, but I kept looking down at my back brake.
We did see that,
and
yeah.
I was wondering what was going on because I thought maybe I broke my back brake because I was pushing on it, and it was like going all the way to the ground almost, it felt like, and there was no back brakes. I was kind of freaking out. So I was kind of freaking out because I was losing a lot of time then between the navigating and not really having much back brake. And so every time my disc was going around, it was pushing the brake pads apart, and then I go to push on the back brake and there was nothing there. And then obviously that thing is turning like so many times every second. So yeah, from there on I just didn't have much back brake, which didn't seem to be much of a problem because there was only maybe 2 downhills after that. Luckily that canyon you don't.
Right. Oh, because that happened in the canyon, right? So you were already past that nasty downhill where we saw Cody Webb walking his bike. I just really want to bring that up as many times as possible that Cody Webb was walking his bike down that hill.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's okay because he told us he was.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's just me calling him out.
That was nothing to be ashamed of because it was gnarly for sure. Like, it was high consequence, and that wasn't the only spot that was super gnarly. He rode a couple that I probably wouldn't have rode, but he did. So I'm like, well, I guess I have to ride that now. Yeah.
So the times, once we saw you get out in front of Cody Webb, you had mentioned to us earlier that when that happens, you're trying to break away, right? There is GPS involved, and within that, you want to try to keep him from navigating off of you, right? We saw that happen early on. But when you guys were kind of pitter-pattering back and forth a little bit, like what's going through your mind in those situations?
Well, at the start, I knew really quickly. I got into the lead right off the start. I passed Colton, and Cody was right behind me. And I instantly tried to break away, and I knew instantly that Cody woke up and he was having a good day because I couldn't get away from him. So we rode together that whole first lap pretty much. He passed me on that downhill. And so, yeah, I just knew the real Cody Webb was here, and he wasn't here to play around today. Like, he was the man. So, yeah, it was good to have my riding partner back, and we definitely rode together almost the whole race, other than maybe the last 30 minutes. So, yeah, I was trying to break away, but trying to navigate, it just, you're trying to read the terrain and read the GPS. It's a lot to ask for. So the guy behind you he can just sit there, basically follow where you go and save some energy.
Right. Well, Cody told us too that it looked like you were on a rear tire that even though you guys are both on Dunlops that he couldn't get, and he was extremely jealous of you because of the jump that you got out of the start in that silty sand. But within that, Colton still got in front of you guys right there at Chocolate Thunder, right? And I saw you and Cody both took that high line to the rider's left, where Colton kind of went more up the middle, then you crossed back behind Colton, but Cody stayed far left, so you were able to kind of actually stay in front of Cody, though you couldn't beat Colton there up Chocolate Thunder. We asked Will about that. Like, what did you hit the line you wanted to hit? You know, and how many lines did you have planned for and all that kinds of stuff?
I had 3 or 4 different options because, you know, the 2 strokes are good. They usually start first time, but you always got to be prepared for anything to happen. So I had 3 or 4 different lines, and the one I took was actually my second option. If I didn't have my first, Colton was in my first option. So I took my second, and I hit it. I hit my line in 3rd place. So I passed one guy taking that line, got behind Colton. He didn't take the right hand that he needed to. I took the righter and took the lead right there.
So what was it about the line that you're saying that Colton was in? Like, what is it that you guys are looking for when you're like, that's my first choice? Like, what is it that you're looking for?
You're just looking for the line that's going to take the least amount of energy and the lowest risk normally. Like maybe the straightest line or a big flat rock that you're just going to get on and just ride up. Not like a bunch of rocks, because then there's risks that you're going to hit it and maybe get wobbled. So you're just looking, you're weighing the risk / reward of a line. Sometimes it pays off to take a really risky line, but there's a chance that you're gonna get back to like maybe 15th off
There's
the start.
The other side of the coin, which then all of a sudden you've got the second road chomping on your bit, and you're
so
like, holy crap.
You don't want that off the start. Off the start, I always play it pretty safe because you really don't want to be back off the start, because then you got to pass so many people all at once.
Right. Well, dude, congratulations. This is 2 in a row. We had a little bit of a break in there, right?
Yeah.
We're going to get a chance to have the awards later, so we'll give us a little bit more of a recap at the time there. But congratulations, dude. What did we miss?
From the race today?
Yeah.
I don't think you guys missed much. Like, me and Cody rode together. Ryder was with us a little bit at the start, but then we lost him. I mean, I don't think he missed much, honestly.
All right.
Cody caught me at that last canyon, and I freaked out. I don't know if you guys saw that or not.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that one of the times you got lost, or when you say you freaked out, you were like, game on, I got to turn the throttle?
I had been looking back a couple times, and I hadn't seen Cody at all, so I'm like, where's he at? And then all of a sudden, he was like 200 feet behind me, and I'm like, damn, it's
Game
on now. And I knew we were getting close to the finish. Like, it was maybe only 10 or 15 minutes more, so I'm like, then your heart rate starts beating really fast. So for me, that was a pretty exciting / stressful time of the race.
Right on, dude. Well, we really appreciate it. Looking forward to getting you that trophy here a little bit later. Continue to rest up.
Yeah.
And enjoy it, right? Are you going to be in Hawaii, or are you just going straight to Page?
Not too sure yet. Hopefully be in Hawaii.
Yep.
That'd be
Canadian
cool.
in Hawaii. That sounds like a reality TV show that we should film while we're there.
Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome, dude. Well, thanks again, man. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
Made it back.
Yeah, it's a good little chat with Tristan Hart there, Brian. And I have with me right now, he got second yesterday in a youth class. And Nolan Albrecht. And you're from Montana?
Yep.
Yeah. Did you have fun today?
Yeah, it was a pretty gnarly course.
Pretty gnarly, but did you get one lap?
Yeah, I got
one
one
lap in. How did you do in your class?
I think I got fourth.
Got fourth, huh? What was the toughest part for you?
Probably just pushing through, just how tired and exhausted you are after 5 hours of racing.
It's grueling. It seems like as hard as it gets, then the next turn or the next canyon, it gets even harder.
Oh, yeah.
Every single time. Now, do you ride extreme stuff back at home?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Or do you do motocross?
I'm not a real big motocross guy, no.
We're off-road, huh?
Mhm.
How old are you?
I'm 14. I just turned 14 in October.
Wow. Well, to start now, who's your biggest extreme enduro hero?
Probably Evan Ask.
Ah, okay. Very good. Very good. Now, are you doing any of the other extreme enduros?
Yeah.
Are you? So you're going to Grinding Stone coming up next?
No, we're not going to go to that one, but we're going to go to Silver and a few others.
Cool. Now, you go to regular school?
Yeah.
Yep. Now, do you tell your friends at school, this is what I do for fun?
We don't talk about it much. It's more of a football school, so
yeah, but
and
still,
basketball and stuff like
you know
that.
as well as I do. Yeah, football's pretty gnarly, but what you accomplished this weekend, in my opinion, is a lot more gnarly than football.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they need to know that kind of stuff because as a youngster growing up, you worked hard out there.
Yeah.
You worked and you pushed yourself to the limit. A lot of football people do that as well, but you don't have all these other situations around you. You're not just playing up against another football player. You're playing against the terrain, trying to keep your bike alive, trying to make the right choice for lane choice, make the right decision on going over this thing or going down that thing.
Yeah.
And it's the decisions you make are really crucial on how well you do.
Yeah.
More so than any ball sport from what I could ever see, you know.
Yeah,
I've been
think
involved
so.
with the sport, 5 decades, and I'm never tired of it. But it is gnarly, and here's the thing: if it was easy, everybody could do it. Not everybody could do it. But anyway, that's pretty cool. So, what kind of start did you get?
I didn't get the greatest start. Up Chocolate Thunder, it was pretty packed in there because I was last row.
Those are 5 rows?
Yep. Or 4, 5 or 4. I can't remember. But it was pretty jammed up in there. But me and my sister were pulling each other's bikes up it.
So you and your sister stayed together most of the time?
No.
No.
Just the first hill up, the start of Chocolate Thunder, and then up that where it got really and it got right before checkpoint 1, that really nasty hill, and then we helped each other up that too, and then we just kind of split off. And then
isn't it cool when you come into a canyon and see a bunch of people that are stopped and you go, well, okay, I can get by them. I can get by you, and you pass quite a few people were going through, didn't you?
Yeah, it was pretty. It's hard to pick your way through that many people up that hill, up those hills even.
But anyway, really cool. Look forward to seeing you another time, and hopefully I'll be coming back for the Hammers as well for King of the Motos, and I do all my Grand Prix stuff here on the West Coast, which is totally different than the Enduro stuff. But I've been one of the Enduro Cross announcers too. Are you going to try to do Enduro Cross also?
No, we don't really do that thing. We don't really do Enduro Cross that much.
More on just the off-road side of things.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's cool though. That's great. Like I said, if it was easy, everybody could do it. Not everybody can do it. So,
yep.
Nolan Albrecht, really nice talking with you. And you want to shout out to any of your family and friends?
Yeah, I want to shout out to Addie Albrecht for helping me get up some of those hills and just being able to talk to her on the trail a little bit.
And anybody to sponsor you?
Nope.
Nope. Mom and Dad.
Yeah, Mom and Dad racing.
Got to talk to Mom and Dad, that's for sure. Anyway, really nice meeting you, Nolan Albrecht, and congratulations on coming to the King of the Motos, and look forward to seeing you another time, okay?
Yep.
What's that?
We got some more riders hanging out, trying to see who's going to get finished up here. This is when you contemplate life. But at least you got your riding buddies with you as you get to discuss how the day went.
We know, Brian, when we first started off this morning, we were talking about, wow, look what a beautiful day it is. What, maybe 1 or 2 mile-an-hour winds and no problem.
It's picked up now, hadn't it, Chris?
Well, looks like we get the wind upon us now,
Yeah,
and it's going to change. Our temperature is going to drop here pretty soon. Those of you here in Hammertown, be sure to buckle down your canopies, make sure everything's tidy, and get ready to put on your sweatshirts and your jackets, because it is going to be getting chilly here pretty quick.
Yes, indeed. And all right, guys, we are at the 12:50 mark, so we got about 10 more minutes till this race is officially over. We're going to have awards at 5, but right now we're going to throw it to a commercial. We will be back shortly to finish out the 2023 SRT King of the Motos Hard Enduro.
tougher the tire, the easier the escape.
Welcome back to the racers that are still on course at the 2023 SRT King of the Motos, one of the U.S. hard enduro rounds. The first round of 2023. Going to be heading to Hawaii next. Right now, these riders on course, Chris, though, they just want to get back home. Probably at this point try to warm up a little bit, see how the sun, they are now in the shade and this wind is picked up like you mentioned, is getting chilly.
It's amazing how fast everything is starting to cool down. And between now and Trophy Awards time, it's going to cool down another 20 degrees.
We're going to need that fire to get started right over there between now and 5 o'clock.
You know, of course, we like to thank all of our sponsors for keeping us nicely warmed up here. SRT Off-Road Progressive Insurance, Optima Batteries, Can-Am Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, and Nitto. You know, we have a lot of food vendors around here as well. I'd like to thank all of them for coming and helping us out with our food needs.
Yeah. So this is a group, a pair of riders that we've seen a couple times. So that was our young lady there, that with the Trailbound Ladies graphics on her KTM with that climb gear, and now she's helping the gentleman that had helped her get up a little bit. And that's how it works, right? You cannot have spectator help. This late into the race, though, of course, these riders are just hoping to get themselves back so they can goof off, they can have fun, hang out with like Ready to Ride Reynolds and all the good times that they have. Once you slide into that van, you know it's going to get weird.
Well, it's kind of getting weird anyway. The tail end. Remember the first lap, the faster riders, they're blasting on through and nobody's helping each other. Then also the tail end of the game, everybody's going really slow and everybody's helping each other.
Yeah, just like later, they're going to be like, you know what? No, I'll get you an adult beverage. No, I'll get you an adult beverage. It's like, thank you for getting me back to the cooler so that way we could make sure that we could end our day with the best time that we want to have here. But look, now we've got the rider that was just helping that rider on the Sherco back on her bike. Let's see how she does. She might need a little bit of front end help from her Sherco buddy. Let's see how this goes. Lost a little bit of momentum.
That was a great race recap from Tristan Hart as well. You know, and of course we talked to Cody Webb earlier and talking about the big dice that they went back and forth, and getting a good perspective from both of their views was pretty cool.
I loved what he said about Cody Webb catching up to him and him all of a sudden being like, oh my God, like I gotta go. Like that's interesting that I didn't think that he would be that freaked out about Cody Webb catching him that much. Do you know what I mean?
Well, there was a time, and we were watching it on our satellite view of the riders, where Tristan did check out from Cody for quite a while. And all of a sudden, Cody started reeling him back in like a big fish. Hey, come on, boy. You're from Canada, but you're not getting away from me.
I'm coming in. I want the win. I want to win. Yeah, Cody would have loved to get a sixth one for sure. But now, so we got Tristan Hart with 2. We got Colton Haker with 2. We got Cody Webb with 5. Obviously, we've got quite a few other winners in there as well over the years with
Graham Jarvis, the opener.
Yeah, that first one in 2012. All right, let's see how this. Look at this. Do I have to? Can someone come help me get out of this ravine that I'm stuck in right now?
And then the time that you're thinking when you're sitting on your bike, go, okay, take a couple deep breaths. Now it's time for me to get rolling again. When do I go? Do I go now or do I try to wait a little bit more? The longer you wait, actually, the worse it gets.
Yeah.
It really does.
It's like sitting at the top of a ramp for the first time dropping into a skate park or something like that. Sometimes you just got to say, you know what? Yes, I'm nervous. I have to accept it. I just got to give it a go. That's all right. He's pitter-pattering his way. He's making it happen.
Hey, we'd like to invite all of you, especially here in Hammertown, come and join us at 5 o'clock for our Trophy Awards presentation. I'd like to present all of our class winners and, of course, our top 3.
It's going to be awesome to see that cool, very cool King of the Motos trophy passed on to Tristan Hart. So now his name will be on that trophy for the second time. There's that valley. It's so much different when they're zoomed in, isn't it? When they zoom out like that, you're like, oh, that's the crack that they're riding up on this mountain.
Look at that there. Wow, what a view. And huge kudos to our drone operators and our cameramen out in the field. Of course, they get rolling out of here at 6, 7 o'clock in the morning to set up their position, and they're out there all day long filming this particular location where they are. So huge kudos goes out to all of our filming staff, and then our production studio for making sure that all of our spectators and all of our internet feed followers are viewing a good piece of action that's happening in front. Just like right now, riders helping, pulling another rider up this gnarly section.
Yeah, right now there's a lot of things going through these riders' mind. What they're really thinking about is, we might be out here for a little bit longer. It's getting colder. Do I have a way to get more clothes or potentially get more food? Because right now that's the biggest thing is energy, right? If they don't have food to eat, they don't have a way to refuel their bodies so they can kind of keep going. And some of the other electrolyte stuff we were talking about, hydration with Tristan Hart, Cody Webb, that comes into play 6 hours after being on the bike for 6 hours.
Well, not only with the heat, if you're overheating, but when you get really cold, you're burning up more calories than you have in your calorie bank in your body.
Yeah.
So it's really important to keep that rolling on. It's good and important that besides your yellow brick satellite beacon that you're carrying with you, that you also carry, hydration system and possibly some power bars of some sort to help keep that caloric level up to par.
Yep. Right now she killed the bike. It looks like kind of sitting on it a little bit, trying to figure out what is the correct next move for us to get out of here so that we can keep moving up this trail. But this is what it takes sometimes. And this is the play riding that we're talking about, right? Like, yeah, they're 6 hours in right now, but a lot of times it's just you and your riding buddies out there trying to find a spot to go play ride in. See if you can do it. And if you can't, maybe one day you'll figure out what the technique is to make it happen.
Yeah, of course. Even if your friends and family don't have the internet feed, at least tag in and let them know that you're here at King of the Motos for the 2023 SRT version. Of course, SRT, a fine supplier for racing and motorcycle accessories. You can check them out online. I believe it's srt.com. And of course, a good friend of ours, Corey Graffender, works up there in the Fresno area there at SRT. Okay, like to thank all of you for viewing us here for the 2023 SRT King of the Motos, and right here at Hammertown in Johnson Valley, and with myself and Brian Pierce right next to me, and we had Ricky Johnson for most of the weekend, and Ricky had a Trophy Awards presentation last night, and he had to take off early today, but we're going to be continuing on at 5 o'clock, so we are now signing off for the time being. And thanks all of you on the internet live feed following us all weekend long. And thanks again for being a big part of our racing family here for King of the Motos. Brian, what do you think, man?
Yeah, I think it's been a great day. So cool to see Tristan Hart get the win. But of course, we're going to give out those awards at 5 p.m. So even though we're going to call it right now, this feed will end. Make sure you come back at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Either come to the awards if you're here, or come to the stage if you're here. Come back to YouTube, hit the King of the Hammers, have some fun with us, and we'll give out these awards to all of these phenomenal racers. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Brian. Good job, brother. Woo!